What's better than this? It's guys being dudes here on the Locked On NFL Scouting podcast presentation of night 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. Joe Marino, Kyle Krabs here to navigate you through all of the picks on night 2. It will be fun. Kyle, happy day 2 of the draft to you.
Happy day 2 of our draft coverage here on the Locked On Network to you as well, Joe. Our Locked On NFL draft coverage is presented by Ultimate Football GM. If you think you can run an NFL franchise, visit ultimate-gm.com to play the Ultimate NFL GM simulation game. Start your dynasty today. And a few teams tried to start their own dynasties yesterday. With their moves in the first round. We had a lot of moving and shaking, some multiple teams with multiple picks. And, of course, we did the podcast where we kind of reviewed the observations, winners and questions, I think is how Locked On chose to phrase it, which I like a little bit more than winners and losers. But, yeah, we're hot off the heels of 5 hours worth of action with probably another 5.5 for 2 rounds tonight. So get ready to dive in.
We get to welcome some teams to the party that weren't there for us yesterday. I heard about the Miami Dolphins. I think they had a couple picks tonight. 49ers, they're part of the mix. The Rams, hello. Broncos, Browns. They're all with us tonight. All 32.
The team with the longest wait that I don't envy is the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, man, it's 99 is the
99.
first pick?
99. I did that last year. It was terrible.
Really? Was it that long?
His Channing Tindall was like 10.
Oh, dude, it was day 3, right?
Yeah, because the 1 and the 2 went for Tyrique. So,
okay. What Australia? Let's go, Luke, our guy.
I didn't know Luke was in Australia.
Oh, you didn't know that? I did. Jordan Mailata. Ozzy
Mailata. Hey, I question for you as we're kind of taking our time, having some fun here before things kick off. What's the biggest thing that's different for you from night 1 to night 2? You made a pick yesterday, so you don't have to worry about that component of this. What's the biggest difference for you aside of your hat and going flat brim?
From a Bills perspective or from a Joe Marino perspective?
Joe Marino perspective.
I like the speed of day 2. You're still getting like really high caliber prospects, guys that are picked today. I expect to be NFL starters, and it moves quicker. You have more picks. I'll say it out loud. I miss the old format. I missed the first 3 rounds on Saturday and all the rest on Sunday. And so I think this kind of gets me back into that mode where you start to get a more complete picture of these draft classes as opposed to, okay, everyone's just chilling with one pick. And like we've said a million times in our podcasting journey together, that no, we can't fix all your problems with one pick. But guess what? The draft is 7 rounds long. And so now we finally get into the meat of the draft, and especially for this year where you feel like the concentration of talent for appropriate value really exists tonight.
Joe panic rate at defensive tackle now at 150%. Is that accurate?
No, well, Suan, I appreciate the comment there, because I said if the Bills traded Ed Oliver, my panic goes up to 100. And so they haven't traded Ed Oliver, so I can't get to 150.
Right, you can't skip over it.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to come back to Tigo's question, but little golf clap for mock draft champion Sam Teets.
Welcome.
Congratulations, Sam.
The championship bracket. Hope I can get back there one day.
I'd like to crack the winner's circle someday. So, Sam, you've already achieved something I have not in my career. Congratulations. It's a good year to do it, man. Tigo wants to know who's trading up with the Steelers. We've heard up to 4 teams have been calling.
Okay. This is fascinating because if you're Pittsburgh, you have to like what's sitting there for you.
Right. I don't want to go back too far.
Right.
I don't want to give up. Like, I'm going to get a first round caliber player if I pick within probably the first 6 spots.
And they've
got on the way this year's class built out.
I think they have big needs at linebacker. I think they have big needs at corner. I think they have room to improve their interior D-line, and you have players that make sense. Kyle has a hand up.
I'd stick and pick, and I'd take Brian Branch. They lost Sutton and they lost Edmonds.
That's a good take.
That's what I would do. And that's just me. I'm not the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Brian Branch fall out of the first round for positional value purposes. And I think about the need that I have and how good of a tackler he is. Sutton was his best in the nickel. They kind of wanted a tackling safety, run support safety in Edmonds. I'd stick and pick, and I'd pick Brian Branch.
This team needs a nose tackle as well. Montravius Adams are penciled in starter.
Go ahead and lock them in for Keanu Benton at 49.
No, not for
I've heard Ika has a medical that might cause him to slip a little bit.
Oh, I thought it would just be the tape, but that's sorry to hear that. He's got a medical problem too. Zinger already here with 6 minutes in.
I saw Sue-Ann said she thinks Arizona should move back again, which I think is a great idea.
Well, yeah.
Right. Be the team that takes advantage of the thirst.
Right.
Ryan, I think the slot is currently Arthur Mollett in Pittsburgh.
I have a question I'd like to pose, and I'd love for the chat to get involved here as well. Will Levis. Who wants to what's up, Bub? Who wants to...
I'm not waving my hand for this question. I was just saying hello to Bub.
That's all.
Be abundantly clear.
Who wants to shoot their shot with the team that drafts Will Levis?
Raiders.
That's a good call. They've met all these quarterbacks. They've done a lot of work there.
They were very interested. And look, they took a foundational New England Patriots-esque player with their first pick at Tyree Wilson. I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans move up for Hendon Hooker over Will Levis. I actually think I have actual money on both of those picks.
So you have Hendon Hooker going ahead of Will Levis.
I'm saying if the Titans are able to trade up.
Gotcha.
I would say that
that's who they would
Hendon
like.
Hooker.
Wow. Keep him in Tennessee. I mean, they love him there.
Yeah.
Scored 62 points against Alabama, something I'll never forget.
I mean, Lucas with a good point here too. For Will Levis.
Oh, yeah. Didn't
Liam Cohen. Yep. Now Cohen went back to Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
How much of a buzzkill is that for Will? Yeah, he was at Kentucky, then went to be the OC in LA, and then went back to be the OC in Kentucky after Will left.
I think Sean McVay could probably, be a pretty good offensive mind for him too.
You would think.
I
would love that. I would love that pick for the Rams from a value perspective, but they need a lot. Like if Stafford, heaven forbid, got hurt and couldn't play, and you had to put Levis into the ranks, is this offensive line right now any better than at an NFL level, just the NFL equivalent of what he had blocking in front of him in Kentucky this year?
Brother. Matthew Stafford's still there too, so that takes some pressure. You can just let him get through the year. Now he's not a first round pick. Nobody's asking, it's official. Nobody's asking Will Levis to be a franchise savior. Now. Yeah. Just go and, maybe this is a situation where look at Sam Howell and Desmond Ridder right now. Those guys are going to be starting quarterbacks this year, 4 teams. And Will Levis can position himself to do something very similar and maybe go to a better situation than some team at the top of the draft that's not ready for him.
Right.
Obviously, Minnesota's a team.
You didn't ask me.
Yeah,
by the way.
Yeah. So the question is what's different for you? The big change, the big personal thing for you tonight.
We're making picks for starters. And I've got happy beverages and I've got sad beverages ready to go for 51.
I'll show you what's in my cooler. Just 4 bottles of water.
4 bottles of water. Well, right now I'm enjoying a energy drink. So when the pick is made at 51, this is how you're first going to know whether or not I like it. I have dark liquor.
Oh boy.
And I have clear liquor.
Kyle. My guy's loaded.
I'm not gonna chug a bunch. I'm just gonna have a drink. And if it's a dark colored drink, then I like the pick. If it's a clear colored drink, I'm gonna want to push fast forward until their next pick.
Well,
hey, Rob, Drunken Dolphin, I see you. Hey, guess what? I'm using your cup tonight.
What's the story there?
Wait, where do you...
Oh,
so
wow.
you see the logo there on the comment?
It's right in the light there. Okay. Yeah. It's cool.
So he does like beer glasses and stuff, and he sent me this sniffer glass, and then he actually sent me, you could see it right there on my back screen, is one for Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas going into the Hall of Fame.
Very cool.
So shout out to Rob for hooking me up, and I'm using his glass tonight.
Look at that.
Paul, it's 8 a.m. here. Don't need to be seeing liquor. I'll keep it to myself. Don't worry. It'll probably be 9:30 by the time the Dolphins pick your time, and I'll keep it off the screen and I'll just sip it out of my glass.
Some things just generally that I'm anxious to see tonight is the running back run. Does that happen? Does the bottom fall out with tight ends? What about these tight ends? Come on now. There's so many good ones left. They're all left except for Kincaid.
So I'm going to raise you one because I think there's a run that happens first. And Jim Nagy beat me to this, although I did technically do it before Jim tweeted it when I did the mock draft of 32 to 50 to see who would be on the board for the Dolphins.
I will.
Interior offensive line. We didn't get a single one. Unless you're counting Skoronski, and we're grading Skoronski. But if you're counting Skoronski as a tackle, Tippmann, Michael Schmitz, Steve Avila, O'Cyrus Torrence, Cody Mauch, these guys are all still out here. Would you be surprised if I told you the first 10 picks were Pittsburgh, okay, Arizona, Detroit, Indianapolis, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Raiders, the Panthers, the Saints, and the Titans? Would it surprise you to see 3 or 4 interior offensive linemen on the first 10 picks?
No, and how about O'Cyrus Torrence to the Lions? Doesn't that feel like destiny?
Either that or New Orleans.
Oh, gosh, yeah. And the Lions are going to come away with a running back, a linebacker.
Oh, God.
And
everybody will lose their minds.
Right. We'll be like, we love it.
Twitter will be like, this is a great draft class. And Twitter's going to implode because they took a guard on top of a linebacker.
They're leaning into their identity as a football team. Like, okay, well, I'm down with it. I'm totally down with it. If they picked O'Cyrus Torrence, I will celebrate that pick on this podcast.
And look, I think this is a draft where a lot of teams early win after big-bodied players and traditional values, but you're getting better players, I think, if you're leaning into non-premium positions in this class.
Right. Hey, the good players are the premium. Can we acknowledge that? Like, I get it. I get it with the my wife's calling me. Are you kidding me? I told her that I was doing this. How in the world? There are positions that are more valuable than others. But the good players are the premium. I can't reiterate that enough. As my computer is now in a complete tailspin. Are you calling my wife right now?
No, I'm calling you.
Oh, good God, Kyle. What is...
I'll hang up.
I got to get the do not disturb button going here on all devices.
Put do not disturb up. Boyd, you got to fill us in here. What's the news about Washington? Is this some teams have had questions about Darnell Washington? Because I've kind of heard that in the buildup. Not anything that I would feel comfortable saying as third-hand information, but it sounds like some teams have some questions there. But it's like DeJuan Jones, right? Like I think at some point in the first half of the second round tonight, the talent and skill set of players like DeJuan Jones and Darnell Washington is going to outweigh the risk that is associated with whatever questions you have about those players. Is that a fair statement, Joe?
Yeah. But teams have different appetites all the time, right? I mean, maybe he'll be off some boards, but not others.
I think if any team picks any of those players in that starting now, moving on, it's an appropriate risk to take for what the reward is. Sim
Correct.
Football wants to know who's the next running back off the board. And you started this conversation asking, is the running back run going to happen? And we said, well, tight end's going to happen and interior offensive line is probably going to happen first. Who's the next back? Is it Charbonnet?
Should be. It should be. I'll say that. It should be.
Is he going in the top 60? Probably, right? Surely there's a destination here in the second round that makes sense for Zach Charbonnet with how good of an inside zone runner he is.
See if we can find it. Tampa. 50 to Tampa.
Oh, I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that quite a bit.
They were a Bijan spot. They got Anton Harrison and Matt Filer.
Taking my first timeout.
That's a legit timeout. I was in the middle of a sentence, so you use an appropriate timeout.
Offensive tackle.
For who?
Tampa.
They picked in my mind, they picked Anton Harrison.
Right, no, your mock draft had them pick Anton Harrison.
Have you ever done this?
They did not.
Have you ever done this where you did a mock draft and you think it's the real draft? And when the real draft happens, you forget that it was only your mock draft?
If I have, I'm not openly going to acknowledge
it. That just happened to me. In my mind, in my world, they picked Anton Harrison, and they absolutely did not. They picked Elijah Cansey.
Tampa feels like a good spot for either Bergeron or DeJuan Jones if they make it to that point. Do you think they're going to play Wirfs at left tackle this year?
I think you should start thinking about it. I mean,
because they signed Matt Filer,
who might be a guard, right? I think he's a nice figure out what starter you can get today, whichever the best one is, and then have Matt Filer go to the other spot.
Yeah,
because you need 2 more starters,
right,
on this O-line. See Brian Peacock in the chat, the outstanding host of Locked On 49ers, and Peacock and Williamson, obviously very excited for the 49ers to make some picks today, but we still got a long way to go, Brian, not till pick 99.
How about Mr. McCool has joined us?
All right.
Howdy,
What's
guys.
up?
How's it going?
Hello. What's going on?
Oh, well, we're going to see exactly what's going to happen here in a few minutes. I'm excited to see what other craziness might show up. But last night was nuts and was a lot of fun. So I'm waiting like you to see what's next.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say, how's the fan base taking the pick? I know that there was a lot of mixed opinions. We loved it, but maybe some questions.
I'm sure at this point you've heard from them. The Cowboys fan base is so like all over the place. I think that there is certainly a fandom, a level of fandom that is, because he's a Michigan fan, comparing this to the taco pick.
Oh no, that's so unfair,
so ridiculous. But I also think that there's another segment of fandom that realizes that the Cowboys haven't drafted a defensive tackle in like literally 30 years, I think is the first round. So,
wow.
I think it was time. And this is a defense that there's not a lot of spots where you need to plug holes. And defensive tackle was one that it felt like they were kind of perpetually trying to cobble together snaps for last season. So it's good to get somebody in there who I think is not only a nose tackle who, obviously could be part of a rotation, but at Michigan, he was taking a ton of snaps. So, maybe he can take a heavy load of those, and you get just, 5% better performance on third downs and 25 to 30% better performance on first and second.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe somebody during the press conference yesterday talked about, Mazi and his pass rush production and, the role that he played at Michigan versus what they're going to do with him to potentially tap more into that athletic ability. I'm sure Dallas fans, if Mazi Smith wasn't on your radar and you Google this guy and you see he has 1/2 a sack in his career, the alarm, but you probably do say, oh, it's another defensive lineman that can't rush the passer. It's Taco Charlton all over again. So like totally different position, but I get why if you're not familiar with Mazi's game, you would just look at the numbers and feel that way. But they actually touched on that, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think they mentioned a little bit about his stance and about his techniques that he uses, and that they were basically using him as a run defender, and I don't think he was asked to one gap very often. I mean, at least what I saw in the tape I watched of him, it's a lot of him, trying to destroy double teams and intentionally draw double teams to free things up for other guys around the defensive line. So I think I have full faith in Dan Quinn's ability to try to get this very explosive athlete to kind of get into one gapping a little bit more and use some of that torque strength that he's got. I mean, I don't know if you saw that Michigan weight room machine that he didn't break it, but he
maxed it out.
They maxed it out, and they had to like special order parts to get it to go at a high, like up to 800 pounds. But yeah, he has that ability to get, when he gets his hands on you, he can just torque the guys to the ground. And I think, that will help him as a pass rusher once he learns to use his hands a little bit better.
Well, I'm glad that Chris popped in to join us as well. Man of the hour, the team on deck, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Luke in the chat wants to know if you want them to trade back or stick and pick for Pittsburgh at 32.
It's the question of the day. It's also honestly been the question of the offseason. Everyone in Pittsburgh has been wondering, the talk was, can they trade up in the first round? That's been accomplished, but can they trade back in the second round? Now, here's the thing. One of our partners at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Jerry Dulac, he's been covering the Steelers longer than anybody. He says the talk right now is that they're going to be trading it back to pick up a 4th or a 5th round pick. Personally, I just don't think that's enough value for passing on the 32nd overall pick when you have guys like Joey Porter Jr., like Brian Branch, like Michael Mayer. There's lots of guys who I think could be really big helps to the Steelers as far as what they're trying to build right now. If I'm the Steelers, I'm driving up the price. I need some sort of day 2 compensation if I'm moving back. Now, of course, if this is like just swapping picks with the Lions, going down 2 picks, that's a different story. But if it's some of the teams like the Titans or the Packers or some of the other teams that are lower down in the second round, I think the Steelers need to be asking for more. But what we're hearing here is that they have been, I wouldn't even say hinting. They've been waving a neon sign that says we will trade this pick for months. When we were at the combine, I asked Omar Khan that. He said, "Oh yeah, we're going to be ready to field phone calls there." We asked Mike Tomlin that on Monday at the facility, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we're very ready because we think there's going to be a couple." You even said a couple quarterbacks who might be sitting there at 32, and lo and behold, there are 2 sitting here at 32, and that's going to drive up the price. So they're looking to make a move. If I'm them, I'm only doing it if I get a really good day 2 pick out of that. If not, I'm tempted to take either Brian Branch or Joey Porter Jr. I think either would be a welcomed addition to the secondary right now for the Steelers. The only reason I might not take Joey Porter Jr. is because I think Branch's versatility at the slot and at safety is very useful, and I'm really happy still if they were able to. If I'm the Steelers, I'd be happy with getting Julius Brents at 49 and Branch at 32, whereas I don't think you'd get nearly that kind of value in reverse if you take Porter and then a safety later.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh having 49 too even more incentivizes, look, if you're going to pull us out of this spot, you better make it worth our while because we don't have to wait all that long to swing the bat again. So if you're going to pull us out of this spot with some of the talent that dropped, and I'd open this to everybody here, who you surprised fell out of the top 31 picks that you are still sitting here seeing that's not a quarterback. Whether you think, Chris, you mentioned Joey Porter Jr. and Brian Branch. What other names pop to you guys as guys that's like, wow, I can't believe we dropped out?
I mean, Joey Porter Jr. is the one that I circled as well. I think Mayer is another one that I assumed would, I think a lot of Cowboys fans assumed was going to go before their pick at 26. But I also wonder if it wasn't the Cowboys smoke screening that drove up a lot of this tight end value, because it ends up that they didn't have any interest in taking even Kincaid if he was there at 26. They would have taken Mozzie. So, and for what I've heard, the Cowboys had second round grades on all these guys. So I'm surprised that Mayer's there, but now I'm starting to wonder if a lot of this talk wasn't about, driving up the price to kind of fool other teams trading ahead of them.
I think my answer would be another tight end. We just got one in the first round. We knew about the talent that existed, and felt like there was a lot of destinations that made sense for tight ends to go. I think that teams are interested in the economics of tight ends, right? I mean, Travis Kelce as the highest paid tight end is like the 28th highest paid wide receiver. Like there's some value there. And, as defenses are more in sub, having more than one tight end that you're comfortable throwing the football to becomes more attractive as you try to dictate terms and create matchups, right? And that's what everyone wants to do. So whether it's Michael Mayer, I guess that's probably the name that really pops, maybe Darnell Washington. I'm surprised we only got one last night and that they're all left on the board right now.
I was kind of caught off guard. We didn't get any of the interior offensive linemen too. I think there's some pretty high floor players there. O'Cyrus Torrence had long been rumored, whether it was the Giants or Detroit or a couple of these other spots later in the back portion of the first round. And you saw a lot of teams go corner, interior defensive line, edge, tackle, pretty much after that 4 forced pick stretch where we went wide receivers consecutively, you saw a lot of big bodies go and kind of really dried up the well there. I think probably from Jacksonville's perspective, that might have been an interior offensive line spot before the Cam Robinson suspension news kind of came down. Felt like their hand was forced a little bit. So I think that was for me as I'm reviewing who's left on the board, just to bring a new name to the table. Speaking of bringing new names to the table, Matt Derry joining the party. You've allowed the developments from last night to sink in for about 24 hours. What's the vibe check?
Great to see you guys. I'm not as angry as I was last night, but I still don't love what they did getting it's like a 1983 draft. We're getting our running back and our middle linebacker. It's like, wait a minute. This is like football from the 80s. But no, I think there's good players in Gibbs and Campbell. But watch tonight. The Lions pick 34, 48, and 55. And I think one of those three picks could be a quarterback, which is not something this organization usually does. The last developmental quarterback they took as just sort of somebody to push the starter was Brad Kaya. Do you remember him from Miami?
Miami, yeah.
Many years ago. This is not the MO, no matter who the GM is, but I'm hearing from some of my people that there's a chance one of these three picks tonight in the second round could be a quarterback. So we'll see.
Well, Matt, what if you get a guard, a tight end, and a safety? Just keep the non-premium positions rolling, and you can make it. I'm joking, but I'm also kind of serious. It makes sense if you were to go with an O'Cyrus Torrence, any of these tight ends, and you could get the first or second safety in the class, and you could make a case that those are reasonable needs.
Right. And I threw out there to somebody I know in the organization today, hey, Michael Mayer's still on the board, and I was told his RAS score is too low. So I swear to God, I was told that. So maybe it's Washington. I don't know, but
his RAS score is not too low. Darnell Washington. That's
right.
Almost
Pretty high, much higher. So we'll see. It should be a fun night. And but I mean, Steve Avila to me would be a no-brainer at 34 or somebody like that. Even obviously Joey Porter or somebody. I mean, everybody's talking about Joey Porter, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But they need, to me, Brad Holmes not taking some linemen after not taking some last night would be a surprise today.
Matt, surely you watched the video of the draft war room, right, in Detroit after they picked Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, that place was insane. Not that it always isn't. Like, we always see those videos from Detroit, but every time I'm like, oh, man, I love the energy and what's going on here. And there's some reports that they even had Gibbs rated higher than Bijan Robinson. In fact, like, for all the Devin Witherspoon talk that we had, it feels like maybe internally with Detroit, it's always been Jahmyr Gibbs.
How about that? They claimed, yes, that Gibbs was higher on their board than Robinson. Yes. And he was much higher on their board than some other teams, obviously, because you took him at 12. And yeah, Brad Holmes elbowing Dan Campbell inadvertently in the ribs, and then the missed high five with team president Rod Wood was interesting. This has been 3 years in a row. You're right. Holmes has smashed the table for Penei Sewell, Hutchinson last year, and now Gibbs. So
first two times that was
he's on
pretty doggone
pretty
good.
nice track record for the guys he loses his mind for. So
right,
it's a pretty good omen for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right, but the difference is with that, like Joe mentioned with the luxury picks, and we talked about this last night, Kyle, is you knew you needed a right tackle. You knew you got a guy for 10 years in Penei Sewell. Like Aiden Hutchinson, local guy, needed an edge, got him. Did they necessarily need another running back? Now DeAndre Swift's on the trade block. Well, great. Now you're going to get 25 cents on the dollar. Why didn't you trade Swift last week and get a fourth or fifth? I mean, to me, there's going to be a pick swap involved the next 2 days with Swift and maybe a 6 or a 5. I know they don't have a fourth round pick, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get that for a guy that's on the last year of his deal that's oft injured like he is.
I want to keep this conversation going, but we are at the top of the hour here at 7:00.
Yep.
It's a great time to remind everybody that our NFL draft coverage is brought to you by Ultimate Football GM. If you've ever dreamed of being a general manager in the NFL, this is the game for you. This mobile game puts you in charge of every component of creating a dynasty, between hiring the right coaches, managing the salary cap, upgrading the facilities, trading players, drafting players, dealing with injuries, free agency, You name it, all in a challenging and realistic game world. It is free to play and completely playable offline, which is one of my favorite features about the game. You can play anywhere on the go at any time on your mobile phone. Locked On listeners can get a 100% free boost to their franchise when using the promo code Locked On in all caps in the game store. That's Locked On in all caps. So make sure to check it out today. To download the game, visit ultimate-gm.com or look it up in the app stores, ultimate-gm.com. Ultimate Football GM, start your dynasty today. I think we're getting ready to open round 2. Is that correct? Is my math correct here? I think we started 30 minutes before kickoff, Joe.
Yes, and so we are at the point now where night 2 is about to open with the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock at pick 32, and with the Steelers kind of taking back the focus of the conversation, I had a question for Chris here as we are now a little bit into the tenure of Omar Khan, the GM with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's new, right? I mean, 20 years of Kevin Colbert. This team's had 3 GMs since 1971, and then of course now it's Omar Khan. We talk team building on the Locked On NFL Scouting podcast. What have you learned? Like, what are the prevailing things about Omar Khan on your mind that maybe signals there's some different things happening in Pittsburgh as opposed to the way that business has always been conducted?
Well, a few things. One, I think it's important to remember that Omar Khan he was the right-hand man for Kevin Colbert for almost his entire tenure. Like he was the numbers guy, he was the contracts man, and then he was like, kind of just being that guy for a while. And for a long time, people just assumed, he's just the numbers guy. He wouldn't be a GM candidate. And then he was right in the mix to win the job, and then he did. I think that what you're going to see what we've seen from Omar Khan and also the addition of Andy Weidel, I think that's also very important, a guy who was right along with the Eagles in a lot of their picks. I think there's more of a willingness to be aggressive, especially right now when they don't have a franchise quarterback to pay for. I think that's something else to remind people of. The Steelers have been paying for a franchise quarterback since 2008. So when you look at that, they've kind of been saddled with the money that you're looking at some of the teams like the Chiefs, like the Bills, teams that, might not be able to make as many aggressive moves. But if you look back to right before they got into that run where Ben Roethlisberger was young and they were winning Super Bowls, they were trading up to get Troy Polamalu. They were signing James Ferrier. They were signing Jeff Hardings. They were trading up to get Santonio Holmes. They were a more aggressive organization back in the early to mid 2000s. And then that tempered down a bit when Ben Roethlisberger was kind of their paid quarterback, and they knew, okay, we got to manage how we handle our salary cap. I think Omar Khan is putting his own fingerprints on how he's aggressive, but certainly I think they're going to be willing to move more pieces around, like the Chase Claypool trade, getting an early second round pick and then it developing into the 32nd overall pick was awesome for them. But certainly I think they're going to be more aggressive. But I also think part of this is maybe just more. There's more nuance as far as things that they're familiar with coming up under Colbert, at least from Omar Khan's perspective. But they're still going to hold on to some of the old tenets that the Steelers always had.
Pittsburgh, 3 picks tonight scheduled as things currently stand, assuming they don't move out of that pick. And then I don't want to say that's pretty much it, but that's it until 241 is the next scheduled pick for Pittsburgh. So a long gap after tonight. How much do you think for Omar Khan is a motivation of selling this pick at 32 to know, hey, you go 3 tonight and then you're pretty much picking up priority undrafted free agents and just getting a jump on all the bidding and undrafted free agency with having to call and convince players to come by picking guys in the last 20 picks of the actual draft?
I think that there is a motivation there to make a move to get like maybe an early day 3 pick. And in fact, again, that's what we've heard a few rumblings about here locally in Pittsburgh, that they're looking for a pick like that. But again, I feel like there is enough talent at 32 right now that you can get a guy who becomes a long-term franchise player for you if you stay pat, get your guy at 32. If you're not getting at least a 3rd round pick in a trade. So they might make the move. I just don't think it would be the move that I would make there, but certainly they want to get some day 3 guys. But I also think they've been very open. They love the 2nd and 3rd round. They love the day 2 prospects of this draft class. They've talked about it for months. I think that their target should be if they're trading down, they're getting another pick that gets into there, and they'll be fine. Like if they trade down from 32 to like 38 or 40, something like that, and they get a 3rd round pick from it, I think they'll be happy with that and say, you know what? We had 2 second-round picks. We had 2 third-round picks. That's enough to justify not having a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th round pick because we got so many picks in the area of this draft that we felt the most comfortable.
Matt, the Lions at 34. Is that the quarterback spot that you were referencing? Could they pull the trigger there? And does that entice somebody to move up to that Arizona spot? As we kind of got into already, they could be looking to stockpile even more picks.
Well, that's the thing is I talked to somebody today inside the building that said one of the 3 picks could be a quarterback. I said, well, what does that mean? Could be. And then they didn't text me back. So then Adam Schefter said 15 minutes ago on SportsCenter, apparently, that one of the teams that could be in on Hooker or Levis is Detroit. You're right. Could that be a little bit of a leak to, Detroit at 34 is thinking QB. Well, what if Washington wants that spot? Then maybe the Lions fleece the Commanders, get some extra picks. We'll see. I don't know if this is just a ploy, but the Lions have Jared Goff for 2 more years. He's not going anywhere. After, let's say he has a really good year this year. He's going to want an extension after this year, and he's won. I mean, only quarterbacks not named Matthew Stafford haven't done a lot of winning in Detroit. So, but they need a developmental guy. Brad Holmes has said we've got to improve that room. They've got an offer out to Teddy Bridgewater to be the backup with Nate Sudfeld, the number 3, but Bridgewater hasn't taken it yet. So it should be interesting to see. I don't know if they're actually going to pull the trigger. Do they wait and take McKee later or somebody like that? I know you and I, Joe, touched on my show a few weeks ago about the kid from UCLA. So that's still an option, but is that a ploy to leak it out there that, maybe to get somebody to trade up again? But they've got 3 second-rounders, but again, maybe that's part of a Swift trade. We'll see.
Matt, one of the interesting dynamics for me with Detroit is Ben Johnson. I'm completely enamored with him, but also just the dynamics of him being a hot head coaching candidate and then pulling himself back.
Yeah.
There has to be an expectation that if the Lions replicate what they did offensively last year, and I think they will, I think potentially they have more exciting personnel this year than they did last year, with another year of continuity with the scheme, that he's probably going to be a head coach after this season. How do you navigate that as you try to get pieces in this offense that are going to potentially outlast the OC?
He said all the right things, Joe, about staying the course, wanting to see this through. But let's be honest. He interviewed in Indianapolis. Maybe he looked up and said, this owner's crazy. I'm not going there. He went to Carolina. He probably said same thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Houston's been a bleep show for 10 years. So maybe he said, Houston, Indy, Carolina, maybe I'll stick around in Detroit. If I replicate what I did, who knows what could be open this offseason, Tampa or something like that. So I think he's waiting it out, but he had a really good year last year. Like you said, he's got a great mix with Dan Campbell and Jared Goff. There's something to this offense, especially at Ford Field. They really hum with the passing game. He's not going to have Jamison Williams the first 6 weeks. I think giving him that weapon of Gibbs last night probably appeased him a bit. And I don't think they're done. Like you mentioned a tight end before. I think they need another receiver. I don't know if they're going to do all that early. Still think they need defense. But, yeah, Ben Johnson, hot name to watch certainly next year. And I think he'll have his pick. It just has to be the right fit.
And maybe the Gibbs pick, I remember that being a big conversation, was the splits, the home and road splits for the Lions on offense, right? And is Gibbs a player that helps them when they're outside the friendly confines of Ford Field? Certainly something that has to come in, to my mind, at least.
Oh, I think so. And they're going to put him in the slot. They're going to put him out wide. I think he'll be on the field with David Montgomery at times. Again, I think that means DeAndre Swift's days are numbered. Problem with Swift always was, I think we talked about this last night, either one, it was injuries, or number two, he just had games where he didn't see the field very well. So just from a vision standpoint, the guy that was really on him a lot was Deuce Staley, and now he's down in Carolina. So, Gibbs is going to play a role for sure. And with Jamison Williams out the first 6 games, you're going to see Gibbs all over the field, I think. So should be interesting to see what they do. Ben Johnson, like you said, Joe, is kind of a wizard, and they're excited about that. The offense should be good. The line's going to be good. Do they add a right guard? They get a Torrence or an Avila tonight. That remains to be seen, but that would be nice. Kind of push Vitae. They've got Graham Glasgow back, who's kind of a swing guy. But that would be quite a statement to get one more, Avila, Torrence, somebody like that you could slide right in right away.
Joe, I wanted to ask you a question, and then I wanted to know where we are at from a procedures and draft clock standpoint. Are we formally open here?
We're open. 5.5 minutes left for the Pittsburgh Steelers to do something.
So that's perfect. So I'm going to start with Chris. I want everybody here. We got 4 guys here representing 4 teams. Who's a guy you want your team to draft today? Chris, I'm going to start with you.
If they stay pat here, I think Brian Branch would be a great addition. I think he'd be welcomed in the slot. I think that Terrell Austin, who's the defensive coordinator now, he was the secondary coach prior to that. He wants to get more flexible with how the different concepts that they match up and mesh up to confuse opponents. So if they stay here at 32, which I don't know if they do, but if they stay here at 32, I think he could be the pick. On my big board, I have Joey Porter Jr., then Michael Mayer, then Brian Branch as a value. But I know that they do like the tight ends in this class, especially Darnell Washington. So I think that they might be comfortable waiting for tight end until 49 if they feel like that's their move, and get Darnell Washington, hoping that Michael Mayer's kind of the shield that'll, if there's a tight end hungry team out there, they take him and then he slips down to 49. But I think that Darnell Washington, the idea of a better blocking tight end who's still a crazy athlete, paired with Pat Freiermuth in an offense that wants to run the ball more, but wants to have some play action to work with Kenny Pickett, I think that would be a very interesting weapon there. So getting Brian Branch, getting a tight end, but also defensive line, they brought in Keon White and Keanu Benton. Either one of those guys would be a big boost to them. But this is what Omar Khan did. He balanced the roster in free agency, made it so nothing was desperately needed. Now it's just a matter of what's the biggest value that they have here, and we're still ticking down the clock here with no updates on if they're actually trading.
Matt, real quick, let's get you in, and then Joe, you're gonna have to wait last because you're picking last out of these 4 teams here.
Well, Khan is on a phone call right now, by the way,
wow.
So we might be getting something going here right now.
We're off.
Who do I want? I mean, I think Torrance. I think you can't go wrong with O'Cyrus Torrence or Steve Avila here. I also think Adebaware from Northwestern could be a nice play at 34. So watch. I would say those 3. Those are all guys you're putting on the line. So that's what I would look for. And if Joey Porter Jr. was there, I think that'd be a steal. But I don't know if he'll go the first 2 before the Lions.
I was really feeling where Chris was going, and then he said Darnell Washington potentially to the Steelers at 49, and I'm really hoping Darnell Washington makes it to 51 for the Dolphins, where that tight end room for them, it's right now Durham Smythe and Eric Saubert. I think those 2 guys being your top 2 options, they'll be hungry, and I think they will draft a tight end today. It's just a question of who's on the board. Is it Sam LaPorta? Is it Darnell Washington? Is it Tucker Kraft?
They're saying the pick is in for the Steelers, so maybe they're not trading out here.
Yeah.
Maybe they are actually picking.
Got the player for you with the 32nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter Jr., cornerback.
All right,
Penn
simple
State.
as that.
I love that. How cool is that? Come on.
That's
so cool.
Joey.
There is such an interesting divide here in Pittsburgh, because there are people that are so happy. They love his tape. They love how aggressive he is, how physical he is. But there's a lot of people. There's some people out in town that feel like, oh, this is a nepotism pick. This is purely because Joey Porter was a player and a coach for the Steelers. He's not actually that good. Blah 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 blah. I don't buy into that. I think that Joey Porter Jr. Sure, the one interception is, you look at that and you're like, okay, let's ask questions. But then when you watch his tape, you see, okay, it's not like he's dropping interceptions left and right all day. He does break up the pass. He gets his head around fast enough to get it. Sure, his hips could be a little bit better. Sure, he doesn't have the great recovery speed, but he's physical. He could play outside. I think they wanted to get a corner who was going to be a big piece of them for the future. And Joey Porter Jr. was a guy that they were reportedly considering at 17. So to get Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr., to me, they've done their jobs here.
No question about it. That was what I was thinking. If they pick Porter there, nobody thinks twice about it. We kind of expected it to be the pick, and they get who I think is the best offensive tackle in the class, and Joey Porter Jr. You're talking about premium talent at premium positions. I'm sure the opportunities to move back were pretty enticing, but pretty enticing to have Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr. added to this football team.
I mean, if you had told Steelers fans about like a month ago that was a possibility, they would have called you a liar, because Broderick Jones, we've talked a lot about with covering the Steelers, that the Steelers, there's 3 offensive tackles and three top cornerbacks, and you want to get one or either or of that. And Broderick Jones was one of those tackles. Joey Porter was one of those cornerbacks. Now, some people think that Emmanuel Forbes, Deonte Banks, they might have been better. But as far as my grades, I had Joey Porter as my 3. So for him to be there and then to take him, it shows that they were fielding offers. They probably only got day 3 offers, and they were like, nope, we're not passing on the guy that we think can be the truth and be a big part of this secondary moving forward. So now the Steelers take him, and now they're just going to sit there at 49 and see who else falls to them. But I think a big get for the Steelers here. I'm going to hop off here and start doing my bounce arounds with all the shows, but I'll try to come back here at some point because they have 2 more picks today to mull over.
Thanks, I hope to see you, Chris. Appreciate you hopping on with us and enjoy making the rounds, and nice pick.
Thank you.
And business is picking up too for Matt Derry, because he popped off here with Detroit's now on deck. So
right,
he said, I'm getting out of here too.
Things are happening, yeah.
Can we talk a little bit about Joey Porter?
Absolutely.
Joey Porter Jr. Coming into this season, I graded him in the summer as an early 2, and the concern was technique. And then he had the huge game against Purdue. It was Purdue, right? In the season opener, and they targeted him like 10 times, and he broke up like 6 passes. And then he was targeted like 14 more times the rest of the season.
Right.
Coverage.
Like
we nobody threw at him the rest of the way. And yeah, I still think there's some press technique and some transitional footwork for Joey that is going to need to continue to grow and refine as such a long, high-hipped corner, where just naturally that's not going to be a natural strength. So you have to be a total technician. But I thought Joey Porter really did take some significant strides throughout the course of this season from a fundamentals and technique position. And look, I get it, right? 3-year starter, Penn State, corner. So you're hoping that you're getting a more finished product, and maybe there's going to be peaks and valleys early on. But with the length that he has, it offers him this margin for error that a lot of corners don't have. It's like him and Julius Brents are the longest corners I can remember in a really long time. And for Joey Porter Jr. to make the strides that he made in season this year really helped me buy in, where I would have expected Joey Porter would have been one of those players that you think about Baltimore and Minnesota and the Giants as all 3 teams in the back third of the first round that could have used a corner, and the Giants did go Deonte Banks. I thought Porter would have been a very legitimate selection for any of those teams. I thought he could have been a legitimate selection in the teens. So I think it's a good fit for Pittsburgh. Obviously, the family storyline is a really fun one, but I just wanted to kind of touch quickly on Joey Porter and his growth as a player, because I acknowledge there's some technical weaknesses here, but I think he's trending in the right direction.
Well, and the Steelers, they got the Haywards, they got the Watts, now they got the Porters. But I think one of the criticisms that we've heard about Joey Porter is that, and you mentioned the technique stuff, is just that he almost got bored at times where a ball wasn't coming his way. And like maybe he was trying to bait some throws and get some more action, right? Because things really got off to a hot start, and then the ball just wasn't coming his way. And
Cardinals traded down.
I don't know if that's official.
I believe I've
seen trading the pick to the Titans. Yeah, the Titans are on the clock here. The Titans move from 41 to 33, and there's some trade. The picks involved here. The Cardinals trade 33 and 81. The Titans trade 41 and 72.
Okay, so 33 and 81 for
41 and 72.
41 and 72. So just a straight up first and third round pick swap.
Yeah, and the
or second and third round pick swap.
The star of the show here is 33, and with the 33rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Will Levis, quarterback, Kentucky.
Okay, so they went with Levis over Hendon Hooker, but they got a quarterback. I think that's the big thing here for me. Is we talked yesterday at the bemoaning of one Titans fan who was in here, that the rest of the AFC South has these young quarterbacks, and you still have Ryan Tannehill, and you don't have anybody to try to develop it and grow and accelerate. I like this for Will Levis going to a situation where you're going to be in a run-heavy offense. You're not going to be asked to be the man and carry the offense. Now, I do think the passing weapons in Tennessee need to get a lot better before he is ready to step on the field. I don't know that Ryan Tannehill will have a market for them to move on for this season, but I also think that's probably a good thing for Will Levis.
Yeah, I'm excited about this for Will Levis, who has every physical gift necessary to be an impact quarterback in the NFL. I say this all the time. Built like an action figure, runs like he's George Kittle, and can make every throw. And the leadership, the intangibles, they're all things that we hear are very, very strong traits as it relates to Will Levis. And so I think this is a pretty modest investment to give yourself a real chance at a guy. And I mean, obviously this does say something about Malik Willis and his chances with Tennessee, right? I mean, very rocky first season. I'm not sure how much you can really extrapolate from that and say that Malik Willis has defined himself, but he's QB3 right now. And they sent a guy off the street to play in front of him last year in meaningful games. And so I would say that I wonder what happens with Malik Willis. I wonder if this is the type of player that maybe is on the move. Detroit, we knew that Dan Campbell really enjoyed his time with Malik Willis last year at the Senior Bowl. Is that now their kind of little mini developmental guy that they can get in the room? And you know, as a not a huge salary or anything like that, a day 2 pick last year. But I do wonder about that domino with this selection of Will Levis.
So I'm just processing the trade too, looking at this. You said 33 and 81.
For 41, 72, and 2024 third. That just got added in there.
That's a nice cherry on top.
So Arizona is just loading up.
In 2024.
They get it. They're going to take their medicine this
is a
year.
good thing. And when we talk about the team building components and life cycles, and we do that on Locked On NFL Scouting, and we heard some of the feedback in March, hey, you guys going to get into the draft stuff, but like all these pieces of the puzzle fit together, right? And for the self-awareness of Arizona to know what this year is going to be, to pool extra draft picks, they got a future 3 in 2024 and a future 1 in 2024 from the first trade down out of 3.
Houston's first round pick next year.
Right.
And look,
Arizona's going to mess around and end up having they only moved down to 41. You might want to move back again.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that came out overnight from Albert Breer was that Tennessee had a deal in place with Buffalo to move to 27. And then when the Bills could get Kincaid, that came off the table. So they have been actively trying to get themselves, including getting back into the first round, to get Will Levis. And so they probably feel very good about not having to go all the way to 27 and back into the first round, where that's probably going to be a little bit more. I mean, obviously it's a little bit more. So they still get their guy. Patience kind of works out for them.
You want to call your shot here for Detroit?
I'm thinking it's going to be
Steve
O'Cyrus Torrence.
Steve Avila.
It'd be one of those two. It makes too much sense.
Well, Matt Derry's pinging back in. I wonder if he knows the pick.
Maybe he could tell us.
Do you know?
There we go, fellas. Sam LaPorta.
Wow. Word on the street, huh?
Tight end 2. Is that a real thing? Is that a prediction or is that
no? It's happening.
So with the 34th pick, the Detroit Lions select Sam LaPorta, tight end, Iowa, the second tight end off the board. Sam LaPorta.
You heard it here first on the Locked On Show.
That's right,
guys.
Breaking news.
I might be hanging him up. I might be done.
Well, we joked about getting another non-premium position, and now it's tight end, and it's not the tight end everybody was expecting.
I mean, Kirk Ferentz was on a conference call today for 20 minutes talking to the Detroit media about Jack Campbell. Maybe they just had him on speed dial.
I told you this was going to happen. You're going to get a guard next and then a safety, Matt. I mean, this is the non-premium position draft for the Lions, but these are gaps on their roster that they needed to fill in.
Well, yes. Look, I'm all for tight end. I'm just, look, I don't watch the tape like you guys, but to me, if Mayer's there, if Washington's there, I think they're better players. That's just me. So you want to go tight end? Couldn't you have gotten LaPorta later? I don't know.
Nobody spent more time on tight ends this year than Kyle Krabs.
It's true.
So reconcile him being tight end 2 if you can for us.
So I can tell you from my personal rankings, he was tight end 3 and he was in front of Michael Mayer. Now that was specifically for the Dolphins system and what they want. He's a willing blocker. He used to be a wide receiver when he first came to Iowa. He was a wide receiver, bulked up, added weight. And you see the obvious receiving skill set that he has and what he is capable of doing when he's catching the ball, and it turns into really nice run after catch performances from him. But I think it's the demeanor that makes you feel like there's something here that you can buy into that is going to give you a little bit more juice in the run game. And I think, he's from a functional athleticism perspective, he's an effective player. He's a willing blocker. There's room to grow because when he first got there, he was a wide receiver. So I think when you think about Michael Mayer and he kind of came to Notre Dame and was this immediate golden child as a high-star recruit versus what it's going to look like from here moving forward, that's the sales pitch, I think, for Sam LaPorta. And we heard yesterday in the build-up that there was a potential that this guy might have ended up going yesterday. So I don't know that it's necessarily surprising. I just think the order is the surprise, but I do think the ceiling for LaPorta as somebody who can create more big plays in the passing game as compared to Mayer, I think is a little bit more holes in zone coverage, work underneath, be a consistent chain mover inside of 10, 15 yards. I think LaPorta gives you more routes he can run on the tree and be a more effective player with the ball in his hands.
Your boy Q, Locked On Raiders, is here.
Yes.
Well, that's very nice of you because the Raiders have moved into pick 35.
See what happens? I make things happen, man. I jump on it.
So the Raiders move from 38 to 35 with the Colts. The Raiders part with pick 141 to get to this spot. What do we think? We have the pick with pick 35. Another tight end comes off the board. This time, Michael Mayer, Notre Dame, to the Las Vegas Raiders. So I said a tight end run. It's happening.
Joe, you are correct. The tight end run is happening. Q,
you
want to give some thoughts here on this one?
Yeah, I thought this was potentially, I just tweeted out, I thought this was potentially the quarterback. I saw Hendon Hooker still on the board, and I thought maybe they were going to go make that move right there. But, this draft so far has been about runs, right? It has been offensive linemen, wide receivers we saw in round 1. Now, as you mentioned, Joe, tight ends, and here it goes. And I'm actually surprised that Mayer was still available, right? I mean, it was shocking to me. I thought he was going to be a first-round tight end, and here he goes. He's going in the second round, and he's the Raiders make the move for him. They jumped up real fast to go get him. So there you go. They saw their guy and they got him.
So for the teams looking for tight ends, I mean, they're coming up and getting them. We've still got Washington on the board, but I mean, this is drying up quick. It's Washington, Musgrave, and Tucker Kraft. I mean, but those are 3 good players that are still around.
Right.
But how much deeper does this get? And let me ask you this, Q. I mean, we spent a lot of times in the early conversation yesterday talking Raiders, talking about a lot of needs, a lot of important needs.
Yeah.
They trade up for a tight end. How do you reconcile that?
Well, I mean, Darren Waller is in New York now, right? He's with the Giants, and he was their big-time playmaker. And I know they went and got O.J. Howard, but we all know coming out of Alabama, he was a guy that was highly touted, but he just been injured the whole time. So he's not really been able to be that guy. So they've got guys, but they don't have dudes. And I think Michael Mayer has an opportunity to be a dude. And again, like I said, I was surprised that he made it out of round 1. So I think that they feel like that they really had an opportunity to upgrade that position and saw a little bit of a slide and didn't feel like it was going to give up too much of the capital that they have. And when you see what they gave up for, to move up a couple spots, I don't think that was too bad for them. So, they feel comfortable with their dude. I'm just interested in why Mayer was on the board so long. Right. That's my biggest thing. I thought these tight ends were going to go off the board a little bit quicker. And here you go. You're starting to see a run now, but it seemed like it's taking a while to get to this point.
I think the first breadcrumbs we got on this was Daniel Jeremiah in January when he put out his first top 50. And I believe he had Mayer as his tight end 3. I think he had Kincaid. I think he had Musgrave in front of him. And then it was Mayer, and everybody lost their minds because for 3 years, it's been Michael Mayer's been chalk tight end 1, Notre Dame, Golden Domer, super production. I think he's second in program history in receptions amongst all players. He set the tight end record for receptions, and their lineage obviously speaks for itself. So I think the reputation for Mayer and how quickly he made an impact probably created this outside versus internal disconnect on Michael Mayer, where I was just trying to talk Matt Derry out of the tailspin with Sam LaPorta over Michael Mayer, saying, look, you know, the development and the upside from here, but Mayer's going to be the most consistent player of any of the tight ends in this class. And Q, right. you mentioned Darren Waller going to the Giants. Well, Foster Moreau's not a small loss at tight end either. And obviously we're hoping for him to get back to full health and be back on the football field as quickly as possible. But I believe that his health issue was triggered with a free agent visit in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And you know, him being out of that tight end room as well. When you think about Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels and what tight ends have been to the New England offense historically, in the same way that we kind of joked yesterday about, oh, of course they end up taking Tyree Wilson. That feels very lineage appropriate. So does drafting a guy like Michael Mayer. I think this also fits right in line with what their bloodline would indicate that they're going to prioritize.
There's no doubt, you know, and you think about Josh McDaniels' offense, you think what he's been able to do with tight ends, you know, obviously with Gronk, with Aaron Hernandez at the time. I mean, he's been able to do some really good things with tight ends. And, you know, when Darren Waller was signed to his contract extension last year, you know, it seemed like he never really kind of fit in with what was going on there. And then he was injured, and, you know, then there was questions on, does he want to be there? Does he not want to be there? And so it just felt like it ended up being a bad fit. And so now they get to kind of start over, press the reset button on that. Of course, they have some veteran tight ends that they brought in free agency, but it's like I said earlier, I feel like those are just other guys, you know, and Michael Mayer is going to be the dude that can be their guy moving forward. So it should be exciting for Josh McDaniels' offense. We'll just see how Michael Mayer fits in now moving forward.
Well, we get to welcome the Los Angeles Rams to the party. They've made a pick here at 36. Now we can get to Alex because the Cardinals will be on the clock next. But with the 36th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Steve Avila, guard.
Wow.
TCU. First interior offensive lineman off the board. They went Logan Bruss last year with their top pick, another guard this year with their top pick. They stuck and picked them.
I like this pick for the Rams just real quick, and then I want to get Alex kind of pulled in here with Arizona having moved back out of their spot at 33. But Avila's a really nice player. I think he's a little bit more scheme versatile than you would assume when you see his body type and you see just he's built like a bowling ball, right? And he moves guys really, really well, but there's really pleasant foot speed and cadence, and I think he's got a really nice base about him too, where his feet don't move slower than his eyes do. And on the interior for a bigger body guy where it's a little easier to leave your feet behind you and then you're leaning and you have balance issues, Avila is really consistent in that regard. So you might think Rams, Shanahan system, traditionally wide zone. The Rams have been a little bit more inside zone heavy with their zone rushing concepts as compared to the San Francisco iteration of the offense that is a lot of pushing to the perimeter anyway. But I think Avila gives you a really nice balance where, like him and Joe, you mentioned Logan Bruss, who was their top pick last year out of Wisconsin, David Edwards, Joe Noteboom, if he's healthy. You know, that offensive line was really snake bit. It felt like they were on their fourth right guard for the second half of the season last year, like practice squad guys starting games for you. This is another team that's not going to be particularly competitive when you look at, you know, the defensive depth chart. They're stripping down players. I think in a nice foundational piece to kind of recreate your identity makes sense. And that's why I think Avila is a nice pick.
Alex Clancy. I'll tell you what, this might not be the most fun regular season for the Arizona Cardinals, but my goodness, your offseason is going to be something else. Like draft coverage for you next year is going to be absolutely insane as the Cardinals are now on the clock. But I mean, moving around, I think the self-awareness that they have for this season and stockpiling is really smart.
This is the first time since I took over this podcast in 2017 where I see functionality, like clear direction as to what they think the best course of action is for the future. Since we talked before the draft started to now, it's like the Cardinals seem to be the Cardinals in name only. I mean, they have six picks in the first 3 rounds of next season. I mean, Krabs with the Dolphins and Joe trading for Stephon Diggs, like things like this with the teams that you cover. When you see the Cardinals and what they're doing, it's like, this is what winning organizations do. They position themselves. They move back in the top 10 to draft their offensive tackle that they wanted while having a 2024 first-round pick still from the trade back from Houston initially. Like, yeah, it's going to be a tough year, but the Cardinals right now could position themselves to have the top 2 picks in the 2024 NFL draft with theirs and Houston's. And who knows how many first-round picks they can get from that if they trade out of both of them and keep Kyler Murray.
Well, that's going to be part of this conversation is Kyler Murray and his long-term future with the team, which feels crazy given the contract that was just signed and the certainly very intentional, the brass being there at the statue thing with Oklahoma. But if they're sitting there with the first pick, and we've seen this happen with Arizona, and Caleb Williams is there and they love him, and this regime didn't draft Kyler Murray, right? He's still always going to be a little bit of a Kime Cliff guy. I mean, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but that's going to be a conversation potentially.
You're putting an entire population before the horse there, Joe Marino. What the hell are we doing here? We got a year away from here's the thing I'm not ready to have that conversation yet. Okay. And the reason why is because I'm still in the camp that Cliff Kingsbury did not get all that he could out of Kyler Murray. And that Kyler Murray's been doing a lot of this on his own up until this point. He's not perfect. He's undersized. I compared it to Josh Allen a lot over the last couple of years, not in stature, obviously, but Brian Daboll and the ecosystem built in Buffalo got the most out of Josh Allen. And Kyler Murray hasn't had that built around him because Cliff Kingsbury, let's be honest, didn't deserve the job that he was given. So I think a lot of it's just raw talent from Kyler. And if he can get help and leadership from the coaching staff, the new regime now, I think we could be seeing a much different Kyler Murray going into 2024 when all healthy.
Well, we can get away from my big galaxy brain moment and give the Seattle Seahawks their moment here. They've made a pick here at number 37, and with the 37th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Derek Hall, the edge defender from Auburn, a player that had some first-round buzz and kind of sizzled a little bit. He doesn't wait too much longer to hear his name called. Seattle, we've known that they need some help on their defense, right? They wound up going – or defensive line. They wound up going with a wide receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba yesterday, in addition to Devin Witherspoon at corner. They play the waiting game. We knew this was a deep edge here, and they come away with a pretty talented guy.
And I feel pretty vindicated here. In the build up to this draft, I've still been kind of saying Derek Hall still feels like a top 50 player. And it wasn't but a couple months ago that Derek Hall was pretty consistent pop into the first round of mock drafts. And he really cooled. And you had some of these Big 12 guys, the Uzomas and the Will McDonalds that really felt like they pushed up in front of him. And obviously they went in front of him. But as I'm sitting here trying to prognosticate this morning and I'm looking at the pecking order, I think I put Derek Hall to the Patriots about 10 picks from now when I did the mock and said, I really feel like this guy with the length that he has, the heavy hands, there's enough destinations. He's a good enough player. I think he's a 3-down player. Seattle's yet another spot you wouldn't be surprised to find out they would go out of their way to pick a heavy-handed, long-armed power end. That's very much been their type for quite some time. I think when you think about Seattle and the selections that they've made, Joe, this is a really exciting kind of rounding into form when you think about what last year's draft class looked like for Seattle, what the early returns on this draft class are, and what our expectations are for those players. This is a team that's probably gonna be a problem here if these players turn out the way that we think that they do, which makes me wonder what happened in that 7-year stretch where
I don't know.
We got away from it, right?
Brother,
they were incredible at the beginning of the 2010s.
Dan Morgan. Dan Morgan went back to that's not even true. He went to Carolina. Something happened. Something happened there. Speaking of something happened, we got another trade here, Kyle. The Colts have traded back again. The Falcons are now on the clock. So
okay, that's interesting. So the Colts, the Falcons came up from 44
to 38, and they gave up 110 to get up 6 spots here.
So 38 for
44
and 110.
And 110. So the Colts moved back a couple times already here, and the Falcons came up for a player. I mean,
and the trade value starting to even out. No, that's a pretty hefty price to come up 6 spots at this point. I'm wondering, Atlanta, is this Brian Branch? Is this, who else is left here that is a player that you're willing to give up? Probably what's the richest, unless it's Tennessee moving up 10 spots for a quarterback. Right. Since we had our trades in the top 10.
Maybe BJ Ojulari as the edge rusher.
Hendon Hooker?
I thought about him. I think at this point, though, I mean, you're kind of rolling with Desmond Ridder. I feel like that just unnecessarily complicates your quarterback situation. Maybe they want some more at receiver, and we know that that's going to happen at some point today. We saw some buzz out there from Jim Nagy about how A lot of teams thought the value at receiver was better on day 2. And I think there's a case to be made there with Tyler Scott and Josh Downs. You got Cedric Tillman. There's a lot of receivers that make a lot of sense here today. But the Falcons moved up and the picks in. I don't have it yet, so we'll get to it as soon as it comes through. But the trade ups it didn't happen at Pittsburgh where we kind of thought it would. And then literally, like, it feels like every pick after there's been a lot of movement.
This is my favorite stretch of the draft. And you mentioned it last night, but everybody gets a chance to reset their boards, go home, make some phone calls, and people come out swinging. And the first 10 picks of the second round every year, teams come out swinging, and they come up and get guys, and they don't wait. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, we got the pick, and it's a good one. With pick 38, the Atlanta Falcons select Matthew Bergeron, offensive tackle, offensive lineman from Syracuse. And so I would have to think that this is probably a situation where they're looking at him for a guard spot, with Jake Matthews and Caleb McGarry locked in at the tackles.
Yeah, get that left guard spot. Who they drafted? Who was
Hennessy.
the kid from Michigan that was a disaster?
Jalen Mayfield.
Jalen Mayfield.
So right now it's they're Matthew Hennessy's their left guard with Drew Dahlman as their center. This to me is you're either going to move McGarry or you're going to, this is potentially Bergeron's going to be starting left guard, or maybe a long-term succession plan for Jake Matthews. We forget Jake Matthews was drafted in 2014. I mean, he's been there for a long time and obviously a great pick, but I think this could be an immediate starting guard and potentially a succession plan at tackle.
Why is the chat all freaking out? Everybody's losing their minds about the Dolphins, thinking I'm sad about what's going on for the Dolphins. I'm not sad yet. I got 5 options. I got 5 players I would still like.
And yeah, so there's nothing to panic for, right? I mean, you've done the work. There's several tight ends.
Actually, that's a lie. I have 1, 2,
linemen.
3, 4. Draft dudes do math. I have 6 players that I would still like. And we're at pick 39 now. I've got 6 candidates for this pick. I'm not upset.
Fins up.
And
nation.
I didn't expect any of these guys. The only player who's off the board that I expected to be there 51 is Sam LaPorta.
So there you go. This is
Life is good.
This is a big pick, man. The Dolphins fans are here for you. They need to know.
They have been so bred. Our fan base has been so bred to just panic, and we've been a very hard luck organization for a long time, right? And we were like, we came out of the first round. It's like, wow, this went really good. So I get it. You see the offensive lineman come off the board. You see the tight end run happen, and it's like, we got to trade right now, or it's just not going to work out for us.
No, but this is you're conditioned to think like this. I remember the conversation that you and I had last year when the Dolphins were 8-3. You said, "Yeah, that's great, but they're probably gonna finish like 9 or whatever the hell it was." I know they didn't finish there, but like you knew, and I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like, be happy. It's gonna be okay."
It's
very
like,
fatalistic.
I will relax when they hit double-digit wins, and they never did. Like I just kept saying, just get to 10 wins, and we'll be
right. Right. Why are we so fatalistic? The Carolina Panthers are back on the clock here. Pick 39. Their second opportunity.
Take a wide receiver here.
They can. They've got some really nice options, and it makes sense. I mean, they got some veterans, and I think more of a separation guy. You know, I think any of the receivers that we think about right now, Tyler Scott, Josh Downs, you want to talk about putting this city to the next level. Give him Josh Downs to go with Bryce Young. I think that'll be pretty exciting for them. So I think they also have a big need at edge rusher, but we do have the pick. We do have the pick for the Carolina Panthers at number 39. The Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver.
Oh, you know what?
Ole Miss.
This is a good pick. Let me flip
speed.
the chart over, and
all right.
then I'll give my thoughts on Mingo. I just want to make sure I'm updating our spreadsheet as we go here.
Yeah, I mean, big body dude, dense frame, ball winner, explosive. Probably not a good sign for Terrence Marshall in Carolina, but I think that he will certainly complement this veteran group with a young, big-bodied guy to start moving this forward with as Frank Reich gets his guys in to run this offense.
So Jonathan Mingo, Mississippi. He's raw. He's a little raw as a route runner. Now, I thought he showed more when he went down to the Senior Bowl in Mobile. I thought he showed a more diverse skill set there than what he showed on tape because it's like, right, it's Lane Kiffin offense. Right, you kind of understand conceptually how they're going to attack. He runs a lot of specials and deep overs across the middle of the field. but they run some screen game for him. They get him involved in the quick game. They manufacture some touches. They had him running wheel routes up the sideline from an H-back alignment in the backfield, had him running split flow inside zone and be in the leak or the shallow. And he's a big-time yak guy. I don't want to put him in the stratosphere of invoking the name Deebo Samuel, but from a size profile perspective and the explosiveness that he has, he ran the 4.4s at 220 pounds as a wide receiver. And they found some ways to put the ball in his hands, and he made some big-time plays happen. And he is a chore to tackle on the perimeter. He's got good ball skills, wins down the field. I think he makes good adjustments up the sideline on some of his vertical routes. So I think he's a player for Bryce Young. As you're trying to get structure for Bryce Young that makes sense, you can have some manufactured touches for him. I think there's very specific ways in which he will win for your offense as a route runner, but he's not going to be a diverse route runner early on in my mind. So I think that does put a little bit of a glass ceiling on his rookie impact, but this is a player from a developmental standpoint that I think can grow with Bryce Young and be a really, really nice piece. I really liked Mingo's tape the more that I watched, because I watched the first game that I watched. I'm like, man, like, okay, we're running 3 routes. What else we got? And then the more you watch and you got some of the game-specific opportunities to see ways that they put the ball in his hands, he's a fun player, man. I think that coaching staff's going to have a blast with him too.
So looking at Bryce Young's receiving core right now, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Terrace Marshall, Damiere Byrd, Shi Smith, Laviska Shenault, and now Jonathan Mingo in terms of the guys that I would consider meaningful. There's a lot of names there. There's some good veterans and some good young talent, a lot of versatility, a lot of different skill sets there. I can appreciate the variety that exists with that. And of course, Hayden Hurst at tight end. I mean, feels good. Feels like that's coming together.
On Tommy Tremble too.
You recently came away with
nice
some type
player.
of revelation there with Tommy Tremble.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I was watching for Chosen Anderson tape, and I'm watching all of the impact that Tommy Tremble had as a player who didn't necessarily touch the ball a ton, but you knew he was athletic coming out of Notre Dame. And I think there's a lot of potential for him, especially with Hayden Hurst kind of alleviating the tight end 1 expectations. So how they fit all the pieces of the puzzle together is going to be the most fascinating part for Carolina. But they've got a lot of nice foundational skill sets to work with here to make it work.
I like where it's trending. So we get the New Orleans Saints keeping it in the NFC South. They currently own pick 40. We know they're not trading back because Mickey Loomis wouldn't want to do that. And then
he doesn't want to admit to the player that we don't like him enough to just take him where we're at.
It's a lesser player. So they're probably going to stick and pick
O'Cyrus Torrence.
Yeah, that was the name in my head. It certainly feels very Saints-like. Obviously, Brian Brzee, their first-round pick, bolstering up that interior defensive line. Maybe there's an edge rusher, but I feel like this is going to be trenches here for the Saints.
Yeah, and Brzee with the first pick, continuing to leaning into, you talk about tone setters up front. If you end up getting Torrance, I think that'd be interesting. What do you think happens with Cesar Ruiz if they get that done? If they go that direction?
I mean, do you think the bigger writing on the wall would be for Andrus Peat at left guard?
I could pull up the financials and the cap implications, but I know they restructured that contract last year, so that's not a
probably
super easy out.
Man. Well, maybe they won't go with the guard if they're kind of locked into those players. I mean, maybe they're more
but they're
flexible
not locked
with
into Ruiz. He's on a rookie contract, and you're not going to pay him. And he hasn't been good.
It's a succession plan there. Okay.
Right.
Well, potentially. I think depth is kind of an issue throughout their roster. I know that the picks in for the Saints don't have it quite yet, but I know that Ross
Jackson has the pick.
Oh, does Ross?
Would you like me to announce the pick?
Yeah, you can have this one.
Based on our sources, the New Orleans Saints at pick number 40 are drafting Notre Dame pass rusher Isaiah Foskey with the 40th overall selection in the 2023 NFL Draft.
Well, you can't say the name Isaiah Foskey without referencing him, Draft Dude's alumni, but also the all-time leader in sacks at Notre Dame. Really versatile player. Notre Dame used him in so many different ways, whether it was as a true defensive end, reducing him inside, playing him as a true off-ball linebacker. There's a lot of versatility to his game, and there's a lot of balance to his game. I think for him, it's just about continuing to maximize on his physical gifts to be a more consistently dominant player. And what you love about him is the backfield production's just outstanding for him, but you still feel like there's meat on the bone for him to take more strides and develop his pass rush repertoire even further, right? I mean, there's a lot to work with here. And I think that's what I like is how much he's accomplished despite how much more meat there is on the bone for him to develop as a football player.
Right. Yeah. And he's had a pretty neat development throughout the course of his career. He's a big time special teams guy early. He's blocked like 4 or 5 punts. I know nobody's drafting a guy at 40 to block punts for you, but just he's a really, that tells you about the tools that he has as a player. And he played special teams all the way through his last season, this past year. And he blocked 2 punts in 1 game in this past season. So love that component of him, that you could put him on the field. He's going to want to be on the field. Doesn't matter what the responsibility is. You think about who they have: Carl Granderson, Peyton Turner was the pick. Was it 2 years ago?
21. So 2 years ago. 2
years ago. Right. So they very much have a type, and Foskey's not quite as long as those guys, but I think he's the same body type as those guys. And I think that for me is why it makes so much sense. And I'm not surprised in the least bit that Foskey's the direction that they go, because you do have Cameron Jordan. You kind of have some unproven players from a volume perspective on the other side, and continuing to double dip there and make sure you have as much competition as you can. As you said, Joe, with a player who has room to grow, especially, he came back last year to set the Notre Dame sack record and to be a better run defender. And I thought he showed some growth there. I don't think we necessarily are done there, but I like that pick for them. It's a very MO pick for them.
I agree, and they're loading up. I mean, this defensive line is becoming very deep, very quick. You mentioned Granderson, Peyton Turner, Cam Jordan, Tano Passignon, and Isaiah Foskey to go with Brian Brzee and Nathan Shepard and Colin Saunders. So there is just a lot here for this Saints defensive line, and I can't help but think about the depth that the Philadelphia Eagles had last year and how they were able to rotate, and how much Jonathan Gannon credited. Like, we don't want guys playing more than 3 and 4 snaps in a row, and he thought that was one of the biggest reasons why they were able to get 70 sacks last year. And so for this Saints team that's, certainly new look with Derek Carr as the quarterback, I mean, stocking up on this defensive line is going to give them, I think, a big benefit, an advantage, right, as they're trying to compete and go win the NFC South this year, which I feel is right there for them to take if they want it.
So Randy asked this question, and this will be fun because yesterday was very much there was good Dolphins representation, but also good Bills representation. The Bills made a pick, and now we're gonna get to play the ping pong game, right? Where I already had to kick somebody out of the chat for being too rowdy, but Randy, from a Dolphins fan, so Bills fans, please regard me for the next 30 seconds. I'll tell you why I'm not panicking, because 29, I said I have 6 names. 27. The 6 names that I have that we have 10 picks left until the Dolphins are on the clock. Darnell Washington at tight end, DeJuan Jones at offensive tackle, John Michael Schmitz on the interior offensive line, Tommy Adebawore on the defensive line, and then you have Brian Branch and Sidney Brown both at safety. You got 6 players that I feel really, really good about. I like the numbers game. Hendon Hooker still out there. Do we get another quarterback off the board? We haven't really seen a wide receiver run start yet, but maybe the first domino has fallen. I'm not panicking.
Well, the Arizona Cardinals have made a selection here at pick number 41, and with that pick, they select BJ Ojulari, the edge rusher from LSU. And so,
outstanding. Not
only is Arizona maximizing their picks by turning them into more picks and high picks in future years, they get a really good football player here in BJ Ojulari at a premium position. I mean, this team needed some pass rush. And Ojulari, man, I know he's not the biggest edge, but he's bursty, bendy. He's got counters. He plays the run a lot better than you expect for a more lean-framed edge rusher. The motor here is really, really hot all the time. And so a building block, right? And that's what Arizona needs, that premium positions. And so I continue to congratulate Monty Austin for it in his first draft as a GM of the Arizona Cardinals for how he's been able to, I feel like, really maximize every opportunity that's been presented to himself.
And what I like with this pick too, it's not a great sign for the pass rushers that they took last year, but they took Cameron Thomas, and who was the other third round?
Is it Sanders? Maji Sanders.
Majay Sanders. I wouldn't cling to my priors with those guys either. This is the risk of this, right? This is the risk of doing business the way that with a high degree of volatility. But Steve Keim had that job for a long time. And if it's time to make a change, it's time to make a change. And this is the cost of doing business when you change decision makers in the NFL. I wouldn't let 2 mid-round draft selections prevent me from going out and getting an explosive, bursty player like a BJ Ojulari either. So I like this pick from that perspective, where I would have hated to miss a really good edge group this year to say, well, we got a couple guys we spent some picks on. Let's give them another year. Let's see what they do. We're not going to be competitive. No. It's a premium position, really explosive athlete, really explosive profile. I like that for the Saints, or the Saints, for the Cardinals.
So we have the Green Bay Packers up next year at number 42, Kyle. And I think about wide receivers, right? They're all still there coming into the day, but also Brian Branch, right? I mean, we've kind of been waiting for his name to be called. It feels like they really kind of fell out of favor with Darnell Savage last year. So I wonder if this can be his landing spot.
Right. A good opportunity to transition away. Savage has kind of been banged up. And they let Amos walk too, right?
Yeah.
Well, so we're ripe for a safety if they choose to go that route.
The Packers don't pick a safety. But this is pick 42 with the 42nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select Luke Musgrave, tight end.
I was wondering if he was going to come.
Oregon State. Probably, if you think about vertical receiving skill set, I mean, this guy really provides that, which I guess concerns me a little bit because I feel like all of the Packers' weapons are vertical players, right? You think about Christian Watson there and Romeo Doubs and Samari Toure. I mean, a lot of guys that win down the field. So I'm looking for some more underneath options here for this offense, but high upside player, had injuries last year, but this tight end run took a little bit of a break, and now we're back in it with Musgrave to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, so Musgrave only played in 2 games last year. Good ball skills, very explosive player. I was a little surprised. I kind of watched him casually, but it was only the 2 games that he played this year. And then we went and saw him at the Senior Bowl. And then I watched the tape. And I think this is a player who's much more of a receiving threat than he is a blocker. But his comments at the Senior Bowl, he talked about finding the passion for impacting the blocks, and his coach is helping him find that passion to win as a blocker and have the same satisfaction that you would have when you have the ball in your hands. And I didn't necessarily see that on film, but I don't know that the Packers necessarily will be hurt by that when you think about what this offense, we're expecting it to be as a more run-heavy offense. And Musgrave being a player who, if you're going to play him in the slot and be a big slot type of player, which is where I think he's best, and that's why I didn't really like him for the Dolphins when I graded him specifically for Miami. But if you're going to run play action off of that and have a player with size to be the middle of the field player who has some explosiveness to his game, I think that is a missing element from what they've had, right? Their projected starting tight end is DeGuara right now.
Yeah, Josiah DeGuara, yeah.
So, this is a very different skill set than that, but it's another plus athlete. And I know DeGuara was a good testing athlete when he came out. So I think leaning on the play action pass, the challenge for them will be is Zach Tom and Runyon at guard. Like, are those guys going to be consistent enough players for you to consistently win rushing the football? I think I have questions for some of their spots on the offensive line. I know they made the investment in Josh Myers in the 2nd round. They took him before Creed Humphrey last year, or 2 years ago. I could see the pathway for this being a successful pick. And I think this kind of reiterates some of the buzz that we've had about Darnell Washington and some of the questions that exist in regards to, I know medicals have been referred to as something that teams aren't necessarily fully comfortable with. I've also heard some other stuff as far as just reasons for teams to not buy in all the way, but not anything that I would put my name to or want to put out there because it's third-hand information.
Well, I think for Green Bay, this was always the biggest hole on the roster. I think there's upgrade opportunities, but going into this thing with Josiah DeGuara as the tight end was not really a plan that I could get behind. But something we can get behind is
Ultimate Football GM, which is what our draft coverage here on the Locked On Network has brought to you by. Today's show and stream is brought to you by Ultimate Football GM. If you've ever dreamed of being an NFL general manager and managing your own franchise and taking it to the promised land, this is the game for you. You can create your own dynasty. You're responsible for everything from managing the salary cap, drafting players, draft good players, trades, the budget, the facilities, player injuries, ticket prices, you name it, all in a challenging and realistic game world that is completely free and, best of all, in my mind, playable offline. Locked On listeners can get a 100% free boost to their franchise when using the promo code Locked On in the game store. That is Locked On in all caps. So make sure to check it out today. To download the game, visit ultimate-gm.com or look it up in the app stores. That's ultimate-gm.com. Ultimate Football GM. Start your dynasty today. I was dying to use the...
Yeah, I'm glad you got it in. One thing that we'll always have to recognize with Luke Musgrave is he was part of the Aaron Rodgers trade. So that's a footnote for us to always know.
Oh, that's good. That's good fun.
We do have a pick here. The New York Jets are on the clock at number 43, and with that selection, they choose Joe Tippmann, center, Wisconsin.
Surprised they didn't go tackle, but okay. Dude, they just re-signed McGovern.
Mm-hmm.
You're paying Lake and Tomlinson how much money?
A good amount.
And you have Elijah Vera Tucker. Is Elijah Vera Tucker going to be your tackle?
I wouldn't dismiss it.
Okay, go ahead, talk.
Well, Connor McGovern, I mean, he's somewhat stabilized in more recent years. I know that he's been a punching bag for Jets fans at times, but I think Joe Tippmann was the best center in this class. And he's a really unique skill set with his range, with he's kind of built like a tackle, honestly. And I think his pass protection is outstanding. You want him to maybe get a little bit stronger, and he's going to have to fight that leverage that he's kind of a taller guy. But I think he's a guy that profiles as an impact starter at center. I like the player. I think it's fair to question it with McGovern coming back. I mean, I had Tippmann mocked in the first round, so I don't really bat an eye with him coming off the board at 43. But if you're thinking tackle, you didn't get a tackle.
Yeah, I think this is a good player. And I think from a scheme fit perspective, it probably makes sense. But I'm just wondering how your best combination of five is impacted here.
Well, so that, to me, that conversation starts with: can we get anything from Mekhi Becton? Is there anything there?
I'm not counting on anything from Mekhi Becton.
So that puts Dwayne Brown as your left tackle, right? And then Max Mitchell's your other tackle. Like, you need Becton to be an answer, especially now, because
could have just taken DeJuan Jones and definitively got a tackle and not moved Elijah Vera Tucker for another year. I don't like doing this. And the Packers have had success doing it with Elgton Jenkins the last few years, right? They have ping-ponged him around. He was left guard, and then he was right tackle, and then he was left tackle, and then he was back to right tackle, and I think they're moving him back to guard this year. That's the plan.
Nathaniel Hackett's used to this.
Well, shame on Nathaniel Hackett then.
That's what he does, man. Just give me all these versatile guys. We'll mix them around.
Don't do that to another guy. Just let him be at a spot, right?
The Colts are on the clock here with pick number 44. They've made it. They're gonna make a pick. The pick is in. We don't have the pick yet. So it is important to know that they are sticking and picking. And so will this be their first pick since Richardson, right?
Yes.
Because they traded back with the earlier pick. We have the pick, Kyle. With pick 44, the Indianapolis Colts are selecting Julius Brents, Cornerback.
Oh, it's a good pick.
Kansas State.
I think I had this in my mock. I'm 1/3 of the way to matches that I had in my first round with my second round mock at this point. That's great. So Isaiah Rodgers has been a promising player for them, but the other corner spots, big time problem. And I think Brent's stepping in to that defense with, getting Shaq Leonard back healthy. They also lost Bobby Okereke. So I think making sure that which has traditionally been a strength of the team, getting more fortifications in the back seven is important. I think Brent's has scheme versatility to play man coverage, to play press, to play off. You pounded the table on Julius Brents before even I did. You were in on him in felt like December.
Yeah.
So talk
Big 12 champ. Well, yeah, it was the Big 12 championship game against Quentin Johnston, and what he showcased in that game in terms of ball skills, matching up. He tackles. He was terrific at the Senior Bowl. A unique player, right? I mean, that's the thing with Chris Ballard, and they needed a starter, Kyle. I mean, when they trade away Stephon Gilmore, it really opened the door for like Dallas Flowers to potentially be one of their starters at corner. We're talking about an important position group here. And so I think with Isaiah Rodgers, Kenny Moore, and Julius Brents, you feel like you have a top three situation at cornerback that makes some sense. Also interesting that he's been announced as Juju Brents. So maybe we'll have to
stock up even further. He's one of the swaggiest dudes in this class. Like we got a chance to meet Juju at the Senior Bowl and interviewed him on the field after practice one day and spent some time on Friday. We get a chance to see some of the community service opportunities that they provide to the players there as a part of that experience. And he's just got like this bravado about him that is like quintessential cornerback confidence. And now going by Juju, it just makes me love his game even more.
The Lions have traded up, and I can only hope that Matt.
Oh God, this is for Torrence, right?
It's got to be Torrence or Branch. They're going to do the thing.
They're gonna keep doubling down on non-premium positions, and Matt Derry is gonna tap out. And they did it with the Packers. They did it with another AFC or NFC North team.
Yes, they moved in exactly. They came up with 2 pick 45.
You have terms of that pick?
I will give them to you as soon as I have them. But like this has to be O'Cyrus Torrence or Brian Branch. Okay, so here's the terms of the trade. They move from 48 to 45, and they give up 159. So the Packers now own 159 and 48.
That's not bad considering the Raiders, when they moved up for Michael Mayer, they gave up 141 to move up 3 spots earlier in this round, and the Lions did it for a pick that's a half a round later.
I cannot wait to see what player this is. I literally cannot wait.
So Night Shadow wants it to be Hendon Hooker.
And that would fall in line with some of the buzz that Matt's been hearing.
Right. Who are they worried about taking him with their pick at 48? The Patriots?
I don't think it's going to be Hendon Hooker.
Do you see a potential?
Yeah, I need one more confirmation. I need one more confirmation. Okay, we got it. With pick 45.
Okay, here we go.
The Detroit Lions select Brian Branch, Alabama. Let's go. How fun is this?
Players, they 1,000,000% jump the Patriots for this player.
Man, could you imagine if the Patriots got jumped twice for guys that they've wanted so far? They got Christian Gonzalez in the first round. They're happy. But I mean, you've been a champion for Brian Branch. Let's tell the fine folks about what the Lions are getting here.
So, Brian Branch, for my money, on tape, had to cross him off my list for the Dolphins board. Sorry. Brian Branch on tape is one of the 10 best football players in this class. He's versatile. He can play on the second level. He can play in the nickel. He can play high safety, split safeties. I wouldn't put him up there in the high post as the only player on the last line of defense. But because he ran a 4.6 and he plays safety, magically now we don't care that he missed like 2 tackles in 2 years. He's not the biggest safety, but he's big enough, and he's a ferocious tackler. He's a good form tackler. He's a super high IQ player. This is not one of those positionless players that kind of just gets ping-ponged around and lines up here and does the same thing, and then the next play lines up over there and does the same thing, or just chases down the ball. They play a lot of pattern match zone defense at Alabama that requires a lot of high football IQ intelligence. And now you're thinking about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with Brian Branch in the same defense to learn from and complement and then potentially take over that role after 1 year. If you'd have told me that the Lions drafted Brian Branch at 18, I would have said it would have been a great pick there.
Mm-hmm.
Positional value be damned. I don't want to hear about positional value. They just continue to draft good players that are going to be impactful players and are players that bring tangible skills to their team, and I applaud it. I think this is a phenomenal pick. And Brian Branch, I would guarantee if you took his GPS testing, he don't run 4.6 with pads on when it's at game speed.
No, super instinctive tackles, versatile. They got a lot of options now in this secondary and how they can space the field and use personnel. I'm a big fan. I know that these are non-premium positions, but they're good football players, and I like how it's just filling out this roster that was one of the hottest teams in football to close out last year. Kyle, the New England Patriots have made a selection here. Let me get the number.
They didn't trade back?
No, they're
surprised they didn't trade back.
Sticking and picking here at number 46. The New England Patriots select Keon White, the defensive lineman.
Of course they did.
From Georgia Tech.
Of course they did. Okay, so Keon White got really hot in February because he was super raw. But what's interesting is he started at Old Dominion. He transferred to Georgia Tech. But he's a 24-year-old rookie who, quite frankly, is super raw, just bull in a china shop. I think he'll get there, and I think he's going to be a good player. If you told me that he ends up taking over for Dietrich Weiss in that defense, I wouldn't bat an eye. I think that's the perfect kind of role for how you're going to maximize Keon White.
Yeah,
but I do think this is a little bit of a developmental pick, and I'll shut up. I'll just share the mic. But that's my expectations for Keon White in year one are not super high. Now, I think they got all the tools to develop him into an impactful player, but I think he's probably going to be a little bit of a roadmap pick, and that's not a great feeling when you're taking one of the older players in the draft.
Yeah, it's a fair concern. Versatile, right? I think they can do some things with some of their interior rush packages that feature Christian Barmore and Keon White rushing interior gaps. I think that's intriguing to me. A very high motor player, high character, went to Old Dominion, played tight end, winds up kind of changing his body a lot, playing a little bit on the edge, a little bit on the interior, hurt his first year at Georgia Tech and has his best season. But like you mentioned, he's raw. I think kind of the specificity a little bit of that gap control style for New England probably helps him, where maybe if he was in a more attack style front, it may be a little bit more of a challenge for him. But I mean, I think he'll be a really solid defensive lineman for them. He was invited to the draft. That means there had to be some level of expectation he was going to be a first-round pick. And they get him right here. Two pieces to the defense here in Christian Gonzalez and Keon White for the New England Patriots. So we can welcome the Washington Commanders to the clock here at number 47. Their first pick was Emmanuel Forbes, the corner from Mississippi State.
What do you think this is? I had a hard time projecting them when I mocked through.
I wonder about tight end. You know, I think when we did our show, the biggest remaining needs for each team, you talked a lot about tight end for Washington. I think offensive line is firmly in play for them. They've had a lot of injuries there moving forward. Oh boy. Told you, Matt.
Good players. Hey, Matt.
Wait, what did you tell me, Joe?
Told you you're going to get the tight end and the safety. We just need the guard next. It's all coming together.
Oh, yes, that's true. That's true. I actually like Brian Branch. I think moving up to jump Green Bay and a couple other teams to get him. Yes, I know. Finally, I like a pick. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know where he's going to play this year because he's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson Jr. I mean, he's basically CJ for 2 years from now, but he's a really good football player. Don't you think, Kyle?
Yeah, I got on the soapbox and said, I think from just a tape perspective, this is one of the 10 best players in the class. And he was a little small. He ran 4.6, so that kind of scared some people, I think. But if you just look at the instincts and the football intelligence, it's off the charts. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Him overlapping for a year with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson might not be the best for his immediate play time, but it guarantees you're not going to have to spend a big contract to bring Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back, presuming that he ends up being the player we think he's capable of being.
All right, we got a pick and a trade to get to here. The Washington Commanders, they picked a player here at number 47, and that selection is Jartavius Quan Martin from Illinois.
Oh, he went in the second round.
He went in the second round, and then Green Bay traded back again. We have the Bucs on the clock at number 48, and I can't help but think about the potential of Hendon Hooker, or, we know that they need offensive line as well. So we've had quite a bit of movement here.
So the Packers went, who came up?
Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is now on the clock after the Jartavius Martin pick for Washington. So they go back-to-back defensive backs with their first two picks, Emmanuel Forbes and Jartavius Martin.
I love Quan Martin.
Oh, yeah. I think he's a nickel player.
Yeah, he's a nickel safety type, but he can play man coverage.
The terms
go ahead, Joe. Terms of trade.
Yeah, so the Bucs move from 50 to 48, and they part with 179.
This is an even better deal than these trade ups are getting cheaper.
They should, right? I mean, we're getting a little bit later, but yeah, it's happening.
Is anybody just making their pick? It's almost like everybody's just trading. This is crazy. What a night.
We've had five trades thus far already in the first half of the second round.
I don't know if you guys, I mean, I know you guys talked about it, but I love that Brents pick for the Colts. I thought that was really good. Really good.
Absolutely.
Indy kid. Gilmore's gone. I really like that pick for them.
I mean, right now everyone's on pins and needles if this is the Hendon Hooker selection for Tampa coming up for him.
That poor kid. I just think that Tampa situation is such a mess.
Well, yeah, because you've got Mayfield. You have a second round pick from 2 years ago in Trask. You're going to just throw another second round pick in here into the fire and just let him go nuts if that is the spot. I'd be surprised.
He's such a good kid. He's such a good kid. You root for Hendon Hooker.
Potential offensive line spot too.
Yeah.
Who did they jump? Do we have that? Who was that?
The Steelers and the Packers, but maybe they're playing defense for somebody behind them too.
Yeah, I'd say that's certainly a possibility. Or maybe, as we talked about, Charbonnet as an option for Tampa. And the running backs haven't started happening yet. Only a matter of time.
What a night. What a crazy night already.
I feel like the second pivot, their pick's going to come in,
Anybody surprised you guys it's still there?
Adebawore, the defensive lineman from Northwestern, is kind of surprising with how dynamic he was as an athlete.
What about Torrence?
Torrence,
he's still on the board?
I would not have batted an eye if he was a top 25 pick. And Juwan Jones, we kind of heard that he was going to slip a little bit, but we've had some tackle-needy teams that have passed him up.
Well, the Bucs have made a selection. What number is this? I feel like I need to have
48.
That. The 48th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cody Mauch, offensive lineman.
Interesting.
North Dakota State. We know they need offensive line help.
Man, they love these small school, light in the pants offensive linemen, don't they?
It's working for them.
Well, it's Hainsey, Godecki,
Kappa,
and now Mauch in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
I think he's a center. He's short-armed, and he's 302 pounds. I really struggle. You can't play him at tackle. You know what his length is off the top of your head?
You can play him at tackle. After watching the Bucs left tackle last year,
oh man,
Joe Marino could have played left tackle.
Hey, that's
better than Donovan Smith.
I've seen his pass set.
I was all county in high school at right tackle. I mean, let's not overlook me here.
I bet you were. That was the worst. Watching Tampa and Donovan Smith, it was painful. And I don't even care about Tampa. I'm in Detroit, but you watch them on always in prime time, and you're like, that poor kid should not be on the field. Oh my gosh, I can't stunned Tom Brady was still alive.
He's available. So if some team needs a left tackle, right, Donovan Smith is on the market if he wants to renew his career.
So Cody Mauch, from an athletic profile perspective, he's 12th percentile for weight and 5th percentile for arm length and wingspan. You can't play him at tackle. So I think that creates a challenge. I think that kind of definitively puts Matt Filer as a tackle for Tampa right now. Because if you wanted to tackle, DeJuan Jones was still out here.
Right, and that provides a very natural transition to get Wirfs to the left side.
Right.
I'm okay with Mauch at left guard potentially, but I think it's a fair point. You want the bumpers on at center, not being covered up all the time. I understand that.
Yeah, I think that's the best position for him to have success and not have to worry about stacking weight on him and losing what his best appeal is, which
range.
in my mind is that athleticism that he has.
Yeah, correct. And look, you could tell it got to him a little bit at the Senior Bowl. Yeah. We got a pick here from the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 49
Keanu
overall. Benton. Select Keanu Benton.
I knew
rips my heart out here out of Wisconsin. We talked about they needed a nose tackle, right? That was, we were surveying their needs. I said, hey, right now the Martavis Adams is going to be their nose tackle. And now they get Keanu Benton, who, man, playing him next to Cam Hayward has got to be an absolute dream for Benton to be able to come in and learn from that guy. Benton is athletic. He slapped together well. I think he's got really good hand counters, can play the run, can play the pass. Really dominant moments last year from his tape. I think the only real wart was the Ohio State game, but every other game that you watch, you're like, wow, this is a really, really dynamic football player. I think this is a great pick for Pittsburgh, as they've now Broderick Jones, Keanu Benton, and Joey Porter. I mean, that's unbelievable to me.
That was the Lions' target at 55, guys. I'm just getting text.
It was Benton.
Good to know he wasn't getting to 59.
Yeah, and I think he was a pretty realistic option for Miami at 51 too, if they weren't going to go tight end.
O'Cyrus Torrence is still there for you, Matt.
That's right.
We're trying.
Get that guard next.
We're trying. It's probably going to be a receiver or a long snapper, just the way the Lions draft's been going.
We can wait to the third round for the long snapper.
Yeah, we can wait on the long snapper a little bit. So the Packers, Joe, correct, at 50 on the clock?
Assuming they pick, right? So they picked Luke Musgrave with one of these picks recently, right? Lucas Van Ness was their first rounder yesterday. So Green Bay is on the clock here as we get to pick 49, right? That's the selection.
No, this is 50.
50. So that means the Miami Dolphins are on deck.
I'm ready. I got my happy liquor and I got my sad liquor ready to go.
Who do you want, Kyle?
Well, let's establish this. The Packers are probably not going to pick Darnell Washington after going Musgrave.
Correct.
So the dream
that would be the guy that, like, if I'm not accounting for the things that I cannot account for, which is the off the field and the purported medicals. If you just look at the skill set and what the Dolphins have in the tight end room and what they need in the tight end room to talk about getting better in the run game, it's Darnell Washington. Like, he's the guy that brings totally different elements that what you don't have. The run game was an issue for the Dolphins to stay committed to it because there was a lack of consistency. I'm watching Durham Smythe, and they like Durham Smythe, but he gets beat across his face all the time in the run game. Getting a player who's effectively a tackle, who has length and catch radius, when you have the speed that the Dolphins have to stress you vertically, and then you put Darnell Washington in the middle of the field to not be a volume player. And I think that's the thing that a lot of Dolphins fans really struggle with is, why are you going to draft a tight end when you didn't use Mike Gesicki? Well,
I can answer that.
The issue was not having Mike Gesicki. The issue was paying Mike Gesicki $11 million last year when he was never going to be a fit, and he can't block to save his life. The Dolphins had to pass the ball 80% of the time when he was on the field. So you get more balance with Darnell Washington. And then when you're not necessarily a volume player, I'm not going to measure Darnell Washington's success potentially as how many balls he catches. I want to see how he wins at the point of attack and how he helps you in the run game and how he can complement the pass catchers that you have.
So the Miami Dolphins are now on the clock, which means the Green Bay Packers.
Exciting.
The Green Bay Packers have made a selection. And with the 50th pick, the Packers select Jayden Reed.
Wow.
Wide receiver, Michigan State. So Jayden Reed goes above Josh Downs, goes above Tyler Scott, Cedric Tillman. This is the fifth receiver off the board, Jayden Reed. A really good career at Michigan State. He's got great vertical speed. I think he can separate, good route runner. There's a lot to like about Jayden Reed. I guess I'm a little surprised that he's that next guy off the board.
Well, I think the size hurts downs, right?
It does, but and I guess what did I just talk about? I said all of their guys are vertical players, right? Now you have a guy that I think could be a shifty underneath player to be a more on-schedule route runner. And so
I watched a lot of Michigan State, obviously being here, and Peyton Thorne and him obviously were high school teammates, had a really good year 2 years ago together. Last year, they just had no chemistry, and it was tough for Reed when Reed got into the Senior Bowl and then at the Combine, he was fantastic. So despite really having a struggle bus last year on the field for MSU, that's impressive for that kid to kind of bounce back and get that pick.
So the moment that everyone's waiting for, a lot of Dolphins fans here, Kyle Krabs.
Yeah, I just watched the viewers on this stream right now have exploded.
There's some formalities here. Kyle's got the hat on, and he's got 2 bottles of liquor, right? We've been told.
I got happy liquor and sad liquor.
Yeah, so if the brown liquor
the color
comes
of the
out,
liquor is going to tell you how happy I am about the pick.
Yeah, the brown is good. Clear liquor is
bad.
Kyle is struggling with the selection. So as soon as
this is why you don't panic. This is why you don't panic. Players in tier 2 and tier 3 that I had: Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, John Michael Schmitz, Tommy Adebawore, and Sidney Brown on the clock. Dolphins are going to get a chance to get a really good player if they see the players the same way that I perceived them.
This is a highly anticipated moment in our broadcast. Welcome, Miami Dolphins fans.
Love it.
We'll see if you're
first, second round pick for me in 2 years.
Wow.
I've missed it.
Is this the highest the Dolphins have picked in a while?
Since 2021, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, they've certainly acquired some good veteran players with the draft.
They have. You know, it was not terrible watching Bradley Chubb play in advance as part of your draft class for this year.
Who do you want, Kyle? Give me a name. Give us a name. Make it fun.
The top 2 guys that I have graded are Darnell Washington and Adebawore from Northwestern. I think from a needs perspective, Washington is the pick. And if you were going to try to table the conversation to include needs in general, I would invoke the names John Michael Schmitz and DeJuan Jones. I think they've got a need at left guard. They've got a need at right tackle. They've got a need at tight end. Adebawore would be the non-need selection. So I think if they're going to draft for need, they've got players that I think would be appropriate value at any of those spots. Probably a question of what they feel they can get when they come back at 84, if that's going to be a variable that's not just take the best player because the best player has red flags, which has been purported and why we've seen Darnell Washington slide.
Well, I think we've obviously talked a lot about what Miami could do at 51, and you have to feel good about what's there, right? I mean, I think
I'm over the moon about the options that you have. It's now just what decision you make.
We will find out soon enough. As soon as I won't make you wait longer than we have to. As soon as we get the pick, we will do it. Certainly, I mean, this is the Dolphins' first selection, so we're going to welcome some teams here. We welcomed the Rams, who selected Steve Avila, the guard out of TCU, and so now we get to welcome the Miami Dolphins to the table. A busy offseason trading for Jalen Ramsey. They get to the playoffs last year. They've had a winning record 3 seasons in a row.
Yep.
Obviously, the health of so many key players on the roster is going to define their season.
I think that's part of the theory is, you know, they haven't necessarily shot away from players that have had some durability stuff, but continuing to be aggressive and go get impactful players so that as you occur injuries and the injuries ebb and flow, if you get shocked with having impact players who miss time, you're not handcuffed to the point where you still don't have other needle movers who can win you a football game.
This is 1,000,000% the longest we've waited for a pick yet.
Seriously. They're taking first round time.
Is it the anticipation that, that we all want to know this pick? But we don't have it quite yet.
I mean, I'm just sitting here talking football with my friends. That's all. Watch them move back.
Maybe they move
Danny,
back.
if you make another neurologist joke, I'm going to mute you for 5 minutes.
All right.
All right, here we go.
We don't have it yet.
Got it, Joe?
Okay, we have the pick. With the 51st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Cam Smith, cornerback, South Carolina.
All right.
Let's see. What's he doing? Which drinks he grabbing?
It's going to be clear.
I'll comment about Cam Smith because
Go ahead, Joe.
if you saw a tweet from me recently, one of my dudes in this draft, my guys, is Cam Smith at cornerback, who I've thought is potentially a first-round talent. I think we can all question the need for the Miami Dolphins at cornerback, but in terms of getting a good player at a premium position, I think you get that in Cam Smith, who I think have quick feet, fluid hips. He plays the ball. He tackles. I love the football player. I don't necessarily feel like the Miami Dolphins maximize their opportunity to improve their football team with this selection, as Kyle sips on the clear.
You got Jalen Ramsey, Xavier Howard, Cater Kohu. You brought back Nick Needham. What is the pathway to playing in year one for Cam Smith?
Wow.
Is this a situation where Miami had so many injuries in the secondary? You see teams do this, right? They say, wow, this really hurt us last year. And maybe you can make a case that schematically it hurt more than anything. But this is a big hedge. We had too many injuries. Xavier Howard.
Why did you trade
injuries
for Jalen Ramsey?
Because you're that concerned about it. Maybe this is more about, hey, Xavier Howard, the knee stuff. We feel like we've been talking about it for years and years and years.
Xavier Howard hasn't missed time, and he missed one game the last 2 years.
I don't think he was at his best last year.
I would agree with you, but you're financially committed to paying him the next 2 seasons, and you're transitioning to more of a zone defense. They're gonna play a lot of quarters.
Is there a different cornerback that would have satisfied you here? Certainly, they didn't pick an offensive lineman or a tight end. We know that.
No,
so this was always not a thing for you.
Brents would have been the corner that I would have wanted if you were going to take a corner at 51. I don't think the value here is anywhere near proportionate to the pathway to playing for the Dolphins. If you're trying to check boxes and become a more complete team, I don't think this is a pathway that gets you any closer to that. So you must really be banking on doing a lot with that Byron Jones salary cap that opens up on June 1st. You're getting about $10 million in cap space, $13 million in cap space. So you must have other plans for that. But, I mean, Cater Kohu was an awesome UDFA last year, too. And he played inside and outside.
We have if you're ready to move on, we do have the Seahawks pick at 52.
Let's go move on.
This is one here, buddy. With pick 52, the Seattle Seahawks select Zach Charbonnet, running back, UCLA.
Really?
Ken Walker, Zach Charbonnet.
The Seattle never wants fantasy football players to thrive in their backfield.
They do not care about your fantasy team. He's an awesome football player, dude. Zach Charbonnet's awesome. I love him.
They're going to be relentless on the ground.
They're going to be relentless in so many ways. Look at the 11 personnel packages now with Metcalf, Lockett, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. They've got their offensive line working. Now they got this two-headed situation of Charbonnet and Ken Walker in the backfield. I mean, they're built. The Seahawks are building. I'm interested in what the long-term plan at quarterback is, but I don't think that we're looking at Seattle as a team that's not destined to go to the playoffs again next year unless the wheels just completely fall off with Geno.
I have found somebody who's having a worse time than I am right now.
I mean, John Michael Schmitz, I get it. I think you can have a similar conversation here, though, with Seattle, right? Like, you had needs on the interior offensive line. You could have done more for your defensive line.
They like those guys, though, right?
Yeah,
I guess you want to apply the same thought process to the team that picked before him. That's fine, but you got Austin Jackson and Lee Meikenberg, two starting spots, and Durham Smythe.
They can't quit them, man. They can't quit those guys. So Zach Charbonnet, we talked about this. Who's the next running back off the board? We have our answer. And it is Zach Charbonnet. So that gets us to the Chicago Bears at pick 53. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that we've heard from them since they picked Darnell Wright.
Yes.
With the number 10 pick.
Been a minute. Courtesy of 2023 draft class selection, Chase Claypool.
Yes. That's right. So we've talked a lot about the Bears and defensive line. They have literally 4 backups as starters. I would love to see them address that. But also, I mean, you think about wide receiver here as well, I think is still in play.
I think it should be, absolutely.
I mean, DJ Moore's a nice addition, but Mooney off an injury. I think they can still do more here. Chase Claypool, that doesn't move the needle for me at all.
How about Adebawore?
Oh, man. Yeah.
I mean, they need all the defensive front help that they can get.
Well, we have the pick. With the 53rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Gervon Dexter, defensive tackle.
Okay, so they went on the
out of Florida.
defensive front.
Yeah, we knew they needed this, man. I mean, this, like you said, it's an unserious position group as things currently stand. And they get a guy here that's an absolute freak of an athlete. I mean, size and athleticism is off the charts. You see it sometimes show up for Florida. One thing I'll criticize Florida is I think really over the last, I don't know, maybe even 5 years, it feels like the talent development, maybe even longer, just hasn't happened at Florida. And there's a lot of untapped potential with a guy like Gervon Dexter, defensive-minded coach and Matt Eberflus. You know, they needed help in this spot. And it's a bet on traits. You're hoping for some more consistency, but you know that the entire package, if it comes together with Gervon Dexter, he's very, very talented.
I think that's the thing for me with Gervon is there is a disconnect between the physical ability and what he has done. And when we heard coming into this year, oh, they're going to move Gervon around more. He's going to be in a position to make more plays. And he didn't. So some of that's on University of Florida, and some of that, you know, presumably is steps that Gervon Dexter needs to take himself. So I think for Dexter, I don't love the immediate destination because of the lack of help that's going to be around him. Well, you know, how many definitive single looks is Gervon Dexter going to get when he's on the field? I think it'd be very easy to give whatever attention you ultimately dictate needs to be given to Gervon Dexter. You're going to be able to pay to him.
Kyle, I know we have a lot of Miami Dolphins fan here, so I want to ask you a question here that maybe we haven't considered with the Cam Smith selection. We've seen Vic Fangio convert corners to safety later in their career, specifically Kareem Jackson comes to mind. Is that something we should be thinking about with Howard or even Ramsey?
Well, I think Ramsey's going to move around a lot. Ramsey moved around quite a bit throughout the course of the year last year. Cat.
All right.
You want to get off of there? That'd be great. Jalen Ramsey is capable of moving around quite a bit. So it gracefully falls off the table.
What a moment, man.
But you have Javon Holland. You have Brandon Jones coming back off of an ACL. He missed the second half of the year. You signed Deshaun Elliott. These are all guys who are capable of moving. So, and I've heard Trill Williams might move to safety too.
Oh, I like Trill. Yeah,
Trill's a good player. He tore his ACL in training camp last year. And I think safety could potentially unlock some stuff for him. So I guess it's all about, and now the other cat's on the table. I think this is all about positional flexibility. And look, we know the MO for Vic Fangio and the defense is we want to present the same picture in the pre-snap and then get to different things in the post-snap. So I guess if you are Miami and the argument is we want to continuously line up in a base shell and have guys push to different landmarks and take different responsibilities and play trap coverages, okay, that's fine. But this is still a really good corner class. I'm still looking at Clark Phillips, DJ Turner, Keely Ringo, Tyrique Stevenson, Caillou Blue Kelly, Garrett Williams, like all these guys are still on the board and you pick again at 84, where I don't know what value you're going to find at 84 at the areas that we dreamed were your primary needs, where I thought this was more of an ancillary need. So yes, I think the answer to your question is Jalen Ramsey is going to move around and they're going to try to weaponize him and do some things with him, probably like what Derwin James has been able to do with the Chargers. He's not as big. He's not as good of a tackler, but I think that's probably the vision.
It looks like we may have had another divisional trade here where the Chargers were on the clock, but the Chiefs have traded up.
Oh, that's fun. So they came up from 63, presumably.
And that's a nice little spike here.
Pretty big bump. They like somebody.
And I always love that. When you get a team that trades up, you learn so much about them, right? Like, we want this guy. We were going to give up more than this pick because we want this one player. We're going to trade away another player for this player. And I don't know. I can't help but think about wide receivers. I mean, Tyler Scott, Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs. for the Kansas City Chiefs potentially sitting here. Also tackle, right? Is this DeJuan Jones? Are the Chiefs coming for DeJuan Jones? I don't know that, but I feel that, right? Him and Jawan Taylor, they have a massive hole at tackle.
Oh, that would be so fun.
All right, so actually here's the trade. The Lions actually traded out. So the Lions,
Did we miss the Chargers pick?
Okay, the Chargers just picked at 54. The Chargers select Tuli Tuipulotu, the USC defensive end. Okay, so that as an administrative note. Then we have the Chiefs trading up with the Lions. And here's the deal. The Lions trade 55 and 194. If you confirm that you have that, I'll tell you the rest.
Yep, I'm good.
For 63, 122, and 249.
Wow.
Yeah, 63 and 122
Lions did well here.
They sure did.
And you said this was Tuli to the Chargers?
Tuli Tuipulotu to the Chargers. I know Luke Donaldson, Chargers fan, great supporter of the show. Thank you for everything there. They get another piece for their defensive line. More of an edge player. Going with Bosa and Khalil Mack. Not a guy that I project on the interior, but high motor guy. Production for Tuli over the last few years at USC has been really, really strong. There was tight ends available. They didn't go with the tight end. They picked Quentin Johnson in the first round. So the Chargers added their defense with Tuli Tuipulotu, and we await this Chiefs pick.
He's a really underrated player. Tuli. He was on the roster at USC at like 290. And then he cut down to like 260. And I thought you saw that on tape this year. Is much more fluid version of himself.
Mm-hmm.
Strong side player. I think he can really filter through traffic really well. I think his playing weight being previously high has lended itself to good habits to being able to win at the point of attack. More of a power rusher type. Probably some parallels to AJ Epinesa, which is an analogy that I think will connect with a lot of people in the chat. I don't know how refined he is as a pass rusher to win on third downs, but as an early down player who could probably give you 400, 500 snaps early on in his career, I think this is a solid selection to this front for the Chargers who need to get better in the front seven.
We have the Chiefs pick, Kyle, and I'd say this one surprises me a little. So with pick 55, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee Rice, wide receiver, SMU. And so my surprise is validated by the facial expressions that I'm seeing from Kyle Krabs. Not the receiver we expected, right?
After the pre-draft process that Rashee had.
Well, and this is the Chiefs. I said this since that Mahomes draft. Now, 16 of 21 selections, including last night, Felix Anudike-Uzomah from Kansas State, has been defensive players. They get a fairly high investment for the Chiefs, right? They haven't been picking offensive players. You get a receiver here in Rashee Rice, who, ton of production at SMU. I think the skill set on tape looked pretty strong there, but I thought he looked very ordinary at the Senior Bowl. He didn't test very well. Some off-field concerns. They obviously like him a ton to round out this wide receiver core, especially, again, the names, Cedric Tillman, Tyler Scott, Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs. No, Rashee Rice is wide receiver 6.
Well, I think a big tiebreaker for Jayden Reed is probably inside-outside ability and special teams, right? Like he has a lot more pathways to staying on the football field. Correct?
I think so.
I don't think Rashee Rice has that going for him. So what does Rashee Rice do differently than what the receivers on the Chiefs have right now?
I don't know. I kind of like the other receivers they have better.
But I'm just trying to get through the thought process of why was this a player we had to go up and get?
I don't know. Why didn't you get DeJuan Jones?
Well, DeJuan Jones is going to mess around and be a third-round pick here in just a minute. He's probably not going to go to Jacksonville. He's not going to go to the Giants. He's probably not going to go to the Cowboys. He's not going to go to the Bills. Maybe the Bengals will stop the slide at 60.
Man, could you imagine if they just get him?
At 60?
There's too many spots here that make sense. And the O'Cyrus Torrence dream for the Lions at 63 lives. I think that's what's the most important thing.
I'm actively rooting for Matt Derry to get every non-premium position filled for the
we do have I think we have a trade here. So
the Jaguars.
The Jaguars traded out of this pick.
Of course they did. They did it every time they were on the board yesterday too.
So the Bears move in. They give up 61 and 135. Wow.
Okay, so 56 for 61 and 135.
Yes. So the Bears maybe
you probably could have taken that deal and still got Cam Smith.
That's going to be a thing here.
Yep. You get ready for that for the next 3 hours.
I wonder if the Bears are coming up for, receiver or defensive line again.
Okay. That's fun. I would like Downs. Jalen Hyatt still out there?
Yes.
Defensive line, who's still out here?
Adebawari.
Ade. Zacch Pickens is out here. I know we're not super high on Zacch Pickens, but athletic profile's very strong.
What about edge players?
Byron Young.
Harrison. Zach Harrison.
I mean, you've always been the champion there, not me.
36-inch arms, my guy.
Yaya Diaby.
Yeah.
Buzzy name. They got some options here, but they very clearly, to give up 135 to jump up here, they got a guy here that they're pretty excited about.
The order of these receivers just absolutely fascinates me.
And somebody just Joseph just put a show concept for a thing to discuss. I think the way the wide receiver board fell is absolutely a show concept for us to explore in the aftermath of this draft.
Shout out Joseph for that. That is a good idea because this is not what I was anticipating at all. I think there's some really small receivers. And I'm not saying Rashee Rice is a big receiver, but he's not tiny. Jayden Reed had okay size compared to the Josh Downs of the world. Chicago Bears. We await their selection. Darnell Wright was their first pick. Then they came back and got Gervon Dexter out of Florida today and jumped back
3 picks ago.
Yeah, so we have their pick, Kyle. The Chicago Bears, with the 56th selection, have chosen Tyrique Stevenson, the cornerback from Miami. Now
I'm kind of surprised they're going corner here, but
it's a fair thing to bring up. Kyler Gordon, a second-round pick last year. Jalen Johnson, injuries have been an issue there. Kindle Vildor has been, I think, really inconsistent from the slot. I can understand it from the sense that I feel like they had a bigger concern on the defensive line, but I think corner was a need for them. And you've been telling me in our conversations, and I predictively at least, that Tyrique Stevenson is going to go high. Here he is, nearly a top 50 pick.
Yeah. The second round, he made himself a lot of money at the Senior Bowl, right? Because him on tape, coming into the year, I thought, hey, this might be a safety because he's 6'2", 205, really, really big dude. Transitions wasn't his strength. But he came down to Mobile and was really locked in press man reps and really overpowered a lot of receivers and was very sticky. And I think that kind of put this jolt into his draft stock that he has ridden from being probably a late 3, early 4 to now being a player who the Bears invested significantly into to make him their selection here at pick number 56. And that would being Chicago still having another pick here at 64 coming up as well with the first pick of the third round. So he was a pre-draft process winner, really stood out at the Senior Bowl for what he did, especially on the first day of practices, really physically dominated that experience. So I'm not surprised that as a pre-draft process player, he's coming off the board before some other corners like Clark Phillips and DJ Turner, who are smaller players, right? Small corners versus big corners with length, and he checks all those boxes. So I get it from that perspective.
Yeah, especially if you see Sauce Gardner and Tyreek Woolen, what they did as size length guys. Teams are always going to tap into some of these trends. And that is absolutely working there. So we have the New York Giants on the clock here at number 57. They selected Deonte Banks yesterday. They have to be thrilled with the receivers that are available for them. Drew Sanders, I think they have a need at Mike linebacker. I think Drew Sanders and Wink Martindale's defense would make a lot of sense for them. And interior offensive line, O'Cyrus Torrence, right? I think there's some very clear ways that the Giants can get value and fill a significant need.
Yeah, and there's players that I would have thought would have been in the conversation for them to take in the 20s as well. And I think that probably speaks to maybe some misevaluation on our part if you don't like us. And if you're listening, if you're one of the many people who are dialed on the live stream, you're probably not amongst the people who don't like us. But there's also kind of this variability with this draft that I think people have really struggled with getting a pulse on the value of the players. And I think that was evident with how chaotic things were yesterday, how chaotic things have been. I mean, you're looking at players that are available. If you would have told me we'd be almost into the 60s and we'd have Torrance, DeJuan Jones, Michael Schmitz, Hyatt, DJ Turner, Trenton Simpson, Adebawore, Darnell Washington, Hendon Hooker, Dion Henley, Josh Downs, all still available, I wouldn't have believed you.
Well, we have the selection, Kyle, and it's one of the players that you just mentioned. The New York Giants with pick 57 select John Michael Schmitz, the center from Minnesota.
And they desperately needed this player. Not necessarily just Michael Schmitz. They needed an interior offensive line upgrade because it was a bag of bones in there last year.
Dude's starting. This is their starting center right now.
Starting center.
And I'd be excited if I were a Giants fan. A nice building block to go with your tackles and Evan Neal and Andrew Thomas. High character guy is going to come in and be smart, tough, and dependable like Brian Daboll likes his football players. But I think the value is appropriate. The need is obvious. You've got a lot invested in Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. I think this is a fantastic pick. I love these first two picks for the Giants and Deonte Banks and John Michael Schmitz.
And Michael Schmitz versus what they had in the interior last year was very leaky, a lot of miscommunications, a lot of physical L's that they were taking. Michael Schmitz ain't going to get beat often between the years. I think he's one of the most intelligent players in this class from a football IQ perspective. He's got a wrestling background, and I think that shows up on his tape. Mm-hmm. One of the things that really popped to me with Michael Schmitz was the hand usage and the leveraging and how he wins gaps and turns guys out. We got Brian Peacock joining us. I'm going to bring him in here. But for Michael Schmitz, I thought his hand usage was really, really high stuff, high caliber stuff for the fundamentals of winning gaps. And that versus what the Giants had on the inside with the interior 3 spots last year, which was literally just, we got big guys, we got to play in here, is going to be a dramatic improvement for them. And I think he has the potential to potentially boost the play of whoever's playing on either side of him if he's playing center.
As we welcome Brian Peacock in, things are moving past. The Dallas Cowboys have made their selection, which means the Bills are on the clock, which we know is a big deal here in these parts.
I hope you hate your pick.
I'm sure you do. I hope that you love all of your picks. But the Dallas Cowboys, this might be a surprise to some people, with pick 58, select a tight end, and that tight end's name is Luke Schoonmaker out of Michigan.
Wow, he went in the second round.
He went in the second round, which means the Darnell Washington slide is really real. He has been passed over time and time again.
That's a large.
Brian, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to know what it's like for teams to have picks. So I wanted to see what Joe Marino does with this Bills pick right here. Yeah. And I know you went to the Clear already, Kyle, and I've been there. Got a little Peacock margarita happening, a little mezcal margarita going because I got no picks at all. At least you got somebody bringing in that you're bringing into the organization.
Hey, I was in your boat last year. I feel your pain amply.
I mean, has anybody had fewer picks? Maybe the Rams, the only team that's had fewer picks than the 49ers and the Dolphins early in the last couple of years.
Right. The last, this year, last year combined.
This has been rough because it makes me feel good that I had some okay tape evaluations with some of these players that are coming off the board that I thought, man, we'll get close to pick 99 for the 49ers or at least within trade up range. And, LaPorta, I didn't expect to be there, but maybe Mingo. Jayden Reed was the guy I just mocked to the 49ers to pick 102 the other day. And so there's so many names coming off the board right now, and it's going to be touch and go here for the 49ers to see who's actually there for them. Tuipulotu was another name I thought would be there for the 49ers potentially. Quan Martin was one of my favorites. And so names are just flying off the board. Still 40, 50 more picks to go before the 49ers are on the clock.
Joe, who do you want this pick to be?
Yeah, I'd love Drew Sanders here from Arkansas, the linebacker. I'd love Ade Adebawari, the defensive tackle from Northwestern. I could talk myself into some of these receivers. But my concerns right now for the Bills are in this defensive front seven. And so I think a linebacker, defensive tackle, or edge that I like would be my preferred destination.
The chat seems overwhelming besides wanting you to talk. Wants Sanders. I've seen a lot of Drew Sanders' name. Is that your bidding?
I would be satisfied with Drew Sanders because of my massive concern with what's going to happen right now at linebacker with Tremaine Edmonds gone and Terrell Bernard penciled in as a starter. I don't know if the Bills are willing to, already say that Terrell Bernard's not a meaningful draft pick as the 89th selection last year. And so I wonder if they're going to stick the course there. So I could go with a linebacker or a defensive tackle. Maybe they're going to move back. I mean, Brandon Beane traded away pick 130 to go up and get Dalton Kincaid. He talked about wanting to recoup a pick, so maybe he moves back here, and we've certainly seen plenty of movement to this point.
Well, how many players that you feel are left on the board? Like if you're sliding back, how far back are you comfortable sliding? Like how big is your short list right now? Because that'll probably paint a picture on what kind of compensation you could get back.
My short list is short. So I'm probably going to stick and pick. We have the pick. This is one that surprises me a lot. But with the 59th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select O'Cyrus Torrence, the guard from Florida.
Surprises me as well.
It surprises me as well. I thought athletically, O'Cyrus Torrence wouldn't be a player that the Bills would want because they've really leaned into athleticism with their offensive linemen. And I think he's a guard only. I don't think there's a lot of versatility here. And you just paid Connor McGovern. You're paying Mitch Morse. You're paying Ryan Bates. And this makes me wonder if maybe Ryan Bates at right guard isn't going to be a thing. And maybe that's a situation where he kicks over to right tackle. And maybe Spencer Brown is on notice. So I think you like investing in the offensive line. I'm not exactly sure that this is a player that I was predicting the Bills would be after because of the low athletic profile. But the Bills need to be able to create more displacement up front in their run game, right? And I think that's certainly what Torrence brings to the table.
Well, I think that there's a congruency with wanting more 12 personnel and drafting O'Cyrus Torrence, right? Even if it doesn't necessarily fly in line with what the athletic profile of what their recent offensive line investments have looked like.
Yeah, I think this is signaling a fundamental shift in what they're willing to do with this offense. It's going to look different. I think they've told us that now with the selection of Dalton Kincaid and now with O'Cyrus Torrence, who I had graded in the second round. This is the exact value that I had for him. So if you look at my Bills horizontal board, he is the highest rated interior offensive lineman. So like the value is appropriate. I'm just surprised based on the athletic profile and the trends. But again, like we talked about, this offense is going to look different. And I think they've been at their best. One thing that I've said about the Bills and the rushing offense is that I feel like they've tried to be too many different things. They want to be multiple, zone and gap, but they always are better when they run gap. Well, now this leans into that with a really physical player in O'Cyrus Torrence.
Got to be close to best player available too, right?
I think for some people, yeah. I mean, and if I'm looking at my board, and if you look at it horizontally, it's appropriate value, but vertically, it's Ade Adebawari, Drew Sanders, DeJuan Jones, and then you kind of get to O'Cyrus Torrence. So, I mean, this is where I had him graded for the Bills. Again, it's just the athletic profile that surprises me just based on the recent trends.
Well, and Joe, without saying too much, I acknowledge that it surprises me too, and it's because I talked to you and somebody that you had talked to who's familiar with what the Bills like.
Yeah.
Kind of gave the impression that they still wanted athletes
which
this offseason.
Which may have been very intentional. You never know. So
right.
Maybe that nugget was
right.
intentional. Like throw Joe off. He won't tip anything. All right. Okay. See what they're doing.
Yeah, I know you and I had a conversation because it's always been fascinating trying to figure out how the Bills are going to optimize the balance of having Josh Allen and all the things that he can do great, and having the right balance of the supporting cast around him, and how much you want to invest in running the football versus throwing the football. And from a personnel standpoint, they were really good with Daboll when they were in 10 and 11. And then they've kind of condensed things in a little bit. And there's this shift in ideology that we are seeing unfold here. So they're a fun case study in team building for a team that has had the nucleus of the team up until they had some attrition with the coaching staff last offseason. There's been this year over year consistency with the identity and what they've tried to be. And now you're seeing them try to tweak it and evolve it. And I think that's a really fun thing for us to inspect, because there's not too many case studies of that level of consistent congruency across your staff year over year.
You wonder about Mitch Morse and the concussions. I know that they're really happy with him, but is Ryan Bates potentially a plan at center? And this is your right guard. Something's going to happen with somebody on this offensive line, I think, is what's quite clear. Yeah, like the stream, Kyle.
Like the stream.
You know what to
do?
On the stream. 9:00.
Oh, it's 9:00. And then I want to tap Brian Peacock in here after 9:00, which means it's time to tell everybody about our friends over at Ultimate Football GM. Our 2023 NFL draft coverage is brought to you by Ultimate Football GM. If you have ever dreamed of being an NFL general manager yourself, this is the perfect game for you, because you try to build a dynasty and you are strategically responsible for every single component of turning the worst team in the league into a dynasty, from signing the right coaches, dealing with free agency, drafting players, injuries, ticket prices, the facilities and upgrades, you name it, all in a challenging and realistic game world. And best of all, in my mind, Ultimate Football GM is completely free and it is playable offline. So you can play on the go when you want to, You don't have cell phone reception. It doesn't matter. You can play Ultimate Football GM anywhere, anytime. Our listeners get a 100% free boost to their franchise with the promo code Locked On in all caps in the game store. That's Locked On in all caps. So make sure you check it out today. To download the game, visit ultimate-gm.com or look it up in the app stores. It's ultimate-gm.com. Ultimate Football GM. Start your dynasty today. Brian Peacock, I would love to hear from you on what the best available players board looks like and what storylines you find most compelling now that we have gotten our obligatory Dolphins and Bills monologues out of the way for the second round.
Well, I will say I like the Bills pick better than the Cam Smith selection. So the Bills picks so far I like a lot. So I'm giving an A to the Bills draft. And I know Joe might not be sold, or maybe just didn't expect it to see what was going there. By the way, I got a question for you, Joe. All county right tackle Joe Marino. Did we get like an arm length measurement? Oh, you have to move inside. What's going on there?
Oh, it was an option offense. Did a lot of cut blocking. But it was more of an edge player on defense. We're a two-way player.
Oh, two-way.
Appreciate the question.
Yeah, scrappy, undersized. Yeah. Totally be a center at the next level.
Yeah.
Love it. Best. You guys can. You are the draft dude, so help me out here.
Well, we got picks. We got two picks. They're coming through here. Yes. So with the Bengals at pick 60, they select DJ Turner, cornerback.
Okay.
Out of Michigan.
Would have been one of my best 5 available across all 32 teams, not looking at any individual scope. So like that pick for them, DJ Turner.
And then the Jaguars at pick 61. Kyle, you are going to be feeling some type of way about this one. The Jacksonville Jaguars at pick 61 select Brenton Strange, the tight end.
I told you.
From Penn State. You told me.
I told you.
You told me.
We left them off our predictive top 100. I said, I got a feeling Brenton Strange might go in the second round.
He was another one of mine on that late third round 49ers list, Brenton Strange. So you can cross him off, but that just means there can only be 100 guys in the top 100. So some of the rest of them have to fall down to where the 49ers are picking at 99 and 101 and 102. But I'm having a hard time figuring out who's going to be there. And it's causing me to drink here, or it's earlier here for me on the West Coast than it is for you guys over there on the East Coast. It's still only 6 o'clock for me.
Yeah, imagine.
Must be nice.
Blake Freeland? Maybe? No? Isaiah McGuire?
Nick Saldiveri? We'll see, man.
I like Saldiveri.
Saldiveri ain't going to make it.
No?
He ain't going to make it. He'll be gone.
So back to this DJ Turner pick with the Cincinnati Bengals. You feel like Cam Taylor-Britt really came in and provided them something, but to me, this might be some concern about Chidobe Awuzie kind of coming back from injury. What is he going to be? You want to hedge there. We know that Cincinnati has been very intentional about drafting a year ahead on some things. And so potentially help now, but also a hedge for Chidobe Awuzie's return.
Well, and they, correct me if I'm wrong, felt like they did this in the first round too with Myles Murphy. They've now gone after 2 premium positions on the defensive side of the ball that weren't maybe necessarily the most pressing needs, but this is getting out in front of, as you pay Joe Burrow and you pay Jamar Chase, your cap distribution is going to change. And if you're going to position yourself to successfully do that, not paying big money contracts to other premium positions, particularly those on the defensive side of the football, feels like a necessary maneuver to not compensate for what has worked with what you put around Joe Burrow. So I appreciate this ideology from that standpoint, especially because, Joe, we came into the season last year and you gave this Bengals grade. You said it was one of the 3 best rosters in the NFL. Like, dude, this team is loaded. They got a lot of talent. And they avoided some of the attrition that we thought they were going to take on. Think about bringing back Jermaine Pratt. Now, they lost Von Bell, but they have Dax Hill, who they drafted in the first round last year to stay ahead of their needs, who's now ready to step into a spot here. They lost Jesse Bates as well. But
so I want to make everyone aware of a trade, and then I want to talk a little bit more about this Brenton Strange pick for Jacksonville. The Texans have traded into the Eagles pick at 62.
From 65?
I think from 65. I don't have that for sure because I know they have another pick there.
I'm going for it. I'm going to put in the spreadsheet.
I would say that makes the most sense. So with the Texans are on the clock. Brenton Strange to the Jaguars. Evan Ingram, obviously a good season last year, but Dougie P, 12 personnel.
Yeah, least surprising thing ever, right?
Well, would you think Brenton Strange, he's the more inline player, right? Wouldn't you think so with Ingram being more the flex player?
Yes. But so they can play off each other, but I don't think you're compensating athleticism. Brenton Strange was one of the better run after catch tight ends in college football last year. You think about he had a catch against Purdue just before halftime that he broke 3 tackles up the right sideline and scored a touchdown.
Kyle,
So,
what if I told you that the Texans picked another Penn State player?
did they take Jair Brown?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
The Houston Texans with pick 62, they traded up for this player. Juice Scruggs, center, Penn State. We have a run here on the interior offensive line, and that is absolutely happening. I didn't think of Juice Scruggs in this range. He's a second-round pick. And we saw this with some guys recently. Luke Fortner winds up going a little bit higher. Who's the Nebraska center? Cam Jurgens, right? Some of these centers are going a little higher.
Well, we heard he was a pretty buzzy player, but I'm still surprised, especially with the other pillars that they have on the offensive line, and they're paying the tackles, and they took Kenyon Green in the first round last year. They're not messing around about putting a good supporting cast around C.J. Stroud, though. I will say that. I appreciate the aggressiveness that they have undertaken in extending Laramie Tunsil. They traded for Shaq Mason. So now, like, your starting 5 offensive linemen is set. You got Tunsil, first-round pick Kenyon Green, traded up for second-round pick Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, and then why can't I think of his name? He's a first-round pick. Alabama State. Titus Howard.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I got it before you anyway. But like your whole line's set for a rookie quarterback. I like it. I don't know if necessarily this would have been the interior offensive lineman that I would have swung for here, but predictably it's not surprising because Scruggs has kind of been a buzzy player over the last month or so.
Another trade, Kyle. The one second here. The Lions have traded out of pick 63. The Denver Broncos, welcome to the party. They've moved up. So we're gonna get the Denver Broncos first pick. Brian Peacock with a big breath there. Tell us what that was about.
I'm just all these teams with all these picks, but no, I like it. I like the teams being aggressive, moving up so many trades in this draft. I can't wait to see what what the Broncos are going to do. I have a feeling I'm going to cross another name off my list at 99 for the 49ers.
Here's the deal, Kyle. Denver gets 63 and 183 from Detroit for 68 and 138. So they move back 5 spots to move up like 50. All right.
Wow, they did. Good for Detroit.
Right, good for Detroit. The dream of O'Cyrus Torrence is over for them, so they had to get out of the pick, obviously.
Okay, so the Broncos now pick 63 and 67. Do we have a pick for them?
We do not yet, Kyle Krabs.
Okay.
But this is Denver. Welcome to the party.
First pick, yep.
First pick.
So we're still waiting on the
Payton.
49ers at 99 and the Browns at 74. Are we waiting on anybody else to make a pick?
I think that's it. Once
that's correct.
Once this Broncos pick happens, we will know. We will now have every team in there. When we think Broncos and team needs, and they're moving up for a guy here. They've done a lot for their offensive line, but I mean, they've lost some personnel on defense. Is there a linebacker? Is this Drew Sanders?
Front.
I know our guy Cody Rourke in the network-wide ultimate mock draft went offensive tackle with their first pick.
Which is interesting with Bowles and McGlinchey. Not that
Bowles, McGlinchey.
I mean, you just paid McGlinchey. So
yeah, you just paid McGlinchey like 17.5 per season.
He's not going anywhere.
They lost Draymond Jones in free agency. That was a big loss for them.
They did. They paid Zach Allen.
I can't believe one of the weirdest contracts of the offseason.
I mean, right now, is this a 5-tech? Right now, Jonathan Harris is their scheduled 5-tech. Is there a player that makes sense there? Zach Harris?
Sean Payton, D-line. Yeah.
Tommy Adibare.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Tommy Adibare. If that's not the pick, I'd lose my mind here. Yeah. I'd be more mad if they traded up and didn't pick Adibare at this point than I would be for the Dolphins picking Cam Smith at 51 with all these offensive linemen and tight ends on the board for you.
All right, we have the Broncos pick here.
Adibare.
It is not Adibare. So with pick 63, the Denver Broncos select Marvin Mims, wide receiver, Oklahoma. Kyle Krabs is shaking his head.
I hate it. Congratulations, Marvin Mims, top 100 player. There you go, Joe. You got that one.
I love Marvin Mims. He's one of my favorite players.
I know you do. You went to bat for him when we did the top 100 show.
You brought up Ade, and I'm like, yeah, that makes way more sense. We have good receivers here. This is the deepest receiver core that Sean Payton's ever had.
Right. They've been sitting here floating around trading Jerry Jeudy for 18 months now. Maybe they got a deal for him. I don't know.
Ade just seemed perfect. When you start talking 5 techniques, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Right.
Are you guys surprised there's been a lack of veteran player trades?
If we get through, not yet, because I don't think the first and second round was really where when you think about the contracts of the players that were, the contracts of the players that are in play to get traded. It's a lot of big money contracts. And then there's a handful of players that like you need to get big money extensions to. So I think that is pretty prohibitive in my mind. Like if I were to call for any vet that's available, like if you're asking for a 2, it's a non-starter. I'm not interested in your conversation. Now we get into the pick. If I have pick 87 on the Minnesota Vikings and I'm trying to acquire a player via trade, I think the back half of the third round, based on the contracts of the players that are available to trade, we're going to start getting into the stratosphere where if players are going to move, I think it's going to be in the next hour to 2 hours.
We're now go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, if Jerry Jeudy was to go, that would have been done. That's a second round pick at least, right?
Probably. Especially when you look at who the wide receivers were that went in the second round here with Rashee Rice, who got traded up for, and Marvin Mims and Jayden Reed as the last 3 receivers off the board. I think Mingo's the only receiver that went in the second round.
We are now into the third round. And
3's up.
DeJuan Jones.
That's also my cue, guys, that I got to get out of here because I'm going to restack the board for my Locked On 49ers listeners here in round 3 in preparation, maybe for a little trade up for the 49ers. But I do want to see you guys are doing a fantastic job. Love the new show. Been listening every day because I am an everydayer here on the Locked On Podcast Network.
Appreciate you, Brian. Brian Peacock, host Locked On 49ers, and, of course, the Peacock and Williamson show. Make sure you check that out. DeJuan Jones, not a top 2 round pick. Darnell Washington, not a top 2 round pick. Kyle Krabs, neither is
The dream continues.
Adebaware. Trenton Simpson, not a top 2 round pick as well. We've had one linebacker. And the Chicago Bears are next up here. They're going to kick off the 3rd round with pick 64.
So I just did the thing that you did, where we kept talking about Drew Sanders, and then I had a brain fart where Drew Sanders was like, Drew Sanders got drafted. Everybody talked about him. It was like, no, they just wanted him to draft Drew Sanders. They didn't actually pick Drew Sanders.
That's exactly right. So Chicago Bears, D-line, receiver. The order of these receivers still baffles me. I mean, we saw Josh Downs mocked in the 1st round all the time. He's at best a 3rd round pick right now.
I'm wondering, Scott, did you watch the right show? Am I reading this correctly?
No, we've had like 3 or 4. Is Aaron Rodgers?
We both picked 4 out of 12, and Aaron Rodgers was one of them.
Aaron Rodgers, DeAndre Hopkins, and I had Trey Lance, and you had somebody different.
I could probably find it here if you gave me a minute, but I don't care that much.
Yeah, we didn't have them all.
We did 2/3 said no.
So the picks move faster in the 3rd round, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Thank
Derrick
you, Tuttle, in the chat bailed me out of my own take.
So they go down. If I'm not mistaken, 5 minutes a pick here in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
so
this is gonna get really chaotic and move fast.
It's gonna get chaotic and move fast. So we of course want to react to all of these picks. That's why we're here. Curious to see if the trades continue to be as active as they were. Kyle, I mean, how many trades did we have in the 2nd round? I mean,
we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If I'm counting correctly,
9,
I might have missed one too. So 9 or 10
draft day trades. I mean,
in just the 2nd round, we still have a whole other draft to go, or still have a round to go.
It speaks to, I think, discrepancy in how different teams are perceiving the talent in this class. You know, and that makes sense. I mean, 32 different draft boards out there. They're going to have different feels for the players, but this feels like an unusual amount of movement.
Yeah, I think when beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? And this class is not, I probably has more scheme-specific type players, but I do think we are starting to get into the range where there is going to be more value, and that's probably why we've seen the influx in trades, especially we had 4 trades in the last 9 picks of the round. I think there is going to be a little bit more willingness to go out and get guys, because this is where, if you look at the bell curve of talent distribution in this draft, I think you're going to have more players available versus a standard year now that you feel appropriate drafting. So teams willing to maybe get out in front of, if it's a dearth in rounds 4 and 5, we'll give those picks to go get these guys now because we think they can ball now.
We have a pick for the Chicago Bears, and they're doing the thing that we kind of figured they should. So with pick 64, the Chicago Bears select Zacch Pickens, defensive tackle.
Oh, I thought you were going to say out
of South Carolina. They need to go defensive line. I mean, I think the thing about Gervon Dexter and Zacch Pickens is they're phenomenal physical talents that never really played consistent football. And so you're hoping to unlock more out of them at the next level. I mean, Zacch Pickens went to South Carolina. He was supposed to be the next Jadeveon Clowney, and then we just waited for that to happen, and it never did. But he's obviously gifted. Size and athleticism is off the charts. You just want to see that turn into playmaking. But
okay, so Chicago, at this point, Darnell Wright, Gervon Dexter, Tyrique Stevenson, Zacch Pickens. That's who we got. Do we like it?
I see it. I understand the picks. I think if I were calling the shots, it would look very different. But I understand it. Leaning into the identity with running the football, physical offensive lineman, and Darnell Wright, they needed D-line so badly. So double dipping early makes sense. And low key, I mean, there was a need at corner.
I mean, one thing that is you can definitively say, you can tell Ryan Poles is a former offensive lineman, right? We went out and we got some big dudes to play on this football team. Now, Were they the players that I would pick? No, I agree with you. I would probably have gone in a different creative direction with probably everything after Darnell Wright. And even Darnell Wright probably would not have been the tackle that I would have drafted at 10. But they obviously have a feel and a vision, and their head coach in Eberflus, being a defensive-minded coach and having a pretty clear vision for what he wants. Okay, we're going to do this right. You let him have his say. But I don't look at this and, based off my own evaluation, get the warm and fuzzies of what Chicago has put together with 4 picks in the top 64 players.
Right. You get it for them. You would have done it differently, but that's drafting, right? Everyone's going to have different preferences, and just because it doesn't go the way I would do it doesn't mean it's not good. I see their vision. I think that's the most important thing. I want to see your vision with what you're doing. So we got the Eagles here at 65. Remember, they traded out of a pick, so they moved back a little. They're actually, we have back-to-back Eagles picks here, 65 and 66.
65, 66, and then we go Broncos, Lions, Rams, I believe.
And so with Philly, have they only picked at this point Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith? Have they made another selection?
Yeah, they moved out. They moved out of that pick in the second round because they only had the late 2. And then remember, they got the early 3 because of the tampering stuff with Jonathan Gannon. So that's how we got to double early 3s.
So this is our first pick since the first round, since pick 30.
Since 30 for the Eagles, yes.
And they go back to back here.
And then I believe that's all they have until the 7th round.
Well, I mean, with those first two picks.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying like this is a big stretch for them because unless they find a way to rub a couple quarters together, they're kind of done.
Well, they're sticking at picking at least at 65. So we'll get that pick as soon as it comes through. Hendon Hooker, also another player that hasn't been drafted, that had some first-round buzz. We never thought it was warranted.
Right, but the buzz was hot enough where I would have guessed that he would have been gone by now. But look, we've had the conversations about the Heupel offense, about how challenging that is to evaluate, and how many reps are just not translatable traits and translatable reps to playing in an NFL offense. The spacing's unlike anything you're ever going to see at the NFL level. The open amounts of field and area of grass to throw to is unlike anything you're going to find at the NFL level. I didn't think pocket presence was a great awareness or was a great trait for Hendon Hooker. So I think the concerns are legitimate. It was, well, he's big, he's athletic, he's got a big arm. There's obviously something to work with here. We'll see where he lands. I have a feeling he'll be gone by the end of the round here in the 3rd.
Well, we have a pick from the Philadelphia Eagles, Kyle, with number 65. The Philadelphia Eagles select Tyler Steen, offensive tackle, Alabama.
No, he's not a tackle. Sorry, he's not a tackle. I watched his tape. He's not a tackle.
Howie going to the trenches.
Unsurprising.
Unsurprising. I know this is not a player that you graded particularly highly.
You're being politically correct, and I appreciate it. I did not like it.
So what are we doing here? Is this, if he's a guard, is Cam Jurgens kind of penciled in to start? This is at least competition there.
So Kelsey's back on a 2-year deal, right?
No, I think it was a 1-year deal. I could be absolutely wrong about that. I'll check.
No, I'll check. You keep talking. I can float around and produce this thing better than you.
Okay, this was your talking point. You're the one that brought this up. You were going somewhere with Kelsey.
Okay, so he did sign No, he's under contract through 2024.
Okay, so I guess he's sticking around.
And he's got a $20 million void cap in 2025. So he's under contract in 2023 and 2024.
Kyle, the Philadelphia Eagles have done the most Jekyll and Hyde picks in the history of Kyle Crabb's draft perspective. So with pick 66, the Philadelphia Eagles select Sidney Brown.
Oh, he went the top 100. I got the Built Bar bet, though.
So here.
Get out of here.
It's a wash. The Built Bar bet is a wash.
No Built Bars for anybody.
You knew this was what was going to happen. But how about that? I mean, Tyler Steen, a pick that I know you're not fond of, into a pick that I don't think you could be higher on.
Yeah, if you had to ask me, Sidney Brown would have been on my 5 best available players in the draft at this point. And this is a huge win. Like, look, I like Reed Blankenship, right? And Reed Blankenship as a UDFA came in and took meaningful selections or meaningful snaps for Philadelphia. And they signed Sean Desai to come in and run the defense. And they're going to still have a lot of the same structures and ideologies of what they had with Jonathan Gannon and Vic Fangio tree. Sidney Brown playing in that, where the ideology of this defense is the safeties are going to be weapons that we're going to roll down, and they're going to play from depth with vision and be able to attack. And you think about the range that Sidney Brown has, I love it. This is a home run pick for the Eagles, and the rich get richer, and he's probably going to start for them. So
you were able to move off that Tyler Steen pick real quick.
I was more than happy to not dump. I don't like dumping on players, but like I did not like his film, and he's short-armed, and I think he's a utility offensive lineman for you.
Well, what's fun is the Denver Broncos are back in the party here at pick 67, unless I think that's correct,
what
right?
What are you laughing about?
I was laughing about Sidney Brown.
Because we pushed on the
there's
Built
so
bars,
many.
or?
No, there's so many. Yeah, we pushed on the Built Bars. We had the debate about him being a top 100 pick. The Tyler Steen was literally like, oh man, this is not a pick I like. Right into a pick that I love. Thinking about Sidney Brown in this defense and replacing C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and I think or Reed Blankenship. I think it gives him more versatility. I love this selection.
So the Broncos on the clock at 67.
And they trade up for Marvin Mims. Can they get Ade Adebawari here and reignite?
I'm not going to do this thing, and we do this every year,
right? Where you sit there
and we do draft streams, and it's like every team comes up and we obsess about the same player until he finally goes.
All right, fair enough.
So let me ask you this: I'm going to read you some names: DeJuan Jones, Drew Sanders, Jalen Hyatt, Trenton Simpson, Adebawari, Darnell Washington, Dion Henley, Josh Downs, Keely Ringo, Byron Young. Who gets drafted first?
Ooh.
Because these are all players that I think predictably we would have said were second-round picks at worst.
Man, that's a good question. I don't know why it stood out to me. Man, they all stand out to me. But that's not fun if I don't pick a player. I'll go double A. He's 4'4" athlete at 280-something pounds.
Okay. I was hoping you would go literally anyone else other than.
Well, we have the Denver Broncos pick. With pick 67, the Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders, linebacker.
There's your answer.
That's the answer there. And look, the Broncos, I think, had a pretty significant need at off-ball linebacker.
They did.
Yeah. And I certainly like what they've done with Baron Browning and letting him rush, but Josie Jewell, Alex Singleton, Drew Sanders is a really nice pick for them here. Obviously, the transition is still happening, right? He's a little bit raw. Got to clean up some angles and tackling, but there's an exciting physical package here. He's a really good rush player, right? And I think just getting versatile with how they can attack the pocket with Browning, with Drew Sanders now, with Zach Allen, with Randy Gregory. You know, I think there's some intrigue in how they can dial up their pressure packages with Vance Joseph taking over this defense.
So can we talk a little bit about Drew Sanders? I feel a little vindicated here. But this is a player that was kind of a roller coaster ride for me, and I'd be interested in your thoughts because you've obviously talked to the Bills fans in the chat about it and got them pretty excited about it. And I warmed on him, but the first time I watched him, I'm like, yeah, you could tell this guy hasn't played off-ball linebacker before. And once you get comfortable with what he is and what he isn't, I think that's when you get a little bit more assertive valuation for him. But this was a guy that in November was a first-round pick in every mock draft. So Drew Sanders, the player, how did you negotiate kind of the journey that he's taken from being in Alabama as an edge rusher, transferring to Arkansas, converting to off-ball linebacker, but having these reps on the edge? You know, you said that the need at off-ball linebacker is dire, and I would agree with you, but I don't know how much he helps you there right away.
Yeah, it's probably going to take some time, but I think you can get rush ability out of him now, and that's what intrigues me Speaking of intrigue, you got a pick here from the Detroit Lions at number 68.
Suan's reaction in the chat is like astronomical, so I can't wait to find out what this is.
With pick 68, the Detroit Lions select Hendon Hooker, quarterback, Tennessee. There it is.
There he is, Matt Derry, right on cue.
Is he coming?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, fellas.
You told us.
What's that?
You told us.
I did. I can't believe they did it, but they did it. This has been a wild draft for Detroit. No question about it. But they have not done this in many, many, many years. Little developmental quarterback. If you watch any of those ESPN shows, those quarterback shows that they did with Hooker, I mean, just he's the culture fit for the Lions. But coming off a torn ACL and 24, 25 years old should be interesting. But I guess he's the future. But you got 2 more years of Jared Goff. So this ought to be interesting with other needs, certainly. And gosh, they've gone 2 days now without taking offensive or defensive line, which is what Brad Holmes has been preaching for 3 years. To take Hendon Hooker and a safety and a tight end and a running back. This has been a kind of a wild draft, but I like it. I'm actually excited.
There's several Chris's in the chat that say, Matt looks so tired. Matt, you look exhausted. Has it been an emotional toll with like the roller coaster of all the picks thus far?
Yeah. I mean, you know, the excitement, and Joe and I talked about this on my show last week. I mean, the excitement here in Detroit is really, it's the highest it's been in years. Even when Jim Caldwell took teams to the playoffs, people didn't love those teams. People are really into this. But it's been such a whirlwind with 4 trade backs from Brad Holmes in the last 2 days. And then to trade all the way back to 68, get out of the second round, but he added some fourth and fifth round picks that he needed. I'm assuming those will be linemen then, but to get Hooker now, I guess before other teams come on up is it's pretty wild, but we'll see. So they have said, the Lions have said they've kept Jared Goff in the loop for the last few years on what they're doing with the draft. So I'm assuming they lobbed a call to him and said, hey, prepare yourself. We're taking a guy to be your backup, not to take your spot. So Jared Goff's got 2 more years on his contract.
Well, and Hendon Hooker probably, you know, with recovering from an ACL, maybe a redshirt year for him.
Yeah.
But I mean, sensational season at Tennessee. I mean, this guy, if he doesn't get hurt, he probably wins a Heisman Trophy. He's at least at the ceremony as a finalist. I mean, 62 points on Bama. I mean, really clean mechanics. I mean, ball placement looks pretty good. I mean, you're concerned about the age, the injury, and the system. The physical package is really, really intriguing, and I understand the intangibles are very, very strong. We do have a trade and a pick. The Houston Texans have traded into pick 69, and with that selection, they choose Tank Dell, wide receiver from Houston. He stays local.
Oh, he did go. So the Rams traded back from 69.
Yes, I do not have the terms of the deal. I just know that Houston traded into this pick.
And it's Tank Dell.
Tank Dell.
160 pounds of Tank Dell has officially made it as a 3rd-round draft selection.
It goes to
poetically by trading up with the team that took Tutu Atwell in the 2nd round. Small wide receivers hive.
Tank Dell in front of Josh Downs and Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman, and
that's pretty crazy, isn't it?
The order of the receivers just continues to baffle me.
Okay, so let's talk about Tank Dell. Obviously, this is a pretty polarizing player and tested really well. Thanks, Matt. We appreciate you.
You did a great job. They're needing me over in the chat, so you guys are the best.
Duty calls.
Thanks, Matt.
Tank Dell, 69th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. How comfortable are you with the stature?
I'm not.
Because we talked about outliers and betting on outliers, and drafting this player this early is probably as early as you would feel is any level of defensible with how much of an outlier he is from a size perspective. It's a very, very, very tiny player, but it's a very exciting player, and he runs good routes. So risk versus reward. Is this worth it to be your wide receiver 3, receiver 3B?
We'll see. I mean, he's a slot only. Houston was really intentional about putting him in motion, giving him free releases, putting him behind guys and stacked alignments to get off the ball. But once he gets into his route, I mean, the separation quickness is obvious, and he's got really good hands. He's just small. He's a little older, but the production was off the charts at Houston. So
right,
he stays local. Kyle, we have another pick here. The Las Vegas Raiders at number 70. They choose Byron Young, defensive lineman, Alabama, not Tennessee.
Oh.
Yes.
The other Byron Young.
The other Byron Young goes before the other Byron Young, right? And I think we would have guessed the Tennessee version came off the clock, but the A-gap defender comes off first. And I think we could look at Vegas in the interior of this defensive line and recognize that they needed to get more stout there. Now, I don't think Byron Young's a very dynamic player, but can he be a fire hydrant against the run? I think that's what they need him to be for that defense.
Man, this is Dave Ziegler is having the most New England Patriots draft of Patriots drafts.
Oh, yeah.
For the Raiders. This is Patriots West at this point, right? So not surprised with the fit. I think it's an unsexy selection, but you look at who the Raiders have on the defensive interior, and you all need all the help you can get. So if you think Byron Young is a really good gap control player who's going to be able to hold the point of attack, go for it. You know, I will not bash this pick or bemoan this pick from the sense of I've seen the depth chart. I know how bad y'all need this.
Sure.
Right? So is this the most needle-moving pick? No. But this is a physically stout player who is going to eat up blocks and allow your linebackers to run free. That's kind of the Patriots are a gap control style defense. So seeing Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler covet the same kinds of things is not surprising. Tyree Wilson is even more evidence of that. That's fine. I'm cool with the pick. I'm neutral on my emotions for it.
Administrative note here on that Houston trade with the Rams. Houston goes from 69 to 73, and they pick up 151. So Houston now owns pick 73 and 151. Or excuse me, the Rams now pick 73 and 151.
The Rams have like 20 picks on day 3.
Need them all. Need every one of them. Those are going to be drafting starters.
With the selection. Aaron Donald $50 million a year, right?
Star and Scrubs now. It was the Stars and Scrubs. Now it's just like the Star and
singular
Scrubs.
Star. You're wrong.
Like you said yesterday, Sean McVay came back for this. So, man, that guy could have made a lot of money announcing games, doing about 25% of the work.
Stop it.
Listen, if you're a coach, you're a coach. But, man, I mean, he can't just come back for like a year or two, right? He's got to come back.
Right. Yeah. If you passed on that, you probably got to stay for a little bit. Hey, let's defend our honor a little bit while we're waiting on the next pick. Fresh Loafy wants to know, didn't you guys think Devontae Smith was too small to survive?
We just said that we let somebody else make the decision. I had a first-round grade on Devontae Smith. Wait a minute.
The discussion for Devontae Smith was as a top 10 pick.
Devontae
Smith's also like 10 pounds heavier than Tank Dell, too.
I am pulling up my grade right now for Devonta Smith.
Yeah, I had him in like
we both had him as an 85.5, which is a first-round grade.
First-round grades on Devonta Smith? It's
everybody wants to get you, don't they? Like, oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I have to get you. And maybe Fresh Loafy's not. I think that the other guy who said these guys said every veteran was going to get traded. I think he said it was sarcasm in the chat later after we defended our honor there. But you know, I see all the punches everybody's taking in the chat. I'll put them up here once in a while.
Put them
on your toes.
Cowardly Lamb. Put them up. My daughter loves the Wizard of Oz, so that was one that really resonated. Got a pick here, Kyle. We got a pick.
Saints.
The Saints with pick 71 select Kendre Miller, running back. TCU. And Kyle rocks back in the chair. You know he's thinking some type of way about a selection.
I don't get Kendre Miller. I'm sorry. Did you like Kendre Miller?
I had a 4th-round grade on him. I think this is okay value. I think I like him more than you.
I mean, he's running back 4.
Yep.
You did like him more. What is the winning trait of Kendre Miller as a pack?
Vision, power.
Power? I
think he had decent power. I mean,
decent power is not a winning trait, though.
I understand. I think he sees the field well. And look, I think I'm not going to go all in love with this pick, okay? Because I think he's an ordinary player, right? I think you could find Kendre Miller in the middle rounds of every single draft. I get that.
Teats.
Somebody who's actually met us in the flesh, Sam Teets, calling us. Yeah.
Say it to our face, coward.
He would.
We love Sam.
Sam Teets has got 38-inch arms. So the Saints pick. And so this is what's interesting about this is they just signed Jamal Williams
to go with. Well, Kamara's facing some off the field stuff.
I feel like that.
The thing that I battled with Kendre Miller is I thought he was a good instinctual player, but I thought he got a lot of green grass at TCU to run to, and I didn't think he had any physical trait that really like warranted being a day 2 pick.
I think that's fair.
Is that fair?
That's fair. I mean, I had him in the 4th round, so I didn't see a day 2 player.
So and look, like your early 3rd round, you're a mid-day 2 selection. It's so from your valuation, it's a little early, but it's not egregiously early, right?
Correct. It's just an interesting. I mean, if Kamara's not going to be available, I mean that's an interesting pair of Williams and Miller as your backs. Benjamin, you're now 4th round.
This is an upgrade over Benjamin,
right? Who's just bouncing around. I don't think it's going to be a thing. You can drop him from your fantasy rosters,
right?
So we're now at pick 72, the Arizona Cardinals, who have been a fun team to monitor here over the first
trade down again
few rounds.
Right? Trade down again. Pick up at another 2024 4.
No, this is what you do. If you're the Cardinals, you trade out of this pick completely and you get a 2nd round pick next year.
Oh, here we go. Suan. Not familiar with this player. And Suan has been on point for the first 9 hours that we've been on the stream together.
Well, I'm very interested in it. I don't have the pick yet, so I'm not withholding anything.
Danny, I warned you. I'm going to put you in timeout next time you make a rude comment.
I'm glad I have not really followed the chat here. So
Danny is the most, and he was abrasive yesterday too. He's really fueling the Dolphins-Bills fanhood rivalry that we have. But you and I are very loving of each other. We're the best men at each other's weddings. We put our swords down, except for I don't talk to you for 12 hours when the Bills beat the Dolphins for 7 straight times.
You sent me a text, before it was the 4th quarter of the snow game in Buffalo. It was the nicest thing you've ever said during a game. You're like,
because the Dolphins won the first game that year. So it was like,
whatever happens here, man, I just want you to know I love you. And I'm like, okay, Kyle, we don't really, this is not a time for us to talk right now. I'm a little nervous.
Danny says, I'm not being rude, but Danny, listen, I'm co-hosting the show and you're telling nobody cares about the Finns when there's a lot of people who are here to support me as well. I just think you're being a little closed-minded. That's all.
We have we
can respect each other at this time.
Arizona is traded out of the pick. The Giants are now on the board.
So Arizona did trade back.
Wait, I don't have the terms yet, but the Giants have been going and getting guys.
They literally did trade back, though?
Yes, they traded back.
Monty Ossenfort is my guy.
Right. This is an unexpected development in this draft, is that we're
the Cardinals operating as a coherent franchise.
We have spent the last 6 years just dogging this organization. An absolutely unexpected turn of events here. This is fun. I like being able to pivot.
You said the Giants came up?
The Giants came up. Joe Shane's going and getting his guys, man.
So their next pick was at 89.
The Rams. Oh, we didn't get the Cardinals pick. They must have picked the Giants traded up with the Rams pick. So let's work through this. We don't have the trade yet. This is hard to follow in real time. The Rams trade 73 to the Giants for 89 and 128.
One for 89 and 128.
Yes.
It's a good trade for the Rams.
I would agree. So Arizona did make a pick. The Giants trade just happened before the Arizona pick was made, and I didn't know who they traded into. So
got it.
I'll try to be better. So we still have a pick from Arizona to react to once we get it. And then, of course, the Giants. Yeah, Harry, you're not wrong. the Giants as well trading up. So 2 intriguing picks here from the Cardinals and Giants coming up here in the 3rd round. Let's all just agree that Tom Brady sucks. All right.
See, you do have the chat.
I just looked for like maybe the first time in 2 hours. You know I can't do that many things at once. Talk to you and follow what's going on.
Yeah, and being able to float around and produce this thing and then not having to do it for a while and then having to put that hat back on has been a little tough for me, I'll admit. But we're having fun. We're about three hours in here. We're starting first 10 picks of round 3 of our 2023 NFL Draft live stream. Reminder for everybody, we will go live at the end of every round for 30 minutes tomorrow as well. So we will have you covered, not continuously, because we've done that. How many years in a row have we done that?
Since 2016. Every year since 2016.
Yeah, I'm not upset about being live on day 3, especially when we had to stand in front of the camera the whole time.
We did that like 3 times before we're like, we're not doing that again. Poor one out for John Oden. We lost him. The first one.
John Oden blew his back out that night.
He was gone. He
was hurting real bad.
He was gone. It's funny. Sometimes these picks come in fast and sometimes they do not. This is one of those lulls in the action.
Well, apparently Khalif in the chat says that the Rams have taken a player.
Love to know who that player is.
Oh, he said it was Jalen Hyatt, but you said the Rams traded back.
Okay, so we have picked 72. Do we have 71 yet? 71 is Kendre Miller. 72 is the Cardinals pick. With pick 72, the Arizona Cardinals select Garrett Williams, defensive back out of Syracuse.
Good for him getting drafted this early.
Yes, he's a good football player.
With the injury.
Right. So now we'll talk about that pick, but 73 we don't have. That's the trade that the Giants moved into. I don't have that pick yet. We just got Garrett Williams. Now we do have the Giants pick, and this is an interesting one. At 73, the New York Giants select Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver, Tennessee.
So there's Hyatt. I like that pick for the Giants a lot. A field stretching receiver. This was who is Jalen Hyatt who everybody thought Darius Slayton was after his rookie season when they had nobody to catch the ball and he caught all those passes?
Darius Slayton now, you're just catching strays, man.
I mean, I'm sorry, but it was the most outrageous thing in the world that Darius Slayton became like everybody's favorite like fantasy wide receiver 3 after his rookie season. And it's like, yeah, but he got drafted as late as he did for a reason, right? Like we kind of Rodrigo from Detroit caught a stray earlier when we were talking about linebacker with Jack Campbell yesterday. And it's like, well, he went late for a reason, right? And it's the same thing with Darius Slayton. So I don't mean to throw him under the bus here, but this skill set is the Darius Slayton skill set, but I think probably a better version of it, just a less refined player.
Garrett Williams, the pick for Arizona, had an unfortunate injury this year, but I think the caliber
of ACL, right?
Yeah, but I mean, what he showed before that, I mean, he looked like a top 50 player to me. And so Arizona, a team that can be patient, has him now in the pipeline at a position where they actually, really need some help. So the Giants, Deonte Banks, John Michael Schmitz, Jalen Hyatt, especially Hyatt in the 3rd round. I really like that for the Giants. And look, we now get to welcome for the first time the Cleveland Browns, 74.
On the clock, huh?
So our second to last team here to make their first selection.
Poor Brian Peacock still got to wait another 30 picks.
Man, it's unbelievable. Well, you know what?
Maybe they'll move up. I actually kind of hope they move up and bail them out a little bit.
With the Browns, I mean, I still think D-line for them, but we're running thin here. It feels like. I mean, Byron Young still out there from Tennessee, AA from Northwestern. But that feels like the biggest need to me. I wonder if they're interested in running backs as well, or they've lost Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb, phenomenal football player, but you want to have a complement there. So we do have the pick now from the Cleveland Browns. At number 74, the Cleveland Browns select Cedric Tillman, wide receiver Tennessee. So we get
wondering if it was going to be wide receiver.
Well, the Tennessee wide receivers go back-to-back here, and Jalen Hyatt and then Cedric Tillman with pick 73 and 74.
I'm surprised. I'm actually a little surprised Tillman didn't come off the board first, to be honest with you. I thought Tillman was the more well-regarded player coming into the year. I think when you look at the full body of work that they can do, Tillman's a more physical player. I think he's got better ball skills than what Jalen Hyatt does. It's just Hyatt has a more... Hyatt's winning trait is a more impactful, and I think he's better at his winning trait than what Cedric Tillman is. But you think about Cedric Tillman, putting him with David Bell and Amari Cooper, suddenly this wide receiver room that has been hurting for the Browns has a little bit of life to it. I like this addition quite a bit, and I think this is a more dynamic player than what you had in David Bell, who stepped into meaningful snaps last year, and Peoples-Jones. They got a bunch of dense physical receivers to go with Amari Cooper, and Tillman might end up being a top 3 target for them in the passing game at wide receiver. Obviously, Njoku there at tight end as well.
Well, yeah, you mentioned receiver. Amari Cooper's awesome. And then Elijah Moore, a new addition who I love in the slot. And now it's kind of Cedric Tillman / Donovan Peoples-Jones competing for that other spot with David Bell. There's suddenly some depth here. Now you got to sort it out, obviously, and figure out who can establish the rapport with Deshaun Watson. But I think this receiver core has went from really thin to a lot of depth, and it's just a matter of sorting it out. It's a good problem to have. I still have questions about that D-line, but I think this is a good pick for them and Cedric Tillman. And so we have the Atlanta Falcons here at pick number 75.
What skill player they're going to take? I would have loved for them to take Tillman. It's a shame he's off the board. I think there are 2 right now is Matt Collins.
Man, are you serious? They lost Amir Byrd. I mean, you always have to think about Kyle Pitts, right? Yeah, but you're not wrong. Scotty Miller and Matt Collins, they would be well served to get one of these receivers. Like a Josh
I think the wide receiver here would make a ton of sense for the Falcons. Again, if you're going to put the supporting cast around Desmond Ridder, that's going to put him in the best position to have success. You have a lot of other infrastructure, and as we said earlier on the stream tonight and yesterday, they've spent a lot of dollars on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, they continue to invest in the defense. With pick 75, the Atlanta Falcons choose Zach Harrison, defensive end, Ohio State. A lot of length. Zach Harrison comes to Ohio State as this all-everything recruit, and you think about this lineage of Ohio State edge rushers. You got the Bosa's, obviously Chase Young, and Sam Hubbard's obviously a quality player, and Zach Harrison never quite fulfilled the promise. But there were the flashes, right? And he's certainly got tons of length and a lot of power, but he doesn't consistently dominate. There are certainly moments. Just watch Jalen Duncan in that Maryland game, and you could see some of the best of him, but there's also times where he just is really quiet and disappears. But I think playing with Calais Campbell will be a major benefit to him in Atlanta. And it's a bet on traits for the Falcons, who have really done a lot for their defense this offseason.
I just wish we saw it more consistently, right?
That's fair.
Because it's at some point, if the light bulb's not going to come on, the light bulb's not going to come on. And there's this really interesting conversation that can be had, I think, with 5-star recruits versus lower star recruits. And whenever you hit that level of competition in which you no longer are able to lock yourself in and just be better than the guy across from you based on your physical ability, right? And for Harrison, it felt like that happened in the early years of college, and then we never developed past that. So I think this is a player who early on is probably an early down player. And then that pass rush plan and menu and palette is going to have to diversify much more than I think what it was at Ohio State.
We have a pick here from the New England Patriots at number 76.
Is it who I saw in the chat?
I'm not sure who the chat says, but it's Marte Mapu, the linebacker from Sacramento State. This is our first non-combine invite to go off the board.
Yeah, I hate that the Patriots got him, don't you?
You sure do hate that, because this is a really versatile player.
Good player.
that I think, I certainly look at him and imagine the help that he'll provide against Buffalo with what I think they're going to want to do with these tight ends and Josh Allen at quarterback. But just a good player that I think can be versatile for that defense. I think the Patriots are having a phenomenal draft. It's Christian Gonzalez. Then who did they have? I feel like I like the next pick too.
Round 2 was Keon White.
Keon White, which is a sensible pick for them, and now Marte Mapu. So they're going defense here.
Yeah, defense, but like all-world traits players is the theme. Like you are getting incredibly rare gifts at each of these respected positions. And Mapu came down to the Senior Bowl and just blew the doors off it. And this was not even the team that we talked to in Mobile that told us they had a day 2 grade on Marte Mapu on Friday morning or on Saturday morning before the game.
Team's passed on him a couple times now.
They have passed on him a couple times. But so like Mapu really, and he was not an original invite to the event. So this is a heck of a find, and Sacramento State, safety, just really violent coming downhill, is not afraid of contact. I think that's the thing that's most impressive. You're going to put him on the field with Duggar. You're going to put him on the field with these Peppers. The Patriots have a ton of versatility, and they're going to play a lot of probably 3-4 safety sets, and we joked about them doing it last year, that they lost McCourty, so they're going to have a ton of scheme flexibility as far as what they're doing. They just need to have the gap control guys in front of it to make sure those guys can run free.
So now at pick 77, we have the Rams on the clock. So they moved back, right, to get into this spot. And I'll be interested if they're going to stick and pick because they've moved quite a bit.
We will not.
Oh no, yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, we don't want to burn that bridge.
Yeah, that's how no people don't talk to you anymore. The Rams on the clock here. What do they have to show? They've actually picked Steve Avila. What other picks have the Rams made to this point?
Okay, I'll put the filter on it. The Los Angeles Rams to this point have picked Steve Avila.
So that's it so far.
Correct. Is Washington on the board? Feels like the chat seems to think Byron Young, Tennessee is the pick. I don't know if that's factual or not.
I don't have that yet. So the chat is correct. With pick 77, the Los Angeles Rams select Byron Young, this time the Tennessee version. So
glad he went in the top 100. Draft Dudes alumni,
Byron Young. What a story for him, right? Going to JUCO ranks, season getting canceled, him putting out practice film while he's a manager at Dollar General. Yeah. He puts out this practice tape. Nobody can recruit because of the COVID year, and he just starts getting calls from SEC schools. Tennessee offers him. He goes there and winds up turning into a very meaningful player. Burst and bend, right? I mean, that's the appeal with Byron Young. Like, high character, like football's important to him, and burst and bend. And I think this is a good selection for them. He's an older prospect, but the story here and just getting a player at this point that I think can be an answer for you at a premium position is well done by the Rams.
Tucker Kraft to the Rams, or to the Packers, excuse me.
Packers. So the Packers double dip at tight end. So they go Tucker Kraft out of South Dakota State, number 78 overall. They go Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft today. So we talked about the hole at tight end, and Brian Gutekunst absolutely agrees.
Said, yeah, bet. Watch this.
I like Tucker Kraft a ton, dude. He absolutely dominated on tape at South Dakota State.
Yeah, I think there's some growth that's needed. I think he's a little high with his pads as a blocker at times. And when that's at the FCS level, it's a little concerning about when you're going to make that jump in competition. The chat has deemed this combo Lovecraft. For Luke Musgrave and Tyler Kraft. Lovecraft.
12 personnel is going to be a thing in the NFL, isn't it? I mean, teams are getting these tight ends, man.
So now you can take DeGar and actually play him what he was supposed to be, which was like an H-back, fullback hybrid type player. You're going to run 12 personnel. You're going to run the darn ball with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. They're going to pound the rock. Now Musgrave can be the flex F slot tight end and not be the inline guy as frequently because you've got Kraft that can develop into that. They're just going to be a smash mouth football. I love it. And then Jayden Reed.
Yeah. So they went with the defensive player because they have to.
Done, man.
By law, it's against if they go to jail if they pick an offensive player in the first round, but they pick 3
right
after going with Lucas Van Ness. 2 of them tight ends. Fun player. I really like Tucker Kraft.
Okay, so we're at 79, right?
We are at 79, which means the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. And they have made a selection, and that player is Josh Downs, wide receiver,
that's a good
North Carolina. So they went with Anthony Richardson. Then they go with the corner and Julius Brents out of Kansas State. Now
Juju
it's
Brents. Come on
Juju Brents. Now Josh Downs, which, look, I like this because this gives their wide receiver core something that they don't have, right? Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce, height, weight, speed guys, body control. Now you get more your yards after catch slot player. They have Isaiah McKenzie in that role kind of penciled in, but I think Josh Downs can compete for that. And there's more appeal to all levels of the field in my mind with Josh Downs than you get from Isaiah McKenzie. And those players can work together and give them some real speed to go with kind of the power forwards that they have elsewhere.
Joe, the Dolphins are on the clock in 5 picks.
So it's coming up. We have take 2 here.
The chat would like to know who I would pick. I'll give you a short list. Darnell Washington's still on the clock. Adetomiwa Adebawore is still on the board. DeJuan Jones is still on the board. Those were players that were in consideration at 51. Those are all tier 1, 2, or 3 prospects for me on the Dolphins specific board. And then tier 4 players that I think should be in consideration here. Nick Saldiveri, Old Dominion, and Dion Henley from Washington State. I gave you 5 names. They're 5th on the board. If you come out of the next 5 picks with one of those 5 players, I will be pleased. All
right. So we'll be monitoring that. It seems like a lot of the guys we talked about with the last pick are chilling. They're still there. Darnell Washington and DeJuan Jones, which leads to some questions, right, about why they're still there. There's a timeout. Kyle's called 2.
Josiah would like us to know it's 10 o'clock.
Josiah.
You know what that means? You know what that means?
Josiah, my guy.
It's time to tell everybody about our friends over at Ultimate Football GM, the mobile game that puts you in charge of your favorite franchise. If you have ever dreamed of being an NFL general manager, this is the game for you because it puts you in total control of everything from hiring the right coaches and coordinators to signing players in free agency, to drafting players, to manufacturing trades, to upgrading the facilities, balancing the salary cap, setting ticket prices, and much, much more, all in a realistic and challenging game world. Best of all, Ultimate Football GM is completely free and playable offline, and you can play it anywhere you want on the go. No cell service needed. That's my favorite thing about it. I like to play it when I'm flying. You got an hour and a half flight. You just pull out your phone, start diddling. Next thing you know, you're through 10 seasons and the plane's touching ground and you're ready to go wherever you're traveling to. Our listeners here at Locked On can get a 100% free boost to their franchise when using the promo code Locked On in all caps in the game store. That's Locked On in all caps. So make sure to check it out today. Download the game. Visit ultimate-gm.com or look it up in the app stores. It's ultimate-gm.com. Ultimate Football GM. Start your dynasty today. We're back.
We're now at pick 80 when the Carolina Panthers have traded into this selection. They want to come up and get a player. So we went from the Steelers being on the clock to the Carolina Panthers on the clock.
So they traded up from their next pick, according to my chart, was 93.
I'm thinking for them about edge.
We heard they may have been interested in moving back up into the end of the first round for edge.
Right. And then they picked Jonathan Mingo with that pick at 39.
Right.
Could there be a running back that they like?
Man, I wouldn't hate that for them.
Here's the trade. They move from 93 to 80, and the Steelers get 132. It's a nice deal for Pittsburgh.
132.
Yeah, that's a decent pick.
Yeah. This market's been tough, though. I mean, you had moving up 73 to 89 for 128, 69 for 73 and 151, 56 for 61 and 135. So 13 spots it's a bit of a big drop. The Steelers must have either hated what they had on the board or must have really liked the depth of the options that they had available to them.
Well, we have the selection here with the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson from Oregon. Are we calling him an edge? What are we calling him? A defensive lineman?
He's an edge.
Okay.
No, he's an edge. I liked him, man. I thought he had good tape. I like Brandon Dorlus, too, who went back to school for the Ducks. But I found Johnson the first time by looking at Dorlus. And I'm like, hey, this other guy can play a little bit, too. Went down to the Senior Bowl. I thought he was one of the more fundamentally refined edge guys that they had in that group. That might have just because I think he was working with Keon in the same group as Keon White and Andre Carter. So you get the raw of the raw, and then you get DJ Johnson. But I was really impressed with the fundamentals. The ceiling from an athletic profile perspective might not necessarily be the highest. He hasn't been a big splash player, but I think he's a good hybrid type player. When you think about Brian Burns and needing more running mates opposite of him, and what they have in Yetur Gross-Matos has not manufactured the kind of production that you hope that he would with where they drafted him. I think this is kind of a nice swing of the bat for a versatile player who I think can get after the quarterback a little bit, is not the primary pass rusher.
Certainly a need for the Carolina Panthers. There's an interesting question that I'd like to address here. As number 81, the Detroit Lions are back on the clock. See a question in the chat here about Trenton Simpson and some surprise that he's not been picked. Kyle, I know that you've followed his journey right through the summer and the season and did a full deep dive on him after the season. A lot of physical skill there, but mental processing, some of the other players kind of in that role from Clemson not really panning out at the NFL level. I think that's what's leading to him sliding.
Yeah, so I thought he was really hurt by losing Venables. When Venables left for Oklahoma to be the head coach, and they had a change in defensive coordinator, they were not the same. And I think Trent Simpson is a player who was a little bit of a positionless player at the college level at 225 pounds, who could play up on the line of scrimmage and rush the passer a little bit. Also play out in the hash as a sub linebacker. But when you tried to put him in a stack linebacker position, it just wasn't clicking. And I think that's the thing for Simpson, where he's a little light and a little short-armed to be an effective pass rusher, and you don't feel super comfortable with playing him in a stack position because the reads and the processing speed wasn't where you wanted it to be. And then he didn't make the impact plays on third downs this year. And I think it just kind of became this kind of toxic mix that was compounded by his own areas of growth and then Venables leaving. So I'm not super surprised that he wasn't a high priority. If he gets out of the third round, I'll probably be surprised, though.
So we have
trade.
Well, 81 is supposed to be the Lions, but it looks like maybe Tennessee is traded into that spot. And then we'll have Tampa Bay here very soon.
Tennessee got this spot when they traded up from 41.
Okay, so this is
it was 33 and 81 for 41, 72, and a future 3.
Okay.
So that's how they got to 81.
Huh.
It was Detroit to Arizona to Tennessee.
Okay, so it's moved multiple times, so you can understand that's difficult to follow. So we're waiting on this Titans pick at 81. Will Levis, right? So they've went with Peter Skoronski, Will Levis, and this will be their third selection, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, correct. Because they moved back from 71.
This could be a wide receiver spot.
Man, I would really like it to be. Their wide receiver core is tough. And I don't know. I know we both had our respective concerns about Burks too.
Yeah.
And the development there. Who you like here? Tyler Scott?
I'd love that. I'd love that for them.
Is there anybody else that you would really like?
I mean, the same players we keep talking about are absolutely part of the equation here. They have a need at linebacker. I don't know if they would go with Trenton Simpson. That would surprise me.
Other wide receivers that are left of note would be like Michael Wilson, Xavier Hutchinson. Making sure I'm not missing anybody higher up on our list. A.T. Perry. Yusovis from Princeton.
So you better get Tyler Scott.
Trey Palmer.
Palmer's interesting.
Keishon Boutte.
Yeah.
It's kind of an ugly. If wide receiver is the pick, I think the best player available will be Tyler Scott. But is that the kind of skill set that they want to prioritize, or would they rather have a big body guy like a Michael Wilson?
Yeah, shift. I mean, it's kind of a shift with offensive coordinator, right? I mean, he basically promoted Justin Shorten. I think he'd be a great fit.
Is Locked On Gators in here?
No, you got to be careful. Like, you never know who's watching. All right, we got the pick here for the Tennessee Titans. Here's an interesting one. With the 81st pick, the Titans select Tyjae Spears, running back.
Good for him.
Good football player, man. I mean, just about as fun of a study as you're going to have, right? Watching him play, electric player. I mean, good vision. The cuts here that he can make are just incredibly dynamic. Tough to tackle. I'm not sure you can give a running back a bigger compliment than he's got great vision and he's hard to tackle. A really electric player. I mean, he's got some concerns with the knees, but other than that, I mean, this guy can really be a problem.
I thought Spears was the most instinctual runner in this year's class. As far as vision, open field feel, anticipating angles. What's happening with Derrick Henry?
Makes you think. I mean, they've needed depth there anyways, but it certainly makes you think.
Because it was Foreman, and then last year was
Hilliard they had for a while.
Hilliard.
They tried Darrington Evans lasted about 30 minutes in their organization. Hassan Haskins is their scheduled backup.
That's super rude.
I mean, he's like a third-round pick. I mean, he like didn't do anything, and he's just cut. It was that.
Yeah, Evans was a strange pick, but
Tampa made their pick quick here too at number 82. So
they ran this card in for somebody.
They liked who was on the board. Kalijah Cansey, their first pick, and then I can't remember. Cody Mauch, their pick after that. So, and they select the 82. The Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby. They're calling him a linebacker from Louisville. Really came on for the Cardinals this past season. Was kind of a quiet player, got more opportunity, and made some plays this year and tested extremely well. Went to the Senior Bowl. I thought he looked pretty good there. An ascending talent, doesn't have much on the resume besides this past season, but the athleticism is I mean, he's a 4.51 athlete, and he's not small. He's a player that really intrigues me, and they've been trying to get some guys, right? And it hasn't really panned out.
Is that a Joe Tryon joke?
Maybe a little bit. I'll give myself some credit there. Hasn't really panned out. I mean, this is a third-round pick. He's added to the mix, but I like this selection. I think it's good value.
Yeah, I think it's good value. It's obviously a premium position. It brings a level of high-end athletic tools to that pass rush room that they've been missing, let's be honest, since JPP walked out the door, right?
Yeah.
And the pass rush really hasn't been the same. So I think this is a nice day two swing of the bat on a super toolsy player who came through the combine. Not surprised he ends up being a top 100 player.
The trades are not stopping. The Denver Broncos have moved into pick. Is this 83?
Okay. Did they come up from 108? Or did they have another pick with a different trade that I don't have them accounted for?
When I have it, you'll have it. But they are at least on the clock. And Sean Payton, he's a go get your guys guy, right? You could see there's influence already with Sean Payton in this draft room.
Mickey Loomis rubbing off on him, right?
Well, you certainly wouldn't want to move back and get a lesser player, Go get a better player and give up another pick to get him, right?
The pick is in because the Dolphins just tweeted that they're on the clock. So
okay, so we're on Dolphins watch. Are we keeping the hat off? What's the game plan here for this?
Yeah,
time
I'm not. Somebody in the chat said it earlier. Leave the hat off. We need a good pick this time.
So hat off. We're changing. We're changing our process. I want to get this Broncos pick out of the way so we can get in full Dolphins mode here.
Well, give me in advance Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, Nick Saldiveri, Dion Henley. That's probably my list.
All right. So fingers crossed that Miami picks one of those players, and maybe Kyle can just flip all around the picks and feel good about it. So with
or Adebore.
Yeah, good player. We have the terms of the trade. Seattle traded 83 for 108 and a 2024 third round pick. So that's very good for Seattle.
Good for Seattle, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, and they've been the last 2 years rolling in surplus draft capital, and the fact that they can kind of push that over with another top 100 pick next year is awesome for them.
Yes. And like you said, I mean, I love what they've been able to do already. And then last year they've had this influx of young talent that's producing. It's like, okay, we're good. We got so much. We'll take some of it for later. And John Schneider, we're back, baby. We're back. All the way back, John Schneider. Some fun GMing now with Monty Ossenfort, one of my new favorite GMs in the league in the NFC West, to go with the newfound love that I have for John Schneider. So this means we're at pick 84. And is that we're on the clock, Miami? It's really real?
Yeah.
Okay.
The chat has Riley Moss for Denver.
I don't have that pick yet.
It's not confirmed yet.
I have your Dolphins pick. No, I do not. They're on the clock at 84. They're on the clock.
So Dubs, literally all your top tier guys that were expected to be in their second are still there. What do you think about that? So I had 22 tier 1, 2, and 3 players in this year's class, and 3 of them are left. It's Washington, DeJuan Jones, and Adebore. Washington sounds like a medical. DeJuan sounds like maybe rub some teams the wrong way in the pre-draft process. I know there was some questions about why he kind of selectively did not participate in stuff. And then Adebore, I'm not quite sure why he's still lingering around at this point with the athletic tools that he has. Maybe they feel he's a little too much of a tweener. I would disagree, but that's always the thing. And Joe, I'm sure you can think back on past drafts that we've had where you end up having these players who you consider to be top 64, top 75 players, and you look up and they're there in the 5th round sometimes.
All the time.
Now, I never would have guessed it would be these guys. Chat confirming Riley Moss to the
I could confirm Riley Moss is your pick for the Broncos.
Okay.
So Dolphins are on the clock. We know the desires.
Yep, I've very clearly established my wants.
Does Chris Greer align with your wants?
Fred, are you talking to us or the chat? Because the challenge with us refreshing our Wi-Fi is we're on the stream, and the stream eats up our Wi-Fi. So if we're behind, that's why we would be behind. But we can't refresh the stream because then we would disconnect.
We know that the pick is in for the Miami Dolphins, so they did not trade. So a pick is coming here.
Okay.
We've changed the process. We've got a different hat situation.
Come on, Miami, stop doing that. Who's it going to be? Highball emojis. Why don't you just turn in the card and not make me upset?
See what we can do here. We'll see what we can do.
We're almost 3 minutes behind. Well, we're not breaking news here. We're hanging out talking about the picks.
All right. With the 84th selection, the Miami Dolphins select Devin Achane, running back.
Cool.
Texas A&M.
Cool. Congratulations on taking the first top 100 sub 190-pound running back since 1999. That's awesome.
A lot of speed and explosiveness from Devin Achane.
Go ahead and put lipstick on this pig, Joe. That's fine.
I like him more than you do. He wouldn't be my selection here. I mean, I have concerns about the size, but he's an electric playmaker. You talk about building the track team, adding speed to go with Waddle and Hill. I mean, A-Chain gives you that.
Yeah. And they needed – Dolphins fans have been asking for the Dolphins to prioritize running back for years. So they traded for Jeff Wilson at the trade deadline. They brought back Jeff Wilson. They brought back Raheem Mostert. And this is a player who I think with Mike McDaniel's offense, you can get him involved in the passing game, and they need to be better in the screen game than they were last year. And I think he can bring you that. And obviously the explosiveness that he has. This is just a total statistical outlier player from a size perspective that, you know, you are drafting in a stratosphere of the draft that is more ambitious and more rich than the other players that have profiled. And the two good players who were running backs that were under 190 pounds in the last 20 years that came through the NFL Combine are Darren Sproles and Tariq Cohen. And that's it. And they were both drafted in the 4th round. So from a outliers perspective, I just feel like you're betting on an outlier pick with this selection and it being a top 100 pick.
Well, is it different if you look at this as not your starting running back, but a complementary piece of your backfield? Can you appreciate the skill set and what he brings from that?
You have needs at tight end and 2 of your starting offensive line spots. Why are you using this pick on that? If you want to spin it that way, I get what you're saying, but it's not the order of priorities that I would have had.
Would you like to move on and talk about the next pick, or do we want to let this breathe a little bit more?
Is it Dion Henley?
Dion Henley's the pick for
Let's applaud Dion Henley for getting drafted in the top 100.
The Chargers pick 85 linebacker Dion Henley.
Good player.
Yeah, and he transferred right from Nevada.
It was Nevada,
and leveled up and really performed. First of all, unbelievable body composition. I mean, this guy is rocked up.
Yeah.
Brings a lot of energy. We got a chance to be around him at the Senior Bowl, and you know, he was a big time practice enthusiasm player, which you can appreciate. But you know, they have Kenneth Murray, but Eric Kendricks kind of coming over, you know, after he ran his course in Minnesota, a young linebacker to develop in this defense for Brandon Staley.
Well, and I think one of the interesting things about Henley too is who he's replacing, or who he has the potential to replace, in Drew Tranquill. And Drew Tranquill, once upon a time, was a safety at Notre Dame who became a linebacker, and Dion Henley was a wide receiver who became a safety who then became a linebacker from Nevada to Washington State. So Telesco has a track record of hitting on this kind of player already once.
Yeah.
Matt says, Chargers fan, I'll take literally any off-ball linebacker that is not Kenneth Murray. Thanks.
Well, and that's not that's a Telesco pick, but that's not a Staley guy.
Right.
So that gets us to the Baltimore Ravens at 86, because that was pick 85, if I'm following correctly here.
Correct. So, and Baltimore's had a long wait.
Yes.
They didn't have a 2 because of the Roquan Smith deal.
Good second-round pick, I must say, in Roquan Smith.
Outstanding second-round pick. Yeah. A little expensive from a salary cap perspective, but
impact linebacker, right? Quickly became a leader for them. So Zay Flowers is it for them to this point. They picked 14 guys last year. They can wait on some picks.
And they did pick 6 picks in the 4th round in like a 20-pick stretch.
Okay, the pick is finally in. They took it down to 6 seconds, the Baltimore Ravens did. So you got to respect them making us sweat here. I'm interested to see if they go running back here. I've been concerned about the health of their backfield for a number of years. I wonder if Izzy Abanikanda is a player that they would like in a spot like this.
Be a fun player in that backfield. Because that's the kind of player with Lamar. You get the extra gap with the quarterback run game, and the second level's stressed a little bit more, and if they bump and they get a little bit of extra width, like Izzy will gouge you up the middle. He did that at Pittsburgh a lot. He popped a lot of his big runs up the inside.
Let me refresh here, see if we have the selection yet. We do not. So this is 86. I am pulling it up.
Hey, Joe, we're also getting close to top 100 watch.
I think we have 2 that I've been aware of that I think we missed on.
Joe took someone saying he was behind personally.
I mean, I can't affect. I have the information that I have. I can't make it come to me any faster. So
Trenton Simpson sounds like the pick for the Ravens.
See now, Kyle, this is a switch
It's
of
the
yesterday.
chat. It's the chat.
Oh, it's the chat. The chat knows.
It's literally just the chat, which is fine. That's why we're on day 3 when things happen fast. We'll be coming in for 30 minutes at the end of every round.
Right.
But we've had a fun time tonight, in spite of underwhelming picks at not positions of priority. But
things did happen. Trenton Simpson is the pick for the Baltimore Ravens at 86. The 49ers traded up.
Oh, Peacock gets in on it. Okay.
Yeah,
with the Vikings?
I am not going to say that yet because I've assumed and it's been a mistake. So I'm going to let that play out before I say that. Trenton Simpson to the Ravens is interesting. Is this is potentially a sign for Patrick Queen? I don't know. I mean, maybe they're probably not going to pay him, right? They're already paying Roquan Smith. They got Kyle Hamilton there as a kind of came on last year for them. I'm interested to see what the plan is for Trenton Simpson in that defense.
Is this a I wonder what the contract situation is for Tyus Bowser.
And that's getting really different in terms of skill sets.
I'm just trying to think of who else would be that hybrid athletic. You got something for us?
Now, yeah, I have the trade here. So the Vikings trade 87 to San Francisco for 102, 164, and 222. So 80,
164
and 222. So
and
Francisco.
that makes sense. San Francisco had a ton of like 5, 6, and 7s. So
I wonder if there's a lineman that San Francisco thinks can start because they might need a starter that they draft right now.
Yeah, losing Brunskill hurts for them.
And McGlinchey, and not doing anything to replace either player.
How about San Francisco having 3 picks and trading the last one to Minnesota too?
Yes,
they 99, 101, and 102, and they sent 102 in the deal.
It's weird, right? Good for them.
Yeah, if you got it, yeah, absolutely.
So who did San Francisco come up for?
While we're waiting, Joe, the Bills are 5th in the queue. The chat would like to know your
targets.
Yeah.
Ade Adebaware is very high on my list of desires. Man, the D line is really snatched up. There's no linebackers that I really care for. Tyler Scott, maybe this might be a trade back situation for Brandon Beane to recoup a little something if he can.
Are you surprised Clark Phillips is still out there?
He's small, man. He's a good football player, but he's small. But that didn't matter for Emmanuel Forbes or Kalijah Cansey or Bryce Young, right? So there's something there. Maybe he didn't test as well. The 49ers selected Jair Brown, safety out of Penn State with pick 87. So you mentioned top 100 watch, and I think we were on the fence with him, and I don't think he made it. So that's a miss.
He ran 4.6 in his. I gotta find him in the chart.
So at 88, that means Jacksonville's on the clock. And their last pick was the tight end Brenton Strange, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it sounds right. Correct. I really like that fit for them. I know we talked about the franchise tag and Evan Ingram and the year that he had. But what that does for Doug and what Peterson did with Ertz and Goddard in Philadelphia, I think Brenton's the perfect complement. I think that's such an underrated addition for them in the midst of these day 2 picks, and maybe a little early predictively versus kind of the general consensus on the valuation of Strange. But if you told me Doug Peterson was the guy that landed that dude, I'd trust Doug Peterson to get the best out of him.
With this Jair Brown pick for the 49ers, this has probably got something to do with, I mean, they signed to Sean Gibson to be their free safety, but they probably want some depth there, and Gibson's an older player. Hufanga's become this unbelievable player that I think they want to play low and be versatile with him, and I think having that deep middle player is really important for them. And if they run a lot of cover, I don't know, Kyle. I mean, but I'm trying to think of the vision that they have for this player. That's got to be part of what they're thinking. They think he's a center fielder in cover 3, not a cover 1 center fielder. But if they run cover 3, can he be that deep middle player that allows them to be more versatile with Hufanga? That's at least where my mind goes. The Jaguars.
He's had really good ball production. Good, you have the Jags pick.
We do. Tank Bigsby at number 88 to the Jacksonville Jaguars, a compliment for Travis Etienne. And they've kind of went through some guys there, if I'm not mistaken. They moved on from James Robinson, who I thought was a good player for them. So it's like Jermichael Hasty, Dearness Johnson is the backups. Now Tank Bigsby is your compliment to Travis Etienne, who had a good second season coming off of the ACL tear.
Bigsby's been a player who has just been like solid all around, right? I think there's players that have more dynamic skill sets. There's players with a more prolific winning trait, but that Auburn offensive line was pretty bad. He still averaged a healthy lump of yards per carry, but I kind of viewed him in the same light, not to the same extreme, but kind of how I viewed Kendre Miller, where I think he's a solid all-around player. Now, if that's what they want to prioritize a singles and doubles hitter behind what they have in ETN as a home run hitter, great. You know, that he'll be a reliable player for you. And I'm not sure with all the trade movement that's happened, how much flexibility they have. It looks like they have a couple of 3s or 4s to work with. So go get your guys, I guess, at this stage of the draft, where if you feel like he can definitively fill a role and you really vibed with him, well, I don't take any exception to it, but I'm not like head over heels with the value versus some of these other ones.
So the Rams are going to kind of be a popular team picking here, right? The kind of the rest of the way. They got a ton of these middle round picks. So their selection at 89, we're awaiting that, but they're the next team on the clock here before it's Dallas and then Buffalo. And I think for the Rams, the more times they just get premium positions to fill out this roster, the more, I mean, that's where they have to focus. Unless they see starters at other spots, like maybe they did with Steve Avila. And certainly that interior offensive line had so many injuries last year, you understand it. That was an aggressive slam. Was that not intentional, or?
Somebody in the chat said something about a player for the Rams, and I'm not sure if it's serious or not.
No. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll find out. Oh God, I see that. That there's no way that has to be a joke.
I would hope so.
That has to be a joke. That has to be a joke. Okay. Come on, Rams.
Looking at players that we have left while we're waiting, we obviously have Darnell Washington. We have Adibare. We have DeJuan Jones. How about Kelee Ringo? Surprised Ringo's still here at this point?
I know you're not.
No, but this wasn't about me. I was asking you. How about, I know you're not surprised Noah Sewell's still here.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. I think he's just a limited player. I mean, maybe the same thing's true with Kelee Ringo. He's got straight line explosiveness, but change of direction and some instinctual stuff is just not there. I mean,
yeah,
there's a lot to like. I mean, just high character dude. He shows up in big games, right? He feels like in some of these Georgia big games, he comes away with huge interceptions. But when you watch the tape, you come away with some questions about the limitations. And here we are. He's may not be a top 100 pick.
Well, I think everybody kind of had the expectation, 5-star recruit,
big
time recruit, had the pick 6 to seal the natty against Alabama last year. But last year. And I think that certainly set the narrative for Kelee Ringo, where he's consensus top 15, top 20 player in all these mock drafts over the summertime. But I just didn't think there was necessarily any improvement for Kelee Ringo. And I think when you are a player that is as big as he is, your movement skills on the perimeter are suddenly very limiting in your ceiling unless you change your body composition, which you could do, but that actually has to take place.
Here's some fun information. The breakdown of conferences: SEC 27 picks, Big 10 24, Big 12 11, ACC 11, Pac-12 8.
Pac-12 8.
All right, we're getting this Rams pick at number 89. It is Kobe Turner, the defensive tackle from Wake Forest, not Stenson Bennett. Some buzz with Kobe Turner, 288 pounds. He's a little bit lean, but transferred from Richmond, if I'm not mistaken, goes to Wake Forest, has some penetration ability. I'm sure he'll benefit from getting a chance to play with Aaron Donald. I like a defensive front seven player. I mean, high energy player. They need to fill out this roster. And so I think trenches with upside is just a smart thing to do.
And like you said, I mean, pretty tapped out. Defensive line's pretty tapped out right now. So if you wanted this kind of player, if you wanted an athletic, a little bit undersized, potential penetration type, it's now or never unless you want developmental only guys, right?
Dallas very quickly at pick 90 has made a pick. So we're waiting on that selection, but we're starting to move quick here. Which puts the Bills on the clock, which is obviously an exciting moment for me, I hope.
Godspeed. Good luck. I will take the high road because taking the petty road has not served me well with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I don't want to I don't want to misconstrue the O'Cyrus Torrence pick. I think it's a fine pick. It just surprised me. And there's only a few people in the world that know why I'm so surprised, but I'm surprised.
And you know, I'm on the list, so I get it.
Because you know that I like Torrance. Like I've graded him high.
I mean, you were very pro Torrance.
Right. So I was like, I don't think he's going to be a Bills pick
throughout the season. But the feedback that we got was probably not, right?
Probably not. But I think I was baited.
But that was also, that discussion was centered around an early draft pick too. Yeah. And this is an early draft pick, but not as early as the conversation that we had.
All right. With the 90th pick, the Dallas Cowboys select DeMarvion Overshown, linebacker from Texas. So he stays in the state of Texas. I thought DeMarvion Overshown has shown good growth. It's taken some time.
Yeah.
But I think he's gotten better and better, and I like where he's at.
Yeah, really violent hitter, I think, was the number one thing that popped to me. He obviously has this super explosive range, little undersized linebacker, but he's long. Is a nice compliment to Leighton Vander Esch, I think. When
good
you think about
complimentary
Vander Esch,
skill set,
yes, the physicality of Vander Esch and the ability to thump versus Overshown is the scrape player and pursuit player who got up on the line of scrimmage at times at Texas. And kind of walked up, and they put him in some positions, not to the same degree as Micah Parsons, but they put him in positions to play forward at times, and put him on the weak side of formations and let his speed really take over. And some of his collisions as he was scraping was, I thought, the best thing about him was he had some really dynamic hits on tape.
The Bills waste no time. They turn to the card very, very quickly. Don't have it yet. Oh boy, here we go. This is with pick 90. This is good, Kyle. Pick 91, the Bills select linebacker Dorian Williams from Tulane.
Oh,
and I do not like this pick at all. I think Dorian Williams tested very well, and he's an experienced player out of Tulane, but
productive last year.
Man, if you thought Tremaine Edmonds was a bad downhill take-on player, just pop on the Dorian Williams tape. I think you'll come away with plenty of concerns. So here you go. This is a real stinker, in my opinion. I mean, 2 third-round linebackers here in Terrell Bernard and Dorian Williams in back-to-back years. Yeah, pour me a glass. And I don't think you've found an answer at linebacker, and that's pretty disappointing. I mean, just a really tough study for me. And now,
I texted you, did I not, about Dorian Williams recently?
Yeah, and there's some nice receipts about that.
No, I'm not going receipts, but I just want to affirm your observations where I'm like, dude, what is this player? Like you do the way I do the film study is I'll do the biographical search. I'll look at your athletic profile. I'll look at your production, and then I'll turn on the tape. As I'm going through all the peripheral stuff with Dorian Williams, I'm like, dude, like prototypical size, 150 tackles last year, tested off the charts. Like, okay, we got a thing here. And then I put on the film, and you just wait for that to show up. And I never thought that it did.
I'm looking at my scouting report on Dorian Williams. Top reasons to buy in: size and frame, special teams resume and experience on defense, movement skills, and college production. Top areas of concern: ability to take on and deconstruct blocks, contact balance, modest read and react skills. I mean, 228 pounds. Between him and Terrell Bernard, who's playing? And does it matter? Is either one of them an NFL starter? I don't know. I got questions about that one. I got questions.
So, this regime was also the same regime that picked Tremaine Edmonds and Matt Milano, right?
Yeah, that worked out.
So, right. But that's my question is what do you think has changed with the evaluation?
I don't know. I mean, these are more Milano type players, I guess. Brother. Cincinnati traded with Kansas City. So Kansas City moved up from 95 to 92. It cost them pick 217 to do that.
They got a heck of a steal at this stage of the draft.
Is it going to be DeJuan Jones? I keep on waiting for the Chiefs to pick DeJuan Jones.
It was 217?
Yep, they gave up 217 to go from 95 to 92.
Okay. They got in front of the Steelers and Cardinals, and technically the Bengals.
Nobody wants DeJuan Jones. Nobody wants Darnell Washington. Got it.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I don't say. I'd like to trade you Dorian. All right, Brandon.
I don't think Cedric Wilson would get you more than a 6th or 7th round pick. So I don't know that you're going to find the trade value you need there to get back up into the stratosphere where even these guys, if they imagine DeJuan Jones and Darnell Washington fall out of the 3rd round and go to day 3.
I got 2 quotes from here for you here. One from Lewis Riddick, who says Dorian Williams and Matt Milano will be an absolute tear. Okay. And Chris Greer wants everyone to know that you're more concerned about offensive line and tight end than we are.
Yeah, I understand that. But I also thought Austin Jackson was like the 95th player in the draft when you took him at 18. Don't give me that Bill Belichick, what do we have to be excited about this year? And you say the last 25 years type answer. I don't want to hear it. Spare me.
So
Darryl wants to know if AJ Klein is starting after this draft.
He's friggin' starting. Yeah, he is. Over Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard. A couple special teams linebacker in the 3rd round in back-to-back years. The Chiefs are doing another ceremony for this pick.
Oh, they have it. They run the whole team out there for a team photo on the stage.
There's like 5 fans. Goodell's out there taking their sweet time.
Well, that's fine. We can. What I'll do is I'm going to flip over my sheet here, and I'm going to start to find what our final top 100 look like, and we can kind of have that conversation as we're getting ready to wind down here.
That's exciting. How many picks do we have here today? What's the last pick in the 3rd round?
The last pick is 102. Okay, so we don't have too far to go.
No. Okay. Oh, here we go. No, I have pick 93. How do I have pick 93 but not 92? And 93 is a fun pick to discuss. Come on, Chiefs.
Well, I guess you got to give it to us. We can't.
93 is the Steelers, Darnell Washington. 92 is Wanye Morris, offensive tackle from Oklahoma to the Chiefs. So we get these picks very quickly here. Wanye Morris, offensive tackle to the Chiefs at 92. And then Darnell Washington, tight end from Georgia to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 93.
Okay, so real quick, I watched Wanye because I know the Dolphins had him in for a 30 visit. And high-priced recruit, super long. He's like 35-inch arms. Little rough around the edges technically. I think his feet betray him at times, kind of fell off some blocks that you wouldn't have expected such an athletic player to not be able to sustain. But if you can get him cleaned up from a footwork perspective, I think there's a really high ceiling here for him to be able to tap into. It's just a kind of a matter of like the Zach Harrison thing. When is the light bulb fully going to come on?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the same kind of thing for Wanya Morris. So I think that's a nice hedge at this point. Obviously, the Juan Jones stuff being aside, and we try to stop beating that horse. But the hedge for what you had at right tackle, I think Wanya Morris, who's a natural right tackle, this is appropriate value at the very tail end of the third round.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. The Zach Harrison of offensive tackles. There's a lot of ability there, and some pretty good versatility. He's played both sides. I think there's a path for him to be a starter. It's just technical refinement and playing with better body control. But how about this Pittsburgh Steelers pick? I mean, I love what Pittsburgh's doing. Darnell Washington now
having a killer draft.
So we go Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr.,
Keanu Benton.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Darnell Washington.
Oh my goodness. Like for a team that just had a regular like slate of picks, right? Like you could sit there and say, oh my gosh, the Texans got CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, right? Of course they get that the second and third pick in the draft, but just kind of picking intermittently, flipping Chase Claypool. I think this is just phenomenal for Pittsburgh. So we are at
94 Arizona.
94 Arizona, our new favorite GM to follow, Monty Ossenfort. Hidden gem of that Titans front office, right? We just didn't know it.
Well, I'll be interested to see what their next move is because they had Garrett Williams, BJ Ojulari, Paris Johnson. For a team that really felt like it needed everything, what are you thinking here? Trenches play still in play?
I think so. It should be. I know we're not talking about that defensive lineman from Northwestern at every pick, but I think he would make a lot of sense. Jonathan Gannon, the head coach here. I think I love Tyler Scott at this point, obviously. I think that the good news is everything's in play. There's nothing really not in play, so they can really throw needs out the window and just get their best player, their highest rated player on their board.
There's a lot of good linemen I think could be in consideration here that are worth it at this stage of the draft. Sal DeVary, Jalen Duncan, Blake Freeland at this stage, I think is a reasonable swing of the bat to take. Obviously, you took Paris Johnson, but like some of these guys have inside-outside flexibility. I'd really try to build up the trenches in whatever way you can. And, of course, the names that we continue to mention who are kind of tops of the charts as best available players. Whippler. All right, I'm going to try to go back to pulling up our top 100.
All right. So we're awaiting the pick here from the Arizona Cardinals. Darnell Washington just came off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers, another team that's leaning into more 12 personnel, very obviously, right? So that trend is happening in this draft. Now we're waiting on Arizona. We're waiting on the Arizona Cardinals. Man, Dorian Williams ran a 4.54. That is so surprising to me.
Right?
All right, here we go. We're getting the Pittsburgh Steelers. No, we already have their pick.
Okay, so Caillou Blue Kelly's still out there, yes?
Yes, that's a nice player.
Jacorian Bennett's still out there. I'm looking for players that we had on our top 100.
Okay.
So Caillou Blue Kelly, Jacorian Bennett, Darius Rush, Clark Phillips, Cam Mitchell. So So we got 5 corners right now as we're sitting here with about 6 picks to go.
How are those? I mean, we always bet on corners and we're never wrong. And this year we are.
Nick Herbig.
Come
on. Siaki Aika is 7. Adabare is 8. We got Marte Mapu, though. To'o would be 9. We got Dorian Williams in there.
Yeah, let's go. We predicted he'd be a top 100 pick. How about that for a win?
We got Wanya Morris in there.
Yes.
We got Tyler Steen in there. Sal DeVeri would be 10. Duncan is 11. 90 is an awesome score in this, by the way. Roshan Johnson would be 12. Antonio Johnson, 13. Tyler Scott, 14.
We're going to be in the 80s, it sounds like.
We have 80. We have 86 right now with 6 picks to go.
Brother, we got a chance at a 90. That's the storyline of the
this
draft.
Actually very. This has Ringo was in here. I was just shouting out players that I saw that are still on the board.
Not helpful. Not helpful, Arizona.
This put a whole new jolt
right
in us closing tonight.
Arizona picks Michael Wilson, wide receiver, Stanford. That does not help us, Kyle.
Didn't I argue for that one?
Medicals.
Right.
Okay, so
looking at him on the short list.
They've their last 2 picks for Arizona, Garrett Williams and Michael Wilson, have been guys with some medical concerns. But
right,
just
that's an interesting thing for a team that's considering a redshirt season.
Yeah,
their whole season's a redshirt season. So go ahead and take guys that are hurt that you're willing to take the medical risk on.
The what Kyle's referring to is we compete every year in a contest for the predictive top 100 picks. We did a show on this. We put in the podcast feed this past week. And so we're at that point now where we're getting an idea of how many players are left, and we're trying to see how well we do. And obviously we want to get a 90 if we can. So hopefully the Cincinnati Bengals here with pick 95 can pick a player that we predicted would go in the top 100. How about DeJuan Jones, Cincinnati? That'd be a good pick. Why don't you do that?
For the 4th time, we're asking the Bengals to pick DeJuan Jones.
Do you want a starting right tackle right now? It helps everybody.
Well, and they traded out Wanya Morris in that spot.
Because
the last time they picked was DJ Turner, Miles Murphy. Dude, if they don't, they're telling you they're giving the double birds to Jonah Williams, right?
Here's the trade. Cardinals send 96 to Cincy for 122, 138, and 168.
Say that one more time.
Cardinals send 96 to Cincy for 122, 138, and 168.
Wasn't Cincinnati on the clock at 95?
Yeah, we're still waiting for their pick.
But you said 90. The Cardinals traded out of 96.
That is what Lions traded up. This is from Tom Pelissero. Yeah,
that's fine. I'm just confirming who's on the clock.
Yeah,
or who's coming up. It's Detroit.
Detroit's coming up. Yeah, so we're getting this Bengals pick here at 95. We should have that right now. Brandon Bean says that Dorian Williams is going to start as an outside linebacker, Kyle. So,
how are you keeping tabs with what Brandon Bean's saying? I have to sit down and watch
tweets. Get it from tweets. I will watch it afterwards, though.
I got to sit down and watch. Yeah, and are you going to do the press conferences before you do your podcast and all that too?
Maybe not. I don't know.
I think I will.
Let it breathe.
I'll need to hear it and come off the.
Oh man!
Thank God we were doing this, because if I did a podcast right after both of those picks,
wouldn't be week 2 Buffalo 2020, right?
It would not be the infamous 2022 week Buffalo or week 2 Buffalo.
That's
podcast.
going on your headstone.
Man, I still get people that talk to me about that show.
You think the Bengals are ever going to get this card turned in or no?
No, they're going to make you sweat DeJuan Jones and then pick somebody we did not have in the top 100.
They've got looks like an Army vet here who is ramping up the crowd here. He's having a good time. So we'll let him have his due here.
Oh, there you go, Carmen. That podcast episode was epic.
You might as well just own it, right?
Aaron asks, why didn't the Dolphins make a move for Darnell Washington? I don't want to say anything out of turn, but I had heard that there were teams that had questions on a couple different fronts with Darnell, including medicals. So it seemed like that was really something that teams were apprehensive about amidst the other tight ends in a good tight end class.
Bengals choose Jordan Battle, safety, Alabama. Come on.
Did I not go to battle for Jordan Battle as well?
You did, and I'm not the reason it came off, Kyle. You know that.
You know what? I actually forgot about that. We had one of our consultations had Jordan Battle come off.
As good of a source as you can have.
Yeah, right.
We'll just do it ourselves next time.
So Jordan Battle is part of the replacement. They lost both safeties.
They did. Dax Hill's going to be one, and Nick Scott they signed to come over, presumably to be a starter. So Battle's going to compete with Nick Scott for the Von Bell role.
Hey Joe, let's make sure we hit the quota and respond to this comment. Let's tell him hello or something.
Hello, NFL Com Egg 2. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Gave us a better comment. You'd have something to get a response to.
Lions at pick 96. We shouldn't.
They came up big time for this.
Yeah,
this was a big jump up.
They wanted defensive tackle Broderick Martin from Western Kentucky. We knew that he's 337-pound nose. I thought they would want a more complete guy with some interior rush ability. This seems like more of a backup to Aleem McNeil.
So that's the pick is Broderick Martin.
Broderick Martin, Western Kentucky, 96. We shouldn't have tracked it, Kyle. As soon as we started thinking about it, the league said.
No, this is always how the last 10 picks go, though.
Yep. And Washington is wasting no time with pick 97.
Good. We have 4 picks remaining in the top 100.
Is it easy for you to pull up Washington's haul to this point? I know Emmanuel Forbes, and then they went with
I can do that.
Another DB.
They have Quan Martin and Emmanuel Forbes as their first 2 picks.
So they went to 2 DBs. Interested to see what they do here. Some interesting talks about Montez Sweat / Chase Young.
Yeah, Chase Young getting the 5th-year option declined. I think are there any interesting tight ends at all left at this point? I do think this is a potential tight end spot with Bieniemy coming here, run that offense, and they have Logan Thomas.
So now Stetson Bennett's just like a thing in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to try and freak us out. Derek was messing with us. So,
do you think Stetson Bennett gets drafted?
I do think he gets drafted. I think he gets drafted in the 6th or 7th round.
Todd Monken, he can be. They have Huntley back. I don't know. We'll see.
Sam, don't tell me.
Oh man, if that's the pick, that's gonna be hurt.
I am gonna be pretty upset.
Should have left it alone, huh?
Yeah.
He said, "Oh no."
He says, "Oh no." That I'm assuming that's the pick. I'm gonna start finding it. Oh no! It's not. Okay.
All right.
This is why we can't pay too much attention to the comments, because then we'll think everything. Like if we start reading what you're saying instead of having the conversation with each other, we're gonna go down the rabbit hole and we're gonna be lost. And you guys are gonna sit here staring at us, staring at screens.
We can't have another Jaguar situation yesterday.
No, would prefer to avoid spending a few minutes on
We had been on a nice like
pick.
5-6 year stretch of not analyzing picks that
It
didn't
was like
happen.
the second pick we ever did. We did
Right.
that with too.
Right. Right.
It was Trubisky, right?
Trubisky
Versus
yes.
Solomon Thomas.
All right, Washington. Pick is in.
Offensive lineman, maybe. Thought that was a potential area of need. Roulier's got banged up a little bit. Leno is potentially getting a push to get bumped out. No way. Ricky Stromberg snuck in, huh?
Did he? If you have the
Sounds
pick,
like
I don't have it.
I've got three names or four separate comments in the YouTube comments that has Ricky Stromberg, the pick.
Centers are going here, huh? And one of them's not Oluwatimi out of Michigan. Just kind of surprised some of these reaches at center that he didn't get moved up a little bit.
Washington likes this Washington regime likes their SEC guys, huh? Go back to Brian Robinson and Stromberg now. I think that's a nice insurance pick for them on the interior. I think Stromberg's big enough that he could potentially play guard too.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the most dynamic player, but a really sturdy frame at center. And we mentioned Roulier getting banged up, offensive line potentially being a need for them. So I think that's a good hedge kind of at this point in the draft. Maybe not the guy I would have prioritized most, but they're putting their own scheme filter through it. And if Stromberg's their guy, they certainly like power guys, it seems like. So I'm fine with this pick.
Well, and you see this a lot where teams get really banged up at a position and then they really try to like you said, hedge and make sure that they have plenty of options should they experience that same level of attrition. And for Washington, this interior has been banged up, it feels like, for the last several seasons. So another options here for a guy that had a pretty good career at Arkansas, all SEC selection this past year. Razorback. I think it's our first Arkansas player. Might be the only one this year.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. So we have the Browns, if I'm not mistaken. They're up next at 98. So this will be their second
Browns, 49ers, Raiders.
So Cedric Tillman, the first pick that the Browns made, this will be their second pick. Also, I'll be curious if they find any value with the defensive line, which has been a position that has concerned me quite a bit.
You had mentioned running back too for them. I think that might not be a bad call.
Be interested in who, right? Abanikanda feels like the name to me that's the most intriguing at this point of the backs that are
Rashawn
left.
Johnson.
Yeah, that's another player that would help us. Siaki Ika, the pick for the Cleveland Browns, the defensive tackle out of Baylor. They
just can't quit the Danny Shelton types, huh?
They just can't.
What the hell, man? I can't.
Right, and they just paid Dalvin Tomlinson too to come over and be that A-gap defender, and so now they're sick of getting run on, man. That's what it is. They've been getting run on.
Which is good. They should be sick of getting run on. That run defense was horrible last year.
Sitting here like, oh, the Bills ran the ball really good against the Browns. Well, that doesn't mean a thing, right? I mean, they were getting gashed by everybody. So, Siaki Ika is just a massive dude. I mean, I have concerns about him. I think he's a leaner that has poor movement skills, but if you want a guy that can occupy space in the middle of your defense, he could certainly give you that.
Hey, Joe, I need to interrupt you because it's 11 o'clock.
Let's do it.
So we're getting ready to wind down here, which means it's the perfect time to tell everybody about Ultimate Football GM. All of our 2023 NFL draft coverage is brought to you by Ultimate Pro Football GM. If you have ever dreamed of being a general manager, this is the mobile game for you. You are responsible for creating your own dynasty. Ultimate Football GM puts you in control of every aspect of your franchise, everything from ticket sales to the facilities to free agency to hiring coaches to firing coaches to trading players to drafting players to injuries. And you are responsible for creating the most successful franchise that you possibly can while taking over the worst team in the league. All in a challenging and realistic game world. It's a ton of fun, and it's also completely free and playable offline, so you can play on the go when you want to. Locked On listeners get a 100% free boost to their franchise when using promo code Locked On in all caps in the game store. That's Locked On in all caps, so make sure to check it out today. To download the game, visit ultimate-gm.com or look it up in the app stores. That's ultimate-gm.com. Ultimate Football GM. Start your dynasty today. I got you. San Francisco.
The 49ers have made a pick here at number 99. Jake Moody, the kicker from Michigan.
Oh, good for Moody.
Good for Moody. They needed this, right? They didn't really have a kicker. Zane Gonzalez acquired like in a very like weird trade with the Panthers, who had a injury. It happened 20 feet in front of me at a preseason game. Zane Gonzalez was warming up before a preseason game and like had a very significant injury, and he's gone for the season after he kind of looked like he was going to be the answer for Carolina. Then they signed Eddie Pinheiro, who's come in and like he's their guy now, and so now you have the 49ers with, I think they need starters on the offensive line. They went ahead and got their kicker with a top 100 pick.
Okay, so
Raiders,
49ers, Vikings to close first round. Is the rumors true?
I don't have the Raiders pick yet, but I'm hoping that it's somebody that can get us high 80s.
Colin in the comments suggests DeJuan Jones.
I think that'd be a wonderful pick.
I don't know if he's calling for that to be the pick. What's the weirdest pick we've seen today is the question from Alec.
Those are fun questions. I got to review the picks here. The weirdest pick
is probably
some of these centers really surprised me. Rashee Rice trading up surprised me a lot. I don't know if that qualifies as the weirdest pick.
No, I think with the way the wide receiver board fell in Kansas City, going up to get him is pretty appropriate. Trey Tucker, is that true? Raiders Trey Tucker?
I don't have it.
I see Derek, but I don't know if I could trust Derek. I wouldn't say Khalif. I wouldn't say Achane is the weirdest pick because Achane. I know the Dolphins had him in for a 30 visit, and I know they've had interest in him, and there's been buzz for that. So there's been enough smoke there. It's just not what I would have done because he's kind of an outlier right now. But
come on, Raiders. There it is.
LaPorta at 34. You think that's one on the weirdest list?
I don't know if that qualifies.
How about Quan Martin at 47?
I like him.
We both like Quan Martin, but just felt abnormally early. Chat seems to have a lot of support for Dorian. That's the weirdest pick.
Oh, Dorian Williams?
Yeah.
I mean, we had him as a top 100 player predictively. I mean, Brandon Beane's coming out and saying he's an outside linebacker. I don't know. I don't know, man. Just because I don't like the pick doesn't mean it's weird, right?
I now have Ian Walsh and Khalif saying Trey Tucker to the Raiders.
If you want to run with it, we can run with it.
Well, I'm going to click and drag it a while, and if it's not right, I'll just click and drag him back. But, I mean, it's now a production to go down and find the names and pull them back up to slide them into slots. Best value today in either round. This is probably Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, I think they're crushing it. We do have, I can confirm Raiders Trey Tucker with pick 100. So that's interesting. That's with some of their
legend.
Maybe
correct. Wasn't he like the one who went like in the first round of the USF?
No, it was Scott. Scott
did.
And okay. Scott hadn't been drafted. So the first Cincinnati receiver drafted is Trey Tucker. And I remember liking Trey Tucker when I did his film. It's interesting there because Hunter Renfrow, there's some rumblings about him as a trade candidate. And now they pick a slot receiver. I guess that's, if I would say, if there's anything I'd be critical of with the Raiders is that they've now added a tight end and a slot receiver when I think they have, and Byron Young as well. I don't know. It's Patriots-esque is what it is. I think that you nailed it. This feels super Patriots-y.
Yeah.
We have the next pick as well here. Is it the 49ers at 101?
49ers at 101, yes.
Cam Leatu. It's a tight end from Alabama.
I'm surprised he came off this early.
How many top 100? I mean, top 3-round tight ends. I mean, this is
10 tight ends.
It's a ton, man. Every one of them, every possible one went.
Right, so we have Latu, Darnell Washington, Tucker Kraft, Brenton Strange, Luke Schoonmaker, and that's just after pick 55. Then you had Musgrave, Mayer, LaPorta. You had 9.
Man.
Kincaid.
Yeah, man, these tight ends are going. A couple years ago, we had 3 top 100 tight ends.
We knew it was a good class. You just wasn't sure how the domino effects were going to impact the urgency at a non-premium position, right?
That's right. So we are pick 102.
Last one of the night.
Okay.
Minnesota.
We hadn't talked about Minnesota today.
They kept moving back, right?
Yeah, they picked Jordan Addison was their first round pick. Here's a fun.
They have not picked since.
Well, now they have. They picked. This is going to be a redeeming pick for you, Mekhi Blackman, the cornerback from USC.
Let's go.
Good film study there for you, going this high.
This dude can ball, man. They like USC guys apparently.
That's the theme for them. Yeah.
So here's the if Blackman wasn't like 172 pounds or whatever he is, like he would have got a lot more buzz. He is a very, very complete player in my mind. I could see why Flores likes him. A little undersized, not super physical, but he punches above his weight class. I thought he's got good ball skills. He played with Gonzalez at Colorado and then transferred to USC. And I thought he was somebody who showcased the ability to play in all different kinds of coverages, got bumped around by big bodies in man coverage, but is somebody who I thought was instinctual in zone, quick feet, stayed sticky when he was able to not get bumped off in the contact window. I think this is a nice ad for Minnesota.
As we wind down this round, want to thank everyone for being here with us. And as a reminder, first of all, would love for you to like this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Locked On NFL Scouting. Kyle and I are here daily for you. We talk team building across the NFL, and man, am I excited for our summer content and how we're going to really evaluate the league and share our process with you. That's going to be so much fun. So don't miss any of that. Make sure you're subscribed here on our YouTube channel. But also come back and see us tomorrow. We're going to be in here live after every single round to recap some of the biggest highlights from that round. And so that'll be a good time as well. So make sure you're subscribed and make sure you don't miss us going live. The best way you can do that is hit the bell to get a notification when we do go live. So appreciate y'all being here. This has been really, really fun. Can't wait to be back again tomorrow.
And thanks to our friends over at Ultimate Football GM for helping us bring this NFL draft coverage to all of you as well. We are signing off. Kyle Krabs, Joe Marino. Enjoy your night. We'll be back again tomorrow. Walk you guys through day 3 as it unfolds. Hope to see you then.